Exposition ****. E-text prepared by Project Gutenberg distributed proofreaders. Samantha at the St. Louis Exposition by Josiah Allen's wife, Marietta Holley, illustrations by C.H. Grunwald. 1904. Samantha at the St. Louis Exposition, Chapter 1. I had noticed for some time that Josiah Allen had acted queer. He would seem lost in thought anon or oftener, and then seem roused himself up and tried to act natural. And anon he would drag his old tin chest out from under the back stairway and pore over musty old deeds and papers, drawed up by his great-grandpa Mebby. He did this last act so often that I said to him one day, "What under the sun do you find in them yeller old papers to attract you so, Josiah?" But he looked queer at me, queer as a dog, as if he was looking through me to some distant view that interested him dreadfully, and answered evasive, and maybe he wouldn't answer at all. And then I'd see him and Uncle Sim Bentley, his particular chum, with their heads clossed together, seemin' plottin' somethin' or ruther, though what it was I couldn't imagine. And then they would bend their heads eagerly over the daily papers, and more'n once Josiah got down our old Olney's Atlas and he and Uncle Sim would pore over it and whisper, though what it was about I couldn't imagine. And if I'd had the curiosity of some vim men it would drove me into a conniption fit. And more'n a dozen times I see him and Uncle Sim down by the back pasture on the creek passin' to and fro as if they was measurin' land. And most of all they seemed to be measurin' off solemn-like and important the lane from the creek lot up to the house and talking measurements, as queer-lookin' sights as I ever see, and then they would consult the papers and Atlas agin, and whisper and act. And about this time he begun to talk to me about the St. Louis Exposition. He opened the subject one day by remarkin' that he s'posed I had never hearn of the Louisiana Purchase. He said that the minds of females in their leisure hours bein' took up by more frivolous things, such as tapped-in and crazy bed quilts, he s'posed that I, bein' a female woman, had never hearn on't. And my mind bein' at that time took up in startin' the seams in a blue and white sock I was knittin' for him, didn't reply, and he went on and talked about it. But good land! I knowed all about the Louisiana Purchase. I knowed it come into our hands in 1803, that immense tract of land, settlin' forever in our favor the war for supremacy on this continent between ourselves and England, and givin' us the broad highway of the Mississippi to sail to and fro on which had been denied us, besides the enormous future increase in our wealth and population. I knowed that between 1700 and 1800 this tract was tossed back and forth between France and Spain and England some as if it was an immense atlas containing pictured earth and sea instead of the real land and water. It passed backwards and forwards through the century till 1803 when it being at the time in the hands of France, we bought it of Napoleon Bonaparte who had got possession of it a few years before. And heaven only knows what ambitious dreams of founding a new empire and a new France filled that powerful brain, under that queer three-cornered hat of Hyson when he got it of Spain. But tenrate he sold it in 1803 to our country, the writin's being drawed up by Thomas Jefferson, namesake of our own Thomas Jefferson, Josiah's child by his first wife. Napoleon, or I suppose it would sound more respectful to call him Mr. Bonaparte, he wanted money bad, and he didn't want England to get ahead, and so he sold it to us. He acted some as Miss Bobbet did when she sot up her niece, Mahala Hen, in dressmakin' for fear Miss Hensy's girl would get all the custom and get rich. She'd had words with Miss Hensy and wanted to bring down her pride. And we bein' some like Miss Hen in sperrit, she had had trouble with Miss Hensy herself, and was dreadful glad to have Mahala sot up. We was more'n willin' to buy it of Mr. Bonaparte. You know he didn't like England, he had had words with her, and almost come to hands and blows, and it did come to that 12 years afterwards. But poor creetur! I never felt like makin' light of his reverses, for do not we, poor mortals, have to face our Waterloo some time during our lives, when we have fought the battle and lost, when the ground is covered with slain hopes, ambition, happiness, when the music is stilled, the stringed instruments and drums broken to pieces, or given out only wailin' accompaniments to the groans and cries of the dyin' layin' low in the dust. We marched onward in the mornin' mebbe with flyin' colors towards victory, with gaily flutterin' banners and glorious music. Then come the inevitable to crush us, and though we might not be doomed to a desert island in body, yet our souls dwell there for quite a spell. Till maybe we learn to pick up what is left of value on the lost field, try to mend the old instruments that never sound as they did before. So with trembling fingers the rents in the old tattered banners which hope never carries again with so high a head, and fall into the ranks and march forward with slower, more weary steps and our sad eyes bent toward the setting sun. But to stop at Pisidin and resume. I had heard all about how it was bought and how like every new discovery, or man or woman worth while, the purchase had to meet opposition and ridicule, though some prophetic souls, like Thomas Jefferson, Mr. Livingstone and others, seemed to look forward through the mists of the future and see fertile fields and stately cities filled with crowds of prosperous citizens, where was then almost impassable swamps and forests inhabited by whooping savages. And Mr. Bonaparte himself, let us not forget in this proud year of fulfilled hopes and achievement and progress how he always seemed to set store by us and his words was prophetic of our nation's glorious destiny. I had known all about this, but Josiah seemed to delight to instruct me as carefully as a mother would guide a prattling child just beginning to walk on its little feet. And sometimes I would resent it, and sometimes when I was real good-natured, for every human being, no matter how high-principled, has ebbs and flows in their moral temperatures, sometimes I would let him instruct me and take it meekly like a child learning its abs. But to resume. Day by day Josiah's strange actions continued, and at intervals growing still more and more frequent and continuous he acted, till at last the truth oozed out of him like water out of a tub that has been filled too full. It was after an extra good meal that he confided in me. He said the big celebration of the Louisiana Purchase had set him to thinking, and he'd investigated his own private affairs and had discovered important facts that had made him feel that he too must make a celebration of the purchase of the Allen homestead, on which we are now dwelling, Samantha, says he. 74 acres more or less running up to a stake and back again, to wit, as the paper says. Says I. You needn't talk like a lawyer to me, Josiah Allen, but tell me plain as a man and a deacon what you mean. Well, I'm telling you, hain't I, fast as I can? I've found out by my own deep research. The tin trunk was more'n a foot deep, but I didn't throw the trunk in his face. I've discovered this remarkable fact that this farm the very year of the Louisiana Purchase came into the Allen family by purchase. My great-great-grandfather, Hattieville Allen, bought it of old Trafalgar Day, and the papers was signed the very day the other momentous purchase was made. There was 14 children in the family of old Hattieville, just as many as there is states in the purchase they are celebrating to St. Louis. And another wonderful fact, old Hattieville Allen paid just the same amount for this farm that our government paid for the Louisiana Purchase. Do you mean to tell me, Josiah, that Hattieville Allen paid 15 millions for this farm? Will you tell me that? You, a member of the meeting house and a deacon? Well, what you might call the same, it is the same figures with the 6 sorts left out. Great-grandfather Allen paid $15 for this piece of land. It was all woods then. Another of these most remarkable series of incidents that have ever took place on this continent, Thomas Jefferson was a main actor in the Louisiana Purchase. He has left this sphere some years ago, and who is the father of Thomas Jefferson today? I didn't say nothing, for I was engrossed in my knitting. I was just in the heel of his sock and needed my whole mind. And, says he, smitten his breast again, I ask you, Samantha, who is the father of Thomas Jefferson today? I had by this time turned the heel and I says, why, I suppose he's got the same father now he always had. Children don't change their fathers very often as a general thing. Well, you needn't be so grumpy about it. Don't you see that these wonderful coincidences are enough to appall a light-minded person? Why, even I with my cast-iron strength of mind, have almost felt my brain stagger and reel as I unraveled the momentous affair. And I am planning a celebration, Samantha, that will hist up the name of Allen where it ought to be onto the very top of fame's toirin pillow, and keep it in everlasting remembrance. And I, Samantha, and here he smote himself again in the breast. I, Josiah Allen, having exposed these circumstances, the most remarkable in American history, I lay out to name my show the Exposition of Josiah Allen. And I've thought sometimes that in order to mate mine with the St. Louis show, as you may say, I'd maybe ort to call myself St. Josiah. Saint Josiah, says I, and my accent was that icy cold that he shivered imperceptibly and added hastily, well, we will leave that to the future to decide. But, says he firmly, sprunting up again, if the nation calls on me to name myself thus I shall respond, and expose myself at my exposition as Saint Josiah. Says I anxiously, I wouldn't expose myself too much, Josiah. You remember the pa that took his weak-minded child to the ball, and told him to set still and not speak or they would find him out. And they asked him question after question and he didn't say a word, and finally they begun to scoff at him, and told him he was a fool, and he called out, Father, Father, they've found me out. Josiah says snappishly, what you mean by bringing that old chestnut up I can't see. Well, says I shan't sew the moral on any tighter. But he kept on ignoring my sarcastic allusion. To keep up the train of almost miraculous incidents marching along through the past connecting the St. Louis and the Allen Purchase like historical twins, I'm going to spend on the exposition of Josiah Allen just the amount paid for the other original purchase, and I may, for there is no telling what a Allen may do when his blood is rousted up, I may swing right out and pay just the same amount St. Louis is paying for her exposition. 50 millions, says I with emotions of awe, or to think I had a partner that would tell such a gigantic falsehood, and instinctively I thought of a story I'd heard Thomas Jefferson tell the evening before. He said 3 commercial travelers was talking before an old man from the country whose loose-fitting clothes were gently scattered with hayseed. The first one told with minute particulars of a western cyclone that had lifted a house and sot it down in a neighboring township. The next one said that he was knowing to the circumstances, and how the cyclone swept back and brought the cellar and sot it down under the house. And the third one remembered vividly how the cyclone went back the second time and brought the whole the cellar left and distributed it round under the new site. The old man listened with deep interest, and said he was glad he'd had the privilege of hearing them, for their talk had cleared up a Bible verse he'd long pondered over. They was astounded to think their talk had awakened religious meditations. But the old gentleman said their conversation had cleared up that passage where it said, Ananias come forth. He said it was now plain to him that it meant that these 3 drummers should stand before Ananias, the prince of liars, he taking his place behind them, the 4th in the rank of liars. But this is either here or there. I only mention it as coming into my mind instinctively and unbeknown to myself as I heard Josiah Allen's remark. It came and went, as thoughts will, like a lightning flash, even as I was repeating the words again in wonderment and horror. $50 million! No, I said to you, Samantha, that in our conversation we would leave out the orts. $50 was what I meant. But as I said, this is what I've thought when my brain was fired with ambition and glory of his in the name of Allen up where it ought to be and will be. But when my blood has quieted down, and I took a dispassionate view of the affair, I have thought it would be more in keeping with the old traditions of the Allen family, to spend just 15. I can do a noble job with Uncle Sim's help and Yuri's, with exactly the same sum that was paid for these purchases. I see he was just bound to ignore the millions. But I knowed it wouldn't do any good to keep twitting him of it. And then he went on to describe more fully the exposition of Josiah Allen that he'd been plotting for weeks and weeks. He said that he and Uncle Sim had used up 2 whole pads of writing paper at a cost of 5 cents each, planning and figuring. But he didn't begrudge the outlay, he said. He was laying out to have the lower pasture used as a tent and ground for the whole Allen race, and the Gowdies if he decided they was worthy to join in. He hadn't settled on that yet. The cow pasture was to be used for economical and agricultural displays and also peaceful industries and inventions, and the lane leading up to the barn from the lower pasture he laid out to use as a pike for all sorts of amusements, pitching quoits, bulling the barnyard, tinning handsprings and somersets, etc., etc. Says I coldly, it would draw quite a crowd to see you and Deacon Gaudet standing on your 2 old bald heads tinning a somerset. Oh, I laid out to have younger people in such thrilling scenes, Uri and others. And then he went on to describe at length his peaceful industry show. I couldn't sit still to hear it, only I felt I wanted to know the worst and cope with it as a surgeon probes to the quick in order to cure. He thought he could get Aunt Huldywood, who wove carpets, to set up her loom for a few days under the big bunnut tree, and be weavin' there before the crowds. He said she was a peaceful old critter, and would show off well in it. And build at shoecraft, another good-natured creetur, he could bring his shoemaking bench and be tappin' boots. He could not only show off but make money at the same time, for he s'posed that many a boot would be wore down to the quick walkin' round viewin' the attractions. And Blandina Teeter he s'posed she could run my sewin' machine under the sugar maple. And he thought mebbe I would set out under the slippery ellum making ginger cookies or fryin' nut cakes. In either capacity he said I was a study for an artist and would draw crowds. The wife of Josiah Allen fryin' nut cakes, what a sound it would have through the world! No, Josiah, says I shan't try to fry nut cakes in an open lot without ingredients or fire. Well, mebbe you'd ruther be one of the attractions of the pike, Samantha. I hain't going to limit you to one thing. As the partner of the originator of this stupendous scheme you are entitled to respect. There is where Napoleon, the other great actor in these twin dramas, missed it, he didn't use his wife as he ought to. But just see the wonderful similarity in these cases. He had 2 stepchildren. The wife of Josiah had 2. I am smaller in stature than my wife, so was Napoleon. You spoke of your peaceful inventions, Josiah, says I, wanting to get his mind off, for truly I begun to fairly feel sick to the stomach to hear his talk about himself and the great conqueror. Oh, yes, Samantha, that in itself will be worth double the price of admission. Then you expect to ask pay, Josiah? Certainly, why not? Do they not ask pay at the twins' celebration? But you spoke of inventions. I shall let the rest of the Allens show off. Lots of them have invented things, but of course my inventions will rank number 1. There is my button on the cellar door, I cut it out of an old bootleg. Who ever heard of a leather button before? And it works well if you don't want to fasten the door tight. Then there is that self-actin' hen coop of mine that lets a stick fall down and shuts the door when the hen walks up the ladder. But no hen has ever climbed the ladder yet, Josiah. No, perhaps they hain't yet, but I'm expectin' to see 'em every day. 10 or 8 paint that coop a bright red and yaller and it will attract a crowd. And then there is that travelin' rat trap of Brother Hensey's. You know his grandmother was an Allen. I shall mayhap let him appear. And then there is all my farmin' implements, and the rest of the Allens I lay out to be just to all, and let 'em all come and show off in my agricultural show. But of course there has got to be a head to it. Napoleon was the head of the other purchase, and I'm the head of this. In short, Samantha, I am it. Oh, how full of pride and vainglory he was, and I knowed such feelin's would have to be brung down for his spiritual good. I realized it as he went on. I tell you, Napoleon and I would have made a span, Samantha, if he could been spared till now. Oh, how shamed I was to hear such talk, but I sought Demuta for reasons named, and he says agin. I thought mebbe you would want to be one of the attractions of the pike, Samantha. I lay out to have livin' statues adornin' the side of the lane leadin' up from the beaver meadow to the horse trough. Livin' statues, says I coldly. I don't know what you mean by them. Illustration. Why, I thought for a few cents I could get a lot of children and old folks to be whitewashed for a day or 2 and pose as statues. It would be a new thing and a crackin' goody day, for livin' statues that can wink, and bow, and talk, and walk round some, I don't believe was ever hearn on before. No indeed, says I. But I can tell you, Josiah Allen, I've played many strange parts in the role of life at your request, but I tell you once for all I shall never be whitewashed and set up for a statue. You can set your mind to rest on that to once. Mebbe you'd ruther be a historical tableau, Samantha. I lay out to have beautiful ones, and I thought I wouldn't confine myself to the States, but would branch out and have the foreign nations represented figuratively. A naval battle between Russia and Japan would draw. If I could fix some floats on the creek my stun boat could represent Russia, and Deacon Huffer's Japan, I jest as lives mine would be blowed up and sunk as not, 'tain't good for much. And if I did have that I would have the Russian bear set on the shore growlin', and the powers furder back lookin' pleasantly on. You might be a power, Samantha, if you was the female. No, thank you, Josiah, I don't hanker after the responsibility for good or evil that ort to hang on to a power. I'd be the Russian bear myself, Samantha, with our old buffalo robe, only I've got everything else to do. I could grasp hold of things and squeeze them tight and growl and paw first rate. I wouldn't try to take that Russian bear's job of groppin' and growlin' and pawin' onto me, Josiah. If I was in your place, it would tucker anybody out. The eagle of France, says he dreamily, could be represented in reduced form, as artists say, by Solomon Bobbitt's old bramy rooster with some claws tied on. And Scotland, the land knows there is thistles enough along the cow path to represent her if they're handled right. And for Ireland I might have two fellers fightin' with shillelaghs. Uri could make the shillelaghs if he had a pattern. I knit away with a look of cold mockery on my face that I suppose worried him, for he says, I wish I could get you interested in my show, Samantha. Mebbe you'd want to represent Brighton scourin' the blue seas. You always thought so much of the Widder Albert. You could enact it in the creek where the water is shaller. You've got a long scrub and brush. I always thought you looked some like Brighton, and you do scrub and scour so beautiful, Samantha. No, Josiah, you'll never get me into that scrape, not but what Brighton may need help with her scrub and brush. But I shan't catch my death cold makin' a fool of myself by tacklin' that job. Oh, you could wear my rubber boots. But I shall not urge the matter. I only thought we two countries are such close friends and I wanted you to have the foremost character, but I can probably get someone else to enact it. But the strain is fearful on me, Samantha, to have everything go on as it should. His looks was strange. I could see that he was all nerved up, and his mind, what he had, was all wrought up to its highest tension. I knowed what happened when the tension to my sewing machine was drawed too tight. It broke. And my machine was strong in comparison to some other things I won't mention out of respect to my partner. I felt that I must be cautious and tread carefully if I would influence him for his good, so I brought forth the argument that seldom failed with him, and says I, if I hadn't no other reason for jinin' in these doin's, cookin' has got to be done, and how can a statute or a historical tableau boil potatoes and broil steak and make yeast Empton's bread perked up on a pedestal or pausin' in the creek, and you know, Josiah, that no matter how far ambition or vain glory may lead a man, his appetite has got to be squenched, and victuals has got to be cooked, else how can he squench it? And to this old trustworthy weapon I held in all his different plans to inveigle me into his preposterous ideas, and found it answered better than reason or ridicule. But even this failed to break up his crazy plan. His whole mind, what he had, was sought on it. Chapter 2. I felt dreadful, and how I was going to break it up and get his mind off I couldn't tell. I talked it over with the children. They was going to be mortified to death by the idea if carried out, and they told me in confidence, and the Woodhouse kitchen, it must be stopped. And I says, how is it going to be stopped? I've handled every weapon I know how to lay holt on. I've pompied him, cooked the very best of victuals, argued with him, episoded, but all to no use. He's as sot as a hen turkey on a brickbat, and I've got to the end of my chain. Says Tirzah N. Have you tried readin' historical novels to him? No, says I. I don't dast to be too hash with him. Your pa's health ain't what it was. I dostn't take too hash measures. Says she. Have you tried readin' poetry? Yes, says I. I have read Pollock's Course of Time most through to him, and the biggest heft of Paradise Lost, and I read the last named with deep feelin', I can tell you. Didn't it do any good? Not a mite, says I. He would choke me off in the sorenest passages to boast about some crazy sideshow at his exposition. Tirzah and Sidon says, I don't know what can be done. Thomas J. is more practical and says, can't you get his mind on some work? Hain't there somethin' that ought to be done round the farm? Or in the house? I dunno, says I. He can't plow or reap in February or pick gooseberries or wash sheep. But I know what ought to be done in the house. I tried my best to get him at it in the fall. I do want a furnace and hot water pipes put in to heat the house. We most freeze these cold days, and it is too much for your pa when Uri is away to tend to the fires. That's just the thing, says Thomas J. Get him interested in that, and he will forget all about the Allen Exposition by the time it is done. But I says in a discouraged way, if I couldn't get him at it in the fall, I dunno how I'm going to now. But it is worth tryin', says Thomas J. For his scheme must be broke up, and if you get your furnace in now it will be all ready for another fall. Well, says I can try. And so I begun that very night on a new tact, or ruther the old tact in a new way. I told him how sot Thomas J. was on our having a furnace and hot water pipes put in. Josiah thinks his eyes of his only son, and I see it kinder moved him, but he wouldn't give his consent, and says, "What do you want hot water pipes and a furnace for in the summer?" Says I, pinting to the snowy fields. "Do you call this summer, Josiah?" And Thomas J. says it will be so nice to have it all ready in the fall. And I do wish, Josiah, you would hear to me. Well, I am hearing you, hain't I, and been hearin' for a year back. I hain't deaf as an adder. And he jammed his hat down over his ears and went to the barn. But there was a sort of a wavering expression to his lineament that made me have hopes. Well, when I had, with the children's help and an enormous expenditure of good victuals and eloquence, brought him round to the day, I found I had another trial worse than the first to contend with. Instead of hiring a first-rate workman who knew his business, he was bound, on account of cheapness, to hire a conceited creature who thought he could do anything better than anyone else could. He knew how to milk, Jabez Wind did, and how to clean stables, and plow and hoe corn. But he felt he could do plumbin' better than them who had handled plums for years. And when I see Josiah was sot on hiring him to do the job, I felt dreadful, for he was no more fit for it than our brindle cow to do fine sewin', or our old steer to give music lessons on the banjo. He was a creature I never liked, always tryin' to invent somethin' and always failin'. But Josiah insisted on havin' him because he was so much cheaper. And I says, "You'll sup sorrow yet, Josiah Allen, with your tendency to save and scrimp. Jabez Wind don't know nothin' about such work. He hain't got any shop or tools, and I don't want him meddlin' round my house. We want the rooms warmed good, and we don't want a big noise and racket, as I've heard they make sometimes. I couldn't stand it with such noise and cracklin' goin' on day and night." "Oh," says Josiah, "that's one great beauty of Jabez's invention. It is perfectly noiseless, not a murmur or gurgle from one year's end to the other, and so easy to tend. Just twice a year, he says, to put a pail of water in the upper tank, 2 pails of water a year to ensure summer warmth, no dirt, no noise, not much like luggin' in wood from mornin' till night, breaking your back cuttin' and splittin' it and litterin' up the house. The day of the perfect stillness did tempt me. I so love comfort and quiet, and also not havin' to sweep up after chips and kindlin' wood. But yet how did we know these things was so?" And agin I says, "How do you know he can do all this?" "He hain't got any tools," says Josiah. "He's got idees if he hain't got tools. A man can borry tools, but he can't dicker for such idees as Jabez has got. See the things he's undertook," says I. "Anybody can undertake things. His idees hain't made him rich or famous. That 'ere ship of his'n he was going to sail to Europe on, rared up and spilt him in his uncle's backyard. And his automobile, when he sot off on it and headed it for the road, it backed up and took him down that steep hill back of the barn into the creek, where it kept on pluffin' up dirt and slate stuns till his uncle stopped it by main force and lifted Jabez out from under it drippin' like a water rat. And his machine for perpetual motion, his ma uses it now for clothes bars," says I. "What has he ever done to merit your encomiums?" "Well," says he, "he's bound to succeed this time. His idees are some like the hardware man's at Jonesville, only Jabez's are more deep and not nigh so expensive. I never liked Jabez Wind, and shouldn't if I'd seen him set in swingin' his legs off the very top of Fame's pillow. He was uncongenial to me, made so from the beginnin'. I never knew any particular hurt of him, but he seemed so much like his own surname, so puffed up and unsubstantial. He was middlin' well off to start with, or his ma was, but he had used up all her property in his different enterprises. Now I dote on inventors, they wear a halo in my partial eyes. They're the greatest men of our day, and I mentally kneel at their feet, but gold always has counterfeits. The real inventor, made by the deity to carry out his plans, is modest, silent, broodin' over his great secrets, away from the multitude where angels ministered to him. But Jabez was loud, boastin', arrogant, his pert impudent face proclaimin' the great things he was going to do, but never did. He was in love, too, or what he called love, with a girl that was a prime favorite of mine, sweet little Rosamond Nicholson. She and I was such great friends she often used to come and stay a week at a time with me. When Jabez Wind came to Jonesville, Rosie was about the same as engaged to a good sensible young farmer, Royal Nelson, who lived 3 miles above Jonesville on the old stage road. He was a steady, likely young man, who owned a nice farm well stocked, was good-looking, good appearing, but ruther bashful and retiring, which made him sometimes in company a little awkward in his manners, and most offish where he wanted to please most. But he had a good mind, and his heart was pure gold, and he loved Rosie with the deep earnest love such undemonstrative men often cherish for the one woman in the world for them. His calm gray eyes would light up with the pure light of deathless love when they rested on the sweet face of little Rosie. And he was always trying to help her in some way, looking out for her interest. He seemed to love to protect and wait on her in a way that argued well for the future. But maybe it was this constant and almost slavish devotion that made her slight him. She had got so used to his steady love that she didn't appreciate it as she'd ought to. He had paid attention to Rosie for most 3 years. I thought maybe he was such a manly chap he didn't want to hurry her, she was so young, but everybody s'posed they was as good as engaged when Jabez Wind come to Jonesville to live with his uncle, old Caleb Wind. He lost his wife, and Miss Wind, his brother's widder, come to keep house for him and brung Jabez with her. I hearn it was the bargain she was to have $2 a week and Jabez's board. That showed me what he was, a young man 25 years old hanging on to his mother's apron strings to support him, or Ruther hanging on to her hard-working fingers. She was a good housekeeper. Well, Jabez made such a splurge in the social pool of Jonesville society, he made such florid eloquent boasts of the wonderful things he was going to do in the near future. His clothes was so showy, and his looks so showy, shaller I called it, with beady shiny black eyes, red cheeks, mustache and whiskers naturally red like his hair, but dyed black, and he played the fiddle so sweet, the girls said. And he sung comic songs so beautiful, and he danced so light that he become a general favorite in Jonesville society, and the girls all seemed to seek after him. But from the first he singled out Rosie as the object of his special patronage and affection. She was well off, her pa left her a good property and money besides being so pretty and good herself. And girls are so queer, the best of 'em, from the very fact that his affection was so patronizing and downstooping to her, and kinder uncertain, for unlike Royal he would have spells of slighting her and waiting on other girls. Why maybe for this very reason she seemed to be carried some distance away with him, and believed all his grand ideas and looked forward to the realization of his stupendous schemes, high-sounding schemes, which had took him no further than the middle of the creek and his uncle's backyard. His uncle didn't believe in him no more than I did, but stood it with him on account of Karen, being a man that loved domestic comfort, and having lived in dirt, on pancakes and canned meats during different reigns of incompetence materialized in hired girl form, before Karen come. But Karen worshipped Jabez, his highest mounts of future eminence seemed too low for his footstool in her adorant eyes, somehow the very loftiness of his heirs to her, his own mother who supported him and bought his clothes, seemed to render him more precious in her eyes. Them men are queer as dogs. Well, Jabez knew I was unwilling to have him tackle the job of warming our house with his new water pipe invention, because I had spoke my mind about it when he and Karen had been over to spend the evening, and Karen come over the next morning ostensibly to borry a cup of molasses. She was looking wore out, she'd worked so hard the day before, doing a big washing and bringing the water from the creek, and I says, "Why didn't Jabez bring it for you?" "Oh, he was so busy with his inventions I couldn't bear to disturb him," says she, holding her hand to her ancient side. "My son is the greatest genius in the world and folks will admit it yet, he's a young man of 1,000. Says I should think more on him, Karen, if he should go to work and take care of you instead of you at your age working so hard to take care of him. She married when she was quite well along in years and was getting old now and hadn't ought to work so hard." But her pale face lit up. "Oh, he will take care of me luxuriously when he's completed some of his inventions." "But," says I pitying why, "you know they hain't worked yet any on 'em. You hung your washing yesterday on the remains of his perpetual motion, And his motor carriage being dug up from the creek, his uncle uses it as a hen coop. Oh, but they will be successful, they will. I hope so, but I feel it my duty to tell you that I feel dubersome about it, dreadful dubersome. But, says she, the new perpetually gushing hot water tank is going to make us independently rich. He's talking the plans now of Luman Heath's kitchen stove and rigging up the machinery. Luman is to pay him lavishly. You know Luman's wife is my own cousin. I see how it was. Karen's friends, to please her, was willing to offer up their sure comforts and solid foundations as a sacrifice on the altar of friendship, and the thought come over me, maybe I'd ought to. But it did seem as if I couldn't. Says Karen, if it is a success at Cousin Luman's, as it is dead sure to be, Jabez is going to take it to the St. Louis Exposition. He thinks the foreign powers will want to treat with him for it. But I told him I would ruther he would let our government have it. But tenrate he won't let the powers get the better of him in the contract and control it and enrich themselves at his expense. He will get his unparalleled ideas patented before he takes it to St. Louis. It wouldn't be safe not to. I suppose the papers will be full of it. Such talk didn't seem to move me a mite, but it impressed Josiah dreadfully, and he says, I shall have this new invention stand next to my hen coop at the Exposition of St. Josiah. I shuddered and turned the subject round quick as I could. Well, Karen labored with me over 2 hours, dwelling in particular on the perfect stillness of the heat-in apparatus, and agin as before that thought tempted me awfully, for I'd heard the cracklin' snappin' sounds that sometimes comes from steam heat, and dreaded to have it reproduced in my home, and seein' my looks Karen amplified on the day. How sweet it would be in December to set down in a rocking chair in the still warmth of a day in July and go through the winter in that luxurious lovely way. She talked till she had to go home almost on the run, for she said Jabez's mind worked so hard it exhausted his body completely, so she had to have the most nourishing food ready for him at the very minute, or he would break right down. But to the last she praised up Jabez's work. But I wouldn't say an encouraging word further than this. I feel dubersome about it, Karen, dreadful dubersome. That afternoon Rosie come over to stay all night, and she too tackled me on the subject. He had asked her to, always hanging on to some woman for help. But with her too I used the same tic-tacs I had with Karen. I said mildly after each modest plea for his great genius, and how well he would do the work. I feel dubersome about it, Rosie, dreadful dubersome. Then she, too, sweetly spoke of the summer warmth, and the entire absence of noise, and agin that thought tempted me, but I says, How do you know, Rosie, that it will be entirely noiseless? Oh, I know it will, Jabez says so. He is sure to succeed, and it will help him so to have your influence. He expects to publish a book of the greater eulogies from noted people on this new invention, and he intends to have your name head the list. When you say this perfectly noiseless machine heats your house too warm in the coldest weather, what a help it will be to him, and your name will be first. She repeated agin. He'd better have the president and cabinet come first, says I dryly, dry as a chip in dog days. No, he spoke about that, but thought he would have them come next to yours, and I approve of it, says she affectionately. And so did his ma. He will get out the book as soon as he comes home from the St. Louis Exposition with all the big eulogies he gets there on his inventions. I groaned to myself and got up quick and went into the buttery and took a drink of cold water. I felt so kinder sickish. Well, at modest intervals she would politely and gently tackle me about it, at the table and while she was washing dishes, but I held firm, though very considerate and tender to her. I modulated my accent low and gentle and looked mild at her over my specs, as I washed and she wiped, but my words was ever the same. I feel dubersome about it, Rosie, dreadful dubersome. At last Josiah's temper riz up and he vowed he wouldn't dally any longer, says he. I earned this money by the sweat of my brow and I'm going to use it as I'm a minter, and I'm a minter have these water pipes put in by Jabez Wind. He got the money by sellin' a colt. I do know as there was any great sweat about it. But he was bound to have it done, and he did. And for reasons named I dostn't cross him too fur, and put my foot right down on the plan. And the children says, better anything, mother, than his celebration. If he don't tear the house down over your head, let him go on. Let him. I guess I had to let him. Jabez come on with all his riggin'. He'd borrowed tools of the hardware man at Zor, another of Karen's cousins, and obtained the furnace and pipes on credit, I s'posed. I made all the preparations I could in case of disaster. Took up the carpets in that part of the house, took down the curtains and moved the furniture, used all the precautions I could to escape with life and limb if possible, and ensure the safety of my dear but misguided partner, and then I sat down in the parlor bedroom, the furthest I could get without going upstairs, and let the tide of events sweep by me or sweep me away, and I didn't know which it would be. I had to be downstairs anyway, for, though Fillory helped, I had to stand with my hand on the helm, so to speak, and see to everything. What made it worse, too, it come on the coldest snap we'd had all winter. Well, one of the main arguments by Jabez and Josiah was the speed with which this work was to be accomplished. The whole thing was to be done, and we settin' down fannin' ourselves inside of 3 days, but for over 4 weeks our house was a perfect pandemonium of noise and confusion. Iron pipes lay round in every direction, screws and vices, nuts and hammers, wrenches and irons of all shapes and descriptions strewed the house from top to bottom, and ashes, dirt and dust was rampant, and Jabez rennin' up and down stairs, to and fro, talkin' loud about what a success he was makin' of it, and how everything was workin' just as he wanted it to, and boasted in particular every time he come across me. Ashakin with the cold, how perfectly still and noiseless it was going to be, and how luxurious and almost enervatin' would be the warmth. And I says, rubbin' my cold hands and pullin' my heavy woolen shawl clost around me, it would be a little different than it is now if it was still, or if it was warm. And agin I shivered in the frigid air and says, you guaranteed we wouldn't be torn up here over 3 days, and it was 4 weeks yesterday. That is because I have took such extra precautions to have it perfectly noiseless. Never, says he impressively, from one year's end to the other will you ever hear a sound from that apparatus, not the least murmur or echo of a sound. Well, I hope not, says I, and I hope to gracious it will be finished some time, for I'm most freezin' and Josiah is talking cold, as I can see. No, I hain't nother, says Josiah, his voice soundin' real wheezy and husky out from under his heavy wool comforter. Says I, you be cold, Josiah Allen, your nose is blue this minute. Well, what if it is? I always liked that color anyway, I'd ruther have it blue that red as matter, says he glancin' at my most prominent feature. Says I, it is the bitter cold that has turned our noses, Josiah Allen, and when is it goin' to end? It is going to end tomorrow mornin', at 7 a.m. we start the fire, and then, says he proudly, I will set down in perfect summer heat, calm and happy, and you too. For I s'pose my uncomplainin' misery appealed to his latent manhood, and it had been latent in him for some time. But he was drive most beyond his strength, and the cold was almost Klondike-y. I could make allowance for him. Well, the next day passed, and the next, and finally, just 4 weeks and 4 days after he had guaranteed to have it finished, Jabez haughtily announced, and Josiah proudly proclaimed, a fire could be started. Karen wanted to be with us in the first trial of the heat, so she appeared on the scene, so triumphant and overjoyed it fairly made her worn, haggard face look considerable brighter. Rosie had come to spend the day and stay all night, invited by Karen to witness her son's triumph. But I, unbeknown to anybody, feelin' I needed a strong arm and cool brain to depend on, had beset Royal Nelson to come and stand by me that day and night. I didn't say Rosie was to be there for fear he wouldn't come, for I could see by his white cheeks and sad, yet cool-lookin' eyes, that he'd about gin her up. He said to once that he would come, and his sad eyes kinder laughed as he added, I will stand by you in your affliction. Well, Jabez, with his face gay and joyous and his tongue waggin', weighted down with big, boastful words, headed the procession down cellar. Josiah and Uri filled up the furnace and built the fire, Jabez seemin' why willin' they should do the work, he's so lazy. Rosie, Karen and I remained upstairs, Fillory and I tryin' to mop and sweep up some of the dirt, and before long I hearn a buggy drive up, and see it was Royal Nelson, and in a few minutes he come in lookin' solid and reliable as ever. Well, the upper tank had been filled, and at the welcome news the fire was beginning to burn bright we all went upstairs watchin' to see the grateful heat come up, and some of our hands was on the pipes every minute, when a low hollow rumbling was heard down in the cellar, growing louder and louder every minute till it got to be perfectly terrific, and Jabez run down there, his coat tails almost layin' level in his haste, and Josiah most fallin' over him, and Royal follerin' on more tranquil, lookin' but excited all through I could see. Uri stayed by us a spell, but as the deep hollow noise strengthened to a loud roar, accompanied by a strange rushin', gurglin' sound, comin' nearer and nearer, he seized Fillory by the arm and rushed her outdoors through the snow, not stoppin' till they got to the barn. Then he let go of her and stood in the barn door to reconnoiter. It was a awful and scareful scene. I couldn't blame Uri, but like Sarah of old, I felt that I must stay by my stuff, and Rosie and Karen hung to each other, and both hung on to me, all on us tremblin' like 3 popple leaves. Finally, just as the 3 men come hurryin' back into the room to rescue or die with us I s'pose, the boilin' water gin a louder, angrier roar, and riz up out of the tank 3 feet into the air and poured and steamed and deluged all over the floor. Well was it I took up the carpet. But Josiah Allen, to prove he feared no danger, had insisted on leavin' the dressin' gown he worshipped hangin' up in the clothes press where the tank was. Alas! Alas! As he brung it out drippin' and steamin' from the fiery bath, where was the once gay colors? Them tossels and red palm leaves on yeller ground that had so lately been the light of his eyes and desire of his heart? Who could tell which was palm leaves and which was yeller ground? And as for the red tossels, their glory had departed forever. Josiah groaned aloud as he bore it out, leavin' a watery wake of red and yeller all the way to the kitchen, where I follered him and told him, so strong is woman's love in the hour of trouble. Dear Josiah, I am sorry for you, but I told you just how it would be. He dashed it onto the floor and hollered out. You didn't tell me nothin' about it. You never said the word dressin' gown. And I'd like to know what you're sorry about. It is nothin', only a valve has bust or somethin'. Yes, says I sadly. I guess it is a somethin'. Here he kicked against the cellar door so hard one of the panels has been shaky to this day, and run down there, Jabez follerin' him, while I seized a dipper and a 12-quart pail and hurried up to the flooded district, which we commenced to bail out like a sinkin' boat, Royal, Karen and Rosie helpin' me, and Uri havin' his first fears squenched by the overflow of water, which he expected he said would blow off the whole roof and top story of the house. He and Fillory laid to and helped. Chapter 3. Well, Jabez said it was the sudden change from cold to hot water that had caused the overflow, so we put the biler on the kitchen stove and the cauldron kettle in the woodhouse, and het water bilin' hot and filled the empty tank, Josiah groanin' loud as he lugged it up and sayin' when he thought I didn't hear him, "Oh, gracious heavens! Is this 2 pails a year?" Then we all gathered in the front chamber agin watchin' events to come, Jabez boastin' louder than ever how like a charm it would work, and Karen offholdin' him. But Josiah looked anxious as I could see. When agin that loud angry roar begun in the cellar, and agin Uri catched Fillory round the waist, for she wanted to stand her ground, but he yanked her downstairs and halfway across the backyard. He loves her dearly and thinks it a man's place to protect his partner. He didn't go so fur this time, but had almost unbeknown to himself sought safety for his dear Fillory in flight. Agin Jabez and Josiah and Royal rushed down cellar. The dreadful roar ended in a higher, more steamin'er volume of water than before. Agin we laid to and bailed it out, our ranks being reinforced anon by the returnin' Uri and Fillory, and anon further by Josiah, Royal, and Jabez. Jabez didn't boast quite so loud now, and I was glad to see that Rosie kinder cuddled up closter to Royal as she wielded the dipper, as if she thought him a refuge in time of storm. Well, from that time, about 3 in the afternoon, till 10 p.m. the programme was stiddy over and over. Fillin' the tank, low snortin' and rushin' of the waters up and down, chasin' along the pipes in every room, hammerin', kickin', shootin', like enraged artillery, at last thundering like the most scareful clap of thunder, and then with a fearful roar the volume of water would mount up and pour into the spare room and drizzle down into the settin' room below, talking off the plasterin' in spite of our very best efforts to bail it out. Over and over agin was the wearisome and soul-tuckerin' job carried out, varied every time by Uri catchin' Fillory and fleein' with her, but the distance shortened every time, till at last he fled with her no further than the top of the kitchen stairs. Karen's horror-struck, mortified looks, Jabez's entire absence of boasting, which in itself was dogged queer, and Rosie's instinctive turning to Royal for protection, which was gladly granted. Over and over the scene was enacted, Jabez every time tinning some screw or valve or something and prophesying every time it would go right the next time, but said it with feathers drooping, so to speak, more humble-like and doubtful. My poor partner, as he lugged up 2 heavy pails of water at 9:30 p.m., I heard him say, "Oh, gracious, Peter! Is this 2 pails a year? This makes more'n 100 pails I've carried up tonight myself besides Yuri's and Jabez's yes." It wasn't so, he hadn't carried up more'n 30 or 40 12-quart pails. But yet I pitied him. Well, that also thundered and deluged and geysered out onto the floor accompanied by the drips and drizzles into the set-in room, Yuri's flight with Fillory, Karen's mourns, and Josiah's groans, for he had lost his pride and openly groaned and jawed at Jabez and says to him, "You dumb fool you! You don't know beans from a broomstick! I wouldn't trust you to make splinters to do up a dog's leg!" And Jabez jawed back again, and Josiah says, "I'll make you pay heavy damages for this job, and I've as good a mind as I ever had to eat, to give you a good flogging with a rawhide." And as he grew madder and madder he went on, "This is your perfectly noiseless apparatus, is it?" says he, pinting down towards the thunder and roar. "This is your summer heat, hain't it?" pinting to the shivering crowd. "This is your freedom from labor, 2 pails a year job. 100 pails of water have I lugged upstairs tonight if I have a pint. Now," says he, making towards him, "do you start out of this house before I fall on you and rend you." Karen screamed and rushed between them and fell onto Jabez and dragged him off with her, he seeming glad to go. Well, we let the fire go down as low as we could without going out, and went to bed shivering and half froze, but with soap stuns and hot water bags we made out to get through the night. In the morning a sorry scene greeted us: coldness, discomfort, broken plastering and dirt, and no prospect to all appearance of having any better times. The only gleam of light I could see in the whole prospect was that Josiah in his excitement and wretchedness had seemed to why forgot that he'd ever mentioned the exposition of St. Josiah. Well, right after breakfast Karen come over looking as if she hadn't slept a wink, and says she, "Jabez lay awake all night studying on it, and he knows now where he made the mistake. He pined one small lead pipe up where it ought to been pined down. He can make it all right in an hour." Well, Josiah, so sure it is that the hottest love soonest cools, vowed that Jabez should never step his foot into the house again. And I was glad enough to see that Rosie agreed with him. But I was naturally made more megam, and thought, any port in a storm, and an hour won't be much anyway. If we've stood all this dirt and confusion for 5 weeks we could stand it an hour longer. "Well," says Josiah, "I shall go into the woods for a jag of maple. I won't see him, I dost sent, for I should fall on him and destroy him if I did." So he went after a load of maple wood, and Jabez come and tinkered and hammered and pounded, and then saying with some of his pride returned into his port. "It will go now like clockwork." He filled the tank and lit the fire again with Yuri's help. But I was glad enough that Josiah was absent, for this time the noise was so scareful that when Yuri catched Fillory round the waist and absconded with her, he didn't stop till they had ploughed through the snow clear past the old hen house. I, too, catched Rosie by the arm and run and stumbled along most to the barn before I remembered myself and regained my faculties, so to speak. It was so terrible this time, the loud, angry, roaring, hissing noise. Karen nobly stood by Jabez, who I must say stood by his job in that respect, but I guess they went out into the hall. I thought I catched a glimpse of them, as I haven't regained my faculty, run in. We got in just after the deluge poured out again, higher, louder and more steaminer than ever, and when what few scraps of plaster remained on the set-in room had fell victims to the violent flood. Well, we let the fire go down again and cowered over the kitchen stove that day, and again went shivering to bed. That night the weather moderated, and with a low fire in the furnace, and the heat from the kitchen stove, we kept middling warm. We cleaned up the plaster, mopped the floor, and was comparatively comfortable for 3 days. The 4th night the fire in the furnace riz up unbeknown to us in the night, and the first we knew we was waked up by what we thought a loud clap of thunder overhead, accompanied by a loud roar, and shaking of the walls, and Josiah started up in bed and says, "Is the house struck, Samantha? Who ever heard of thunder at this time of year? Or is it a earthquake?" But I get in holt of my conscientiousness quicker than he did, says, "Josiah Allen, it is that heatin' apparatus." And to confirm my words we hearn the angry loud roar and the water splurgin' out over our heads and drizzlin' down through the laths in the next room. Even as I spoke Rosie come downstairs in her pretty pink wrapper, and says she half asleep, but wholly afraid. "Oh, Aunt Samantha, I do wish Royal was here. What a fearful time," says she. And if you'll believe it, so unselfish is a woman's heart, even in the midst of her deepest tribulations, and so kinder sentimental, her words sent a faint ray of joy over my heart, some like the pale light of a star shining out over a wild western tornado. But before I could reply Yuri come runnin' downstairs holdin' Fillory, faithful critter that he was, and Josiah yelled at him, "Do you go over to Kellop Winds and bring that cussed fool over here, and if he don't take out that invention of his under 10 minutes I will have the law on him, and whip him within an inch of his life." It was 3:30 and we all got up, and I got breakfast by lamplight. Yuri come back and said Jabez had been studyin' for the whole of the last 3 days and said he was absolutely sure now he knew what ailed it. It was the little piece of pipe that led to the tank. It was set in the wrong place. It would take about 20 minutes to fix it so it would be entirely right. Josiah hollered out, "Be we going to be used by that dumb fool to try his experiments on? Let him take it out or I will take it out and throw it at him." But Karen had writ a note to me, pleadin' with me as a sister in the meetin' house, to let Jabez have this sole chance, and I showed this note to Josiah and says, "For Karen's sake mebbe we'd better let him try it." "For Karen's sake!" he yelled out. "Why should we pompey her? It is all her fault. What did she let him live for when he was a babe? She is to the bottom of it. If it hadn't been for her lettin' him live we shouldn't be in this state, up at midnight, hungry as bears, cold as frogs, and our house a wreck." But how true it is the noisiest grief is soonest squenched. At last he gin in and Jabez attacked it agin, and tinkered and puttered at it all day. I watchin' Josiah clost for fear he would surround Jabez and fall on him and demolish him in his anger. But all the difference his work made it seemed as if the noise was a little louder and the flood more tumultuous and rushin' if it could be tumultuouser and rushiner. And by my advice Jabez fled out of the cellar door and streaked it for home cross lots, for I feared that my beloved partner might be led by his righteous wrath, even into salt and buttery. Just as Jabez streaked it home, I watchin' him from the buttery window and also keepin' my partner at bay in the milk room, I see a buggy drive into the yard, and was I not glad to see the manly form and calm quiet face of Royal Nelson. After he drove his handsome span of grays into the horse barn he come in, and I see his linement looked considerable brighter and happier, brightenin' still more as he met Rosie's sweet smiles and cordial words. She was sick of Jabez, sick as Lobley could make her. And her old love and leanin' on Royal Nelson had come back in full force. Her fancy for Jabez had been light and transitory as his surname. And as I see their happy means as they met, I felt that even the wreck and ruin about us was maybe not too dear a price to pay for their future happiness. The first thing Royal and Yuri did, Josiah helpin' 'em, was to take out the furnace and pipes, the whole caboodle on 'em, and then went over to Jonesville and bought a new furnace and got a good responsible man to put it in that very day. They telephoned to that hardware man to Zor to come and take away the remains of that invention, and how he settled with Jabez I never knew, for Karen hushed it up. But I know there is a coldness between 'em and they don't speak. Well, the places all bein' made in the walls, and this man bein' a good workman, who had learned his trade, that night about 8 p.m. the whole job was done, and stillness and genial warmth made the place seem almost like heaven compared to what it had been. The next day a man come and plastered overhead, Yuri and Fillory helped clean the floors and put down the carpets, and in 3 days' time everything was happy and calm and quiet, and Josiah was beginning to recover from the effects of too violent wrath upon his nerve. Our noses had regained their natural color, and on the 3rd day Rosie with a last warm kiss and sweet smile on me and vice versa went home, Royal carry in her in his new covered buggy, drawed by them 2 handsome grey horses. They was engaged, and their plans all made. They was to be married in the summer and go to the St. Louis Exposition on their weddin' tower. And I thought, as I see 'em drive off, happy as a king and queen in the bright moonlight, how true it is our brightest joys often come through darkest tribulations. Rosie's and Royal's happiness was enough in itself to pay me abundantly for my tribulations. And then my set-in room new plastered, and Josiah would never consented to tear it off, and it was lumpy and streaked and broken, and here it was new plastered over smooth as glass. Oh! Thinks as I how thankful I ort to be, and how I ort to forget the troubles of the night and the joys of the mornin'. And cronin' blessin' of all Josiah had seemin' I forgot all about the exposition of Josiah Allen. He hadn't mentioned it for days, and the children and I was full of hope it was broke up. But, alas! In this world how little you can tell what is broke and what hain't. And the news Josiah brung home, what comfort there was in the thought. I liked Karen and felt to rejoice with her. It seemed that Lumen Heath, not having heard of our afflictions, had let Jabez go on with his work the very next day after he finished here. And the perpetually gushing hot water tank was the death blow to Jabez Wynn's inventive ambition, and alas! Proved almost the death blow to Lumen Heath's beloved ones, the whole family circle on M. He attached it to the kitchen stove, which was a perfect steamer to burn and heat up, and fixed it so that instead of the hot water going across the room to the kitchen sink as he meant to have it, it just squirted right up into the air bilin' hot, so they had a perfect fiery geyser there in their kitchen. Jabez run for his life, it had hit him in the face. They was Methodist folks with lots of children well brung up, and they never thought of havin' such doin's in their house. But the bilin' crater pourin' down hot water come so sudden and unexpected onto M that 3 of the little children was scalded most to death, as they sot on the floor readin' Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress. And Lumen bald-headed too. The fiery flood descended onto him, while he was tryin' to bear his wife, who fell into hysterics, into the set-in room. He was hit on top by the bilin' torrent, and blistered right on his bare head as big as your hand. He laid his wife down half faintin', told the screamin' children to look out for her and keep out of the kitchen, hollered for the hired man to go after a doctor, and fell back into a kind of spasm. He bein' a good man who wouldn't swear, or rare round kep in his feelin's more. The children got over it before he did. Bad as they was scalded, they screamed and yelled and let off considerable steam that way. But he was bed sick for weeks, holdin' on to his wrath and bein' too good to jaw and kick Jabez. The doctor said made it worse than if he had kicked some. But to resume backwards. The hired girl was the coolest of any of 'em. She went into the kitchen with a waterproof and umbrella, and tried to turn the nozzle of the perpetual gushing hot water tank outdoors, and having to use both hands, and being smart and quick-witted, she put the coal scuttle on bottom side up, and though blinded by it, and some scalded, she made out to turn the fury of it out through the kitchen winder, where it steamed and squirted and poured out bilin' water onto the flower beds and across them, into the road, scaldin' passers-by, and bein' a perfect horror and mystery to 'em. It was big and powerful, there hain't no doubt of that. Well, owing to the hired girl's courage, by the time the doctor got there the tank was emptied, and the torrent had subsided into a drizzle. Lumen Heath didn't prosecute Jabez, bein' such a good man, and how I honor him for it, how I honor him for not actin' and swearin'. The doctor may say what he wants to, he was noble to bear it as he did. I have seen kickin' and actin' in times of trial, and how I honor a man who can refrain, and he got well as quick, I believe, as though he had acted. But as I was sayin', the greatest relief that come to the community from our trials was as follers. Take it with his doin's at our house and Lumen Heath's, Jabez Wynn had evidently had enough of inventions. He hired out for a year the very next day after the episode, to work for $20 a month on a farm, house rent, wood, and cow furnished. Caleb Wind is going to live with a daughter, and Karen is blissful at thought of keepin' house for Jabez. Good creeter. I hope she will have a little rest now. I said I meant to go and see her just as soon as she was settled. Well, for 2 days my feelin's of joy and thankfulness was unclouded. But alas, poor mortals! That plant the flowers of their happiness on earthly soil, they must see wither before their face and eyes anon or oftener like Jonah's gourd. The third day, whilst I was settin happy and calm in my frame in my warm peaceful settin room, often liftin my eyes contentedly to the satin smooth ceilin'. What was my emotions of grief and horror to see Josiah rise up, haul out his tin trunk where he'd carefully stored away the plans of the St. Josiah Exposition, and go to studyin' again with renewed vigor, sayin', "I hope to gracious I can have my mind clear now to go on and plan my exposition. This dumb work has set me back tobly." I let my work fall into my lap and gin vent to some sighs, so deep they was almost groans, whilst the bitter waters of disappointment trickled over my hopes and drowned 'em out. Had I got to go through another siege of argument and persuasion and extra victuals? Could my too hard-worked oratory hold out, and also my provisions? I see the children next day and told them how it was, that their pa seemed more sot on his plan than ever, and talked more excited and earnest about it than I had ever seen him. For it did seem as if his deep ambitions, dammed up for a time by furnaces and jabazees, had broke loose into a wider, deeper current than ever. He talked incessantly about it day and night, laid on his plans, and reached out onto new ones. The children says to me again, "Mother, it must be stopped at all hazards." And again I WP and says to em, "How can it be stopped?" Tirzah and looked completely squelched and could do nothing, only weakly ask, "If I s'posed I could get him to play on a accordion, she kinder thought that sometime she'd hearn of some man, somewhere havin' his mind soothed by one." "Accordion?" says I. "You couldn't get his mind often that plan if you gin him one of the golden harps we read about." Tirzah and subsided, only sayin', "We would all be the town's talk, and it would probable kill her with mortification." Thomas J. sat still with his brow knit in deep thought, and says, "I will try one thing more." I never knew exactly how Thomas J. worked it, or what he paid em, but I know that a day or two after, the prices them livin' statutes asked Josiah for bein' whitewashed was somethin' perfectly exorbitant, and so with the powers and the peaceful inventors. He never could stood it with his closeness. Thomas J. didn't appear outwardly, but was the power behind the thrones, so I suppose. When Josiah was taxed with these fearful expenses, they writ it in letters to him, his plan tottled ready to fall. And of course I stood ready and followed it up with eloquent arguments, tenderness, and the very best of victuals. Neither on em could carry the day alone, but all together conquered. He gin in. The plan tottered over and fell onto him, and my partner, to continue the metaphor, lay under the ruins as scooshed and mute as if he was never goin' to get up again. But when his wild emotions of ambition and vanity and display was all broke up, a settled melancholy hovered down onto him, and draped him like a black mantle. He seemed all unstrung, and all my efforts to string him up again seemed vain. I strove to hide my apprehensions under a holler veil of calmness and even hilarity. I give him catnip with a smile on my lip but deep foreboding in my mind, and the same with Thoroughtwort. But catnip didn't nip his ambition, and Thoroughtwort was thorough enough to restore his cheerfulness. I encouraged him to go to the lake fishin' with Deacon Hensey, though I'd suffered more than I had ever told from similar occasions. Deacon Hensey loves hard cider and keeps a keg on tap during the summer. He says it is for his liver, but liver or no liver, it hain't right. I hain't going to make no insinuations about their doin's, though Sister Hensey has approached me on the subject time and agin. She hain't so close-mouthed as I am. But I will merely say that when they got back their two breaths didn't smell as two deacons' breaths ought to smell. But I didn't say nothin' about it outside and shan't. I used tack. I spoke on to Josiah at the time. Yes, indeed, I hearn the call of duty and obeyed. But as I was sayin', though it trampled on all my feelin's and forebodin's, I urged them to go agin, and they went. And I shan't tell how their breaths smelt when they got back, it hain't best, only simply sayin' that Josiah took an empty pint fruitkin with him that mornin' when he went over to the deacon's to start, and I never inquired what he took it for, so for will a female let even her principles be outraged when the life of her beloved companion is at the stake? I tried to think he was going to take milk in it. But the small string of tiny fish was all he catched out of the deep waters. He didn't catch any cheerfulness or happiness for himself or me, only disappointment and chagrin, for I felt if I didn't use all my tact maybe the meetin' house would try to set down on him. 2 deacons! The very day on't. But I kept mum and dressed the fish myself and fried 'em in butter, only hopin' I wouldn't lose 'em in the fryin' pan. But Josiah didn't seem to relish 'em no better than he would side pork, and agin I felt baffled, and rememberin' the fruit can, a element of guilt also mingled with the baffle. Biled vills with a bag puttin' which he loved almost to idolatry I put before him in vain. I petted him, I called him, "Dear Josiah," repeatedly. I fairly pompied him, but no change could I see. I felt table. He still kept a runnin' down, and I didn't know when he would stop runnin', and I shuddered to think where he might run to. At last, in spite of Josiah's unwillingness, I sent for Dr. Bombus. He come and took his wrist in his'n, and Josiah says, "Kinder mad actin'. What do you want to feel of my pulp for? My pulp beats all right." He looked at his tongue, Josiah sticking it out as if he was making a face at him. He inquired about symptoms, all of which Josiah answered snappishly. The examination over, the doctor walked the floor back and forth with one hand under his coat tail and the other in his breast in deep thought, and then said, "Illustration. My diagnosis denotes no diametrical and insurmountable difficulties, but I would recommend a temporary transition, or in other words, a change of climate." "Change of climate," muttered Josiah. "I guess anybody that lives in this state gets changes enough, from torrid to zero in 24 hours lots of times. I'd like to know where you wintered." "Nevertheless and notwithstanding," says Dr. Bombus, blandly ignoring Josiah's muttering impatience, "I can but recapitulate my former prescription, a temporary translation from surrounding environment." And he gathered up his saddle bags and went out, begoning me out into the hall as he did so. And then he advised me to take him to the St. Louis Exposition. But I says, "I dost sent, I'm afraid it would open his wounds afresh." He knowed all the circumstances that had caused his sickness. But he was a homeopath and believed in talking the same kind of medicine backward and forward, as it were, sun-thin, as the poem runs. "Tobacco hic when you're well will make you sick, tobacco hic will make you well when you're sick." I told him I thought it was a hazardous undertaking, and I hardly dast, but he informed me in words more 'n 2 inches long that he could do nothing more for him, and if I didn't foller his advice it would be at my own peril. Chapter 4. I felt table. What was I to do right? How was I to handle this enormous prescription, St. Louis Exposition, and give it in proper doses to the beloved patient? I knowed the size of the mind I had to deal with. I knowed the size of the medicine I was told to deal out to that mind. Could it stand the strain? Could that small citadel stand a assault of such magnitude without crumblin' right down? Dast I venture? And then again dast I disobey the imperative advice of Dr. Bombus? So I was tossed to and fro like the waves of the sea. But one thing I was determined on, I wouldn't start alone with him in the state he was in, for if he should lose his mind in that immense place, how could I find it with no one to help me? It would be worse than looking for a cambric needle in a haymow. I knew how the shafts of calumny and envy might be aimed at me by his relations, so I would take along one on his side to share my responsibility. So if he did lose his mind and couldn't find it again, they couldn't find fault with me and say I hadn't done my best. So I proposed that his niece, Blandina Teeter, should go with us. She is well off and a willin' creeter. Illustration. Josiah didn't seem to care either way, but languidly remarked that if he did go he wanted a sky-blue necktie. That was the first sign of interest he had took in anything, and I hailed it as a good omen, but got the tie as dark a blue as I dast. Blandina Teeter, formerly Allen, is a widder with a tall spindlin' figure, pale complected, with big light blue eyes that ruther stand out of her head, and a tall peaked forehead with light hair combed down smooth on both sides with scallops made in it by hand. She is good-natured to a fault. You know you can kill yourself on milk porridge, and though folks don't philosophize on it, you can be too good to be comfortable. She is a natural lover of mankind, nothin' light in it, just a deep meetin'-house love. She was born that way unbeknown to her, I s'pose, and so I know as I ought to blame her for her soft ways. I hadn't seen her for some years and had kinder forgot how soft and scushy she was in her nater, and I declare for it when I got her and Josiah both together, had marshaled my forces, as you may say, before my mind's review. I didn't know how I was going to get M to St. Louis and back in Hull. It did seem to me that if I got through all right with Josiah, she was that soft and meller she would spile on my hands anyway. But she was the only one on his side available in the position of second chaperone to Josiah, and so I took my chances. She had been a widder some years. Teeter had used her shameful, spent her property, and throwed her round considerable, but still she kept up her perennial love and passionate adoration of man. And thinks as I it will work well anyway with her Uncle Josiah, for loving all mankind as she did from infancy to age, I knowed that being the only male in the party she would keep her eye on him. Blandina was more than willin' when I explained matters to her. She said she felt that men was such precious creeturs that too much care could not be took of 'em, and that it would give her the greatest pleasure to surround her Uncle Josiah with all the care that a most devoted affection could dictate. She's an awful clever critter, it hain't good natur that she lacks. But there is somethin' wantin' in her, I believe it is common sense. But we sought out, I with considerable misgivin' at heart, but calm and cool on the outside, clad as I was in dignity, and a grey bray-eyes delaine dress and a bonnet of the same color. I also wore my costly cameo pin fastened in my linen collar. Some grey lisle thread gloves and a rich paisley shawl completed my tout d'assemblée. Blandina had on a soft yellowish dress, I guess it was lawn, it looked most as soft as she did, and a hat that kinder drooped round her face trimmed with crushed strawberry roses. She also wore some open-work mitts, and a lace long shawl that had been her ma's. Josiah had on his pepper and salt costume, and in my partial eyes he was beautiful, but, oh, so sad, so depressed. Would the gloom ever be lifted from his beloved lineament? So my heart questioned itself as we helped ourselves out of the Democrat, Uri tendin to the trunks. It was a Monday morning, for I felt that I wanted to tackle this job just as I would a 3 weeks' washin', the first day of the week. Uri shook our hands firmly but sadly, promisin' to the last to see to things and not let the cows into the garden, and keep the buttery door shet up nights, for though the cat is not a habitual snooper, yet she will sometimes snoop. The car was crowded, mebbe folks had hearn of our goin' and wanted to ride a spell with us. Tenerate Josiah and I had to be separated at the outset of our journey. He set in with a man across the aisle. Blandina got a seat with an aged gentleman, while I sat down with a pale-complected woman in deep mournin'. Or at least what mournin' she had was deep. She wore a thick crape veil and black cotton gloves. But her dress was chocolate delaine. The mournin' was buried, she told me most as soon as I sat down. She was on the way to the funeral of her father. He had lived with her, but died while he was on a visit to her sister. She was feelin' dreadful and said she didn't know what she would do without him. She took on real bad, and I says, "Yes, losin' a pa is an awful loss." "Yes," says she, "Pa was a dreadful good man. I don't see what we're going to do without him. We shall miss him so makin' line fences. He knew all about where they ought to stand." I was kinder took back. But then come to think it over, I see it was better to be missed in line fences than not at all. She got out at the next station, and my own partner took the vacant seat by my side, and on we was whirled from the peaceful shores of Jonesville to the pleasures and dangers of the great city. As I said, I wanted to get to St. Louis the first of the week, but Josiah took it into his head that he wanted to visit his nephew, Orange Allen, who lives in the Ohio, and under the circumstances it was not for me to cross him in anything that was more or less reasonable. So we stopped there and had a good visit. He keeps a dairy farm and owns 40 cows besides a wife and 3 young children. He is doing well. His pa, having a horticultural and floral turn of mind, named his 2 boys Lemon and Orange. His girls are Lily, Rose, and Violet. Lily is dark-complected and so fat that she looks like a pillar with a string tied in the middle, and Rose and Violet are as humbly as they make but respectable. Folks ought to be more cautious in naming children, but they're all married quite well, and we had a good visit with them, stayin' most of the time at Orange's. And I see with joy that the shadow on my partner's face lifted quite a little during our stay there. But of course this belated us, and we didn't get to St. Louis till Saturday late in the afternoon. St. Louis is a big, sizable place. Mr. Laclede cut the tree for the first log house in the forest where St. Louis now stands in 1764. America had several cities all started at that time, but St. Louis just put in and growed, and now it is the fourth city in the United States. It's an awful worker. Why, it produces more in its factories than is produced by the whole of 37 states. Just think on't. And it has 32 million folks to buy the things it produces. 27 railways run into it. The city rules itself and leads the world in many manufactures. They say it is the richest community in the world, and I couldn't dispute it, for they seemed just rollin' in riches all the while I was there. Wasn't put to it for a thing so fur as I could see. It is noted for its charities. It has the biggest Sunday school in the world, 2,344 children in one school. Just think on't. Its Union Railroad station is the finest in the universe, so they say, and just the buildin' covers 20 acres. And it has the greatest bridge over the greatest river in the world. But everything has its drawbacks. The water there hain't like Jonesville water. I don't say it to twit 'em, but it is a solemn truth. The water is Riley, they can't dispute it. I'd love to hand 'em out a pailful now and then from our well, and would if I had the chance. How they would enjoy it. Blandina and I wanted to go to once to Miss Huff's, a woman we used to know in Jonesville who keeps a small boardin' house. But Josiah, who had seen pictures on't, wanted to go to the Inside Inn. He said they'd advertise cheap rooms, it would have a stylish sound to tell on't in Jonesville, and it would be so handy and economical for we wouldn't have to pay entrance fees. So to please him, which was the main effort of us two chaperones, we went there. We was tired to death that night anyway, and wanted a quiet haven and wanted it to once, for truly when Josiah pined out the elegant buildin's that we passed I looked coldly on 'em, and said that there wasn't one that looked so good to me as a goose feather pillar would. And I had made up my mind that I wouldn't take a note, or act as observer at all till Monday mornin'. So I faced the crowd in the fairground as not seein' 'em as it were, carryin' out my fermy day to begin the job as observer and delineator the first day of the week. The Inside Inn we found was a buildin' as big as the hull of our neighborhood, and I d'know but part of Loontown and Zor. It was immense. And everywhere you'd look you would see this sign pasted up: "Pay in advance! Pay in advance!" Josiah acted real puggicky about it. He said he believed they had hearn we was comin', and got them signs printed for fear we would cheat 'em out of their pay or wasn't able to pay. And he says, "I'll let 'em know I am a solid man and have got money." And he took out his little leather bag where he keeps the most of his money, and showed 'em in a careless way, as much as $15 in cash. I told him it was venturesome to show off so much money, but he said he wasn't going to have 'em insinuatin' in this mean underhanded way that we couldn't pay our bills. Blandina would pay her own bills, but then she's got plenty, and Josiah said, "Let her pay for herself if she wants to." And I said, "Well, I s'pose it will make her feel better to pay her way." "Yes," he says, "and it makes me feel better too." A young chap took our satchel bags and went to show us our room, and we went through one long hall after another, and walked and walked and walked, till I thought we should drop down. And finally Josiah stopped in his tracks and faced the feller, and says he, "Look here, young man, what do you take us for? We hain't runnin' for mail carriers, and we hain't niggers trainin' for a cake walk. We'd love to get a room and set down some time today." "Yes, sir," says the man. "We are most to your rooms." And he turned and begun to go downstairs, and we follered him down 2 flights and started for a 3rd one, and then Josiah faced him agin. "What in tunket ails you, anyway? Because we come from the country we don't propose to be put down cellar amongst your cabbages and turnips. I want you to take us to some good rooms. I've paid in advance, dumn you! And I'm going to stand for my rights." "Yes, sir," says the man. "They're good rooms." And I knowin' we was 3 to 1, and if he was leadin' us off into a trap to get Josiah's money we could overpower him, I wunked for Josiah to keep still. But he wouldn't, but kept on mutterin' whilst the man led us down 2 more flights, and into some quite good rooms, only if you'll believe it there was a tree growin' right up through our room as big as Josiah's waist. And that made Josiah as mad as a hen agin, and he told the man, "We've been imposed upon ever since we entered this house. You knew we lived on the outskirts of Jonesville, and you've took liberties with us that you wouldn't if we had come from the heart of the village. But I'll let you know we're knowed and respected, and Jonesville will resent it to think you've put us in with trees, tryin' to make out we're green, I s'pose." But the man was up 2 flights of stairs by this time, and I quelled Josiah down by saying we would try to make the best on't. "The hotel is built on a side hill, that's why we had to come downstairs. There are 4 stories more in the back than in front, and they wouldn't let 'em cut down all the trees, so they had to build right round 'em. But I ruther enjoyed it, and hung my mantle up on it. There was some nails that somebody had left in it, and the tabs hung down noble. And as I told Josiah, trees are kinder sociable things anyway." "Sociable?" he groaned. "We don't need trees in order to be sociable." And sure enough, on both sides on us was going on private conversations that we could hear every word on. It was a very friendly place. Well, I had up my little alcohol lamp and made a cup of tea, and we had lots left in our lunch basket. So I called Blandina. Her room was only just a little ways from our'n, and we had a good lunch and felt recooperated. We slept as well as we could considerin' the size and hardness of the mattress and pillows, and the confidences that was being poured into us unbeknown from both sides. The house is built dreadful shammy. Why, I hearn that a man weighin' most 300 took a room there, and comin' in one evenin' dreadful tired from the day's tramp on the fairground leaned up heavy against the wall to pull off his boots, and broke right through into the next room. And that room was occupied by a young married couple. You know it was dreadful fashionable to marry and go to St. Louis on your tower. So they'd follered fashion and the star of love and was havin' a first-rate time. They had been there several days, and this evenin', he thinkin' his eyes of her, and feelin' very sentimental as was nat'ral, was readin' poetry to her. She sat in the picture of happiness and contentment with her feet on a footstool, her pretty hands clasped in her lap, and her eyes lookin' up at her now into his'n as he read. "Oh, beauteous love, sweet realm of joy, no wild alarm shall e'er thy sweet calm break. When crash! Bang! Down come the partition with the half-dressed man on top, brandishin' aloft a boot and screamin' like a painter, as was only natural. He broke right into love's sweet realm and scared 'em into fits. She fell to once into hysterics, and he, when he recovered conscientiousness, threatened to lick the man, and everybody in St. Louis, and made the air blue with conversation that the realm of love never ought to turn on, and wouldn't probable for years and years if it hadn't been for this contrary temps. I hearn this, but don't say it is so. You can hear most anything, and it held us in all right. The next day, being Sunday, Josiah thought it would be our duty to stay on the fairground and see the pike, etc., but I says, "Josiah, we will begin this hefty job right, we will go to meetin' dot." So we went out into the city and hunted up a meetin' house and hearn a good sermon, and went into class meetin' and gin testimonies both on us. And Blandina, being asked to buy a man, went forward for prayers and sot for a spell on the sinner's bench. She's been a member for years, but she's such a clever creetur she wants to oblige everybody. Well, having done our 3 duties, we went back peaceful and pious in frame, and went to walkin' of course to our own temporary home. But what do you think? That misubble, cheatin' man at the gate asked us to pay to get in. We hearn afterward that this was a dishonest man, and was sent off. "Pay," says Josiah. "Pay to come home from meetin'? Did you want us to hang round the meetin' house all day and sleep on the steps? Or what did you want?" The man kept that stunny look onto him and says, 50 cents each. Josiah fairly trembled with rage as he handed out the money, and says he in a threatenin' way, "You hain't hearn the last of this, young man. Squire Baker of Jonesville will get onto your tracks, and you'd better have a tiger after you than have him when he's rousted up. Pay for comin' home from meetin', it is a disgrace to the nation. Call this a land of liberty when you have to pay for comin' home from meetin'?" And says he, as he took his change back, "Do you know what you're doin'? You're drivin' Samantha and me away from this place, and Blandina." And says he, with an air of shootin' his sharpest arrow, "We shall go to Miss Huff's tomorry." And so we did. Blandina and I wanted to go there in the first place, so we felt well about it. We had fulfilled our duties as chaperones to the fullest extent, and had also got our own 2 ways in the end, which is always comfortin' to a woman. We found Miss Huff settled in a pleasant street in a good comfortable home, not so very far away from the fairground. She's a widder with one son, young and good-lookin', just home from school, and a aged parent, toothless and no more hair on his head than on the cover of my glass butter dish. And I'll be hanged if I knowed which one on 'em Blandina paid the most devoted attention to whilst we was there, but nothin' light and triflin'. She is likely, her morals mebbe bein' able to stand more bein' so sort o' withy and soft than if they was more hard and brittle, they could bend round considerable without breakin'. And Miss Huff had also a little grandniece, Dorothy Evans, whose mother had passed away, and Miss Huff being next of kin had took into her family to take care of. Dreadful clever I thought it was of Miss Huff. Dorothy's mother, I guess, didn't have much faculty and spent everything as she went along. She had an annuity that died with her, but she had been well enough off so she could hire a nurse for the child, an elderly colored woman, Aunt Tryphena by name, who out of love for the little one had offered to come to Miss Huff's just to be near the little girl. And Dotty, as they well called her, for everyone doted on her, was as sweet a little fairy as I ever see. Her pretty golden head carried sunshine wherever it went. And her big blue eyes, full of mischief sometimes, was also full of the solemn sweetness of them, who do always behold the face of the Father. I took to her from the very first, and so did Josiah and Blandina. The whole family loved and petted her from Miss Huff and her old father down to Billy, who alternately petted and teased her. To Aunt Tryphena she was an object of perfect adoration. And Aunt Tryphena was a character unique and standin' alone. When she was made the mold was throwed away and never used afterwards. She followed Dorothy round like her shadow and helped make the beds and keep the rooms tidy, a sort of chambermaid, or Ruther chamberwoman, for she was 60 if she was a day. Besides Aunt Tryphena, Miss Huff had 2 more girls to cook and clean. She had good help and sot a good table, and Aunt Feeny, as they called her, was a source of constant amusement and interest. But of her more anon. We got to Miss Huff's in the afternoon, and rested the rest of that day and had a good night's sleep. In the morning Josiah, who went out at my request before breakfast to buy a little peppermint essence, come in burnin' with indignation. His morals are like iron, most of the time. He said a man had been advisin' him to take the immoral railway as the best way of seein' the fairgrounds as a hull before we branched out to see things more minutely one by one. Immoral railway! He snorted out agin. I hope you didn't fall in with any suchy day, Josiah Allen. And I said as I thought how many took that kind of railway and was whirled into ruin on't. Fall in with it! I guess the man that spoke to me about it thought I didn't fall in with it. I gin that feller a piece of my mind. I hope you didn't give him too big a piece, says I anxiously. You know you hain't got a bit to spare, 'specially at this time. Oh, how I watched over that man day by day. I wanted the peppermint more for him than for me. I laid out if he seemed likely to break down to give him a peppermint sling. Not that I am one of them who, when fur away from home, dash out into forbidden paths and dissipation, but I didn't consider peppermint sling wrong anyway. There hain't much stimulant to it. Well, we started out for the fair in pretty good season in the mornin'. Billy Huff offered to go and put us on the right car, so he walked ahead with Blandina, Josiah and I follerin' clost in their rears. Blandina looked up at him and follered his remarks as clost and stiddy as a sunflower follers the sun. She had told me that mornin' whilst I was gettin' ready to start that he was the loveliest young man she had ever met, and a woman would be happy indeed who won him for her consort. And I said, as I pinned my collar on more firmly with my cameo pin, that I presumed that he would make a good man and partner when he growed up. And she said, difference in age don't count anything when there's true love, says she. Look at Aaron Burr and Lord Beaconsfield. And she brung up a number more for me to look at mentally, whilst I was drappin' my mantily round my frame in graceful folds. But I told her I didn't seem to want to spend my time on them old ghosts that mornin', havin' such a big job on my hands to tackle that day as first chaperone to Josiah, and I got her mind off for the time bein'. By the time I had fastened on my mantily so the tabs hung as I wanted 'em to hang. Chapter 5. Josiah was for going into the show by the entrance nighest to Miss Huff's, but I said, no, that may do for other times, but when I first enter this fair ground as observer. For in our visit to the inside and we was only weary wayfarers, too tired to observe, and the Sabbath we felt was no time to jot down impressions. No, this day I felt was in reality our debut, and I says impressively, I will not go sneaking in by any side door or winder, I'm going to enter by the main gateway. Josiah kinder hummed. Broad is the road that leads to death, and thousands walk together there. But when he found we could go in there at the same price, he didn't parley further, and Billy took us to the car that would leave us where I wanted to be. The main entrance is in itself a noble sight worth going miles and miles to see, a long handsome building curving round gracefully, some in shape like a mammoth, you only bend in round more at the ends, and endin' with handsome buildings, and tall pillars decorate the whole length, and flags wave out nobly all along on top. Maybe it was meant for AU and meant Union, a name good enough for entrance into anything or anywhere. And if it was, I approved on't, and would encouraged 'em by tellin' 'em so if they'd asked me beforehand. Union, a name common in worldwide respect, written blue and gray on millions of hearts, sealed with precious blood. The center of the long building peaks up and arches over you in such a lofty and magnificent way that you feel there's some as Miss Sheba must have felt when she went to visit Mr. and Miss Solomon, or the Mrs. Solomon. I suppose I ought to say, he had a variety of wives, though it is nothin' I ever approved on, and would told him so if I'd had the chance. But good land! Mr. Solomon never had any sights to show Miss Sheba approachin' this fair. I wouldn't been afraid to take my oath on't. We riz the flight of steps which hundreds and hundreds could rise simultaneously and abreast, paid our 3 fares and went in. And when you first stand inside of that gate, the beauty just strikes you in your face some like a great flash of lightnin', only meller and happifyin' instead of blindin'. And the vastness of it as you look on every side on you impresses you so you feel somethin' as you would if you was sot down on the desert of Sarah, and Sarah was turned into vistas of bewilderin' beauty towards every pint of her compass. There was broad, smooth paths leadin' out on every side, all on 'em full of folks from every country in the world, and clad in every costume you ever see or ever didn't see before. Folks in plain American dress side by side with dark-complected folks wrapped up seaman-ly in white sheets, just their black-bearded faces and flashin' eyes gleamin' at you from the drapery. Then there would be maybe a pretty young girl with a rosebud face under a lace parasol. 2 sweet-faced nuns in sombre black with their pure white nightcaps on under their cloth black bonnets and veils, and follerin' them some fierce-lookin' creeters in red baggy trousers, embroidered jackets, and skull caps with long tossels on 'em, Persians maybe, or Arabs. As Josiah looked at these last I hearn him murmur as if to himself, Why under the sun didn't Samantha put in my dressin' gown with tossels, and the smokin' cap? Thomas J. Gin me, I could showed off some then. But I pretended not to hear him, for my eyes was fastened on the passin' pageant. Smart-lookin' businessmen with handsome well-dressed wives and children, then a Injun with striped blanket, beaded moccasins and headdress of high feathers. Then a American widder, mebbe a plain one, and mebbe grass, then some more vim men. Then some Chinamen with long dresses and pigtails, followed by some gawky, awkward country folks, some more smart-lookin' Americans. Some English tourists with field glasses strapped over one shoulder. Some Filipinos in yellowish costume. Then a Kodak fiend ready to aim at anything or nothin' and hit it. Then some Scotchmen in tartan dress and follerin' cloth, some Japans, lots and lots of them scattered along. Then some brown children and their mothers, the children dressed mostly in a sash and some beads, and some more pretty white children dressed elaborate, and some niggers, and some soldiers, and some more vim men, and more folks, and some more, in a steady and endless stream. Good land! I couldn't sort out and describe them that passed by in an hour even, no more than I could sort out and describe the slate stuns in Jonesville Creek, and you well know that wagon loads could be took out of one little spot. Josiah said to me, Why, just to look at this crowd, Samantha, pays anybody for comin' here clear from the antipathies. Says I. Josiah, you mean the antipodes. I mean what I say, he snapped out. And less's be movin' on, no use standin' here all day. He don't love to be corrected. But truly that immense and strangely assorted crowd constantly comin', constantly goin' and changin' all the time was a sight well worth comin' from Jonesville to see, even if we didn't see a thing more. But oh, what didn't we see? What a glorious sight as our eyes left the crowd and looked round us! Why, the wonder and beauty on't fairly struck you in the face some like a flash of lightnin', only more meller and happifyin'. There you are in the beautiful court of St. Louis. And right in the center sits St. Louis himself on a prancin' horse, holdin' up a cross. I was glad to see that cross held up as if in benediction over all the immense crowd below. It seemed as if it begun the fair right, just as it begins the week right to go to meetin' Sunday. I always thought store by St. Louis. Lead in them crusades of his'n to protect Christians and free the Holy Land from lawless invaders. How much I thought on him for it! Though I could advised him for his good in lots of things if I'd been round. Now his Marina girl 12 years old who ought to been in pantalettes and high aprons, I should tried to break it up. I should told him plain and square that I wouldn't have heard for a minute to his Marina Artirza, and at that age. She shouldn't married him if he'd been King Louis 20 or 30 instead of 9. But I wasn't there, and he went on and had his way, as men will. But he acted noble in lots of things, made a wise ruler and a generous one, lived and died like a hero. And I was glad to see him rise up in such a sightly place, holdin' up the cross he was willin' to give his life for. He looked first rate. He wore a sort of a helmet and had a cloak on, shaped some like my long circle cape, only it didn't set so good, and I was sorry they didn't have my pattern to cut it by. Highs and kinder curled up at the back, they ought to cut it Keterin. 2 noble statues stood on each side on him, kindergarten him as it were, though he didn't need it as long as he clung to the cross. Scattered all along by the side of the broad paths was little green oases, on which the splendor-tired and people-tired eyes could rest and recooperate a little. In front of you, quite a little ways off on each side, stood immense snow-white palaces, each one on 'em seemin' more beautiful than the last one you looked at, full of sculptured beauty, and with long, long rows of pearl-white columns and ornaments of all kinds. Beyond, but still as it were in the foreground, as it ought to, high up on a lofty pedestal stood the statue of Peace. My partner, who for reasons named, was inclined to pick flaws in this glorious exposition, says to me, "What's the use of sculpin' Peace up on so high a monument, and showin' her off as if she was safe and sound, and then his tin cannons up right by her throwin' balls that will travel 20 miles, and then knock her sky high?" I said, but almost unbeknown to myself looked at the cross, and hoped that that divine light would go ahead through the wilderness of world warfare makin' a safe path, so Peace could get down from her high monument by and walk round some through the world without gettin' her head blowed off. Smilin' and gleamin' just beyond was the bright sunny waters on which little boats painted in bright colors with gay awnings was glidin' about here and there, and bursts of melodious song come from the gaily attired boatmen anon or oftener. And further on was the Grand Basin, a large beautiful piece of water, and back on down a green hill 70 feet high leaps and bounds and gurgles and sings 3 glitterin' cascades, each one seemin' to start out from a splendid buildin' up on the hill. The ones on the side smaller, but the middle one a grand and stately palace called Festival Hall, and jinin' these 3 buildin's together are what they call the Colonnade of States. A impressive row of snow-white pillows, and on them pillows, set in up in the place of honor, are big statues of female men, 14 in number, symbolic of the original states of the Louisiana Purchase. I wanted to go right up to Festival Hall the first minute, it didn't seem fur it was through such scenes of bewilderin' beauty, but a bystander standin' by said it was half a mile. But Josiah kinder nudged me and said, "Mebbe we'd better take the immoral railway. With you by my side, Samantha, I feel I can face its dangers." Says I, "Where has your principal gone that you had this mornin', Josiah?" "I have got it, Samantha, just the same. I hain't used none this time o' day. But I thought I would kinder love to tell the brethren I'd rid on it." And before I could parley with him, he asked that same bystander, a good-looking iron-gray man, "Where is the immoral railway?" "The intermoral railway starts there," says he, pintin' to a place quite nigh to us. "Intermoral," says I to myself. "That is a good name." And as we wended our way to it through the crowds of folks of every name and nation, I says to myself, "I'd love to ride on it." For having naturally so scientific and deep a mind, I love to trace backwards like little rivulets, to their source, and see where they spring from. For meandering through the ages they gather lots of foreign stuff and take queer turns. Intermoral, I took it that meant extra moral. I liked the sound not, and we got on and rode quite a spell, and see everything we could, and when we went clear round on that, we got onto a big automobile and rid round on that so's we could see the whole fair as it were in one picture, before we examined its glories more minutely one by one. Illustration. And I should have took sights of comfort by when the magnificent scenes spread out and growin' and changin' every minute if I hadn't had to kept one eye on to Josiah Allen all the time, or as you may say 2 eyes, one my own grey orb and the other the eye of my specs. The scene was so hugely grand, so magnificently stupendous, and the mind that it was my duty as first chaperone to guard was so small I says to myself, could it be bombarded by that immense grandeur and not utterly collapse? But Blandina was on the other side on him, so I didn't feel as I should had the responsibility devolved on me alone. But he bore it well. He looked off on the scene grander than anything fairyland ever dreamt on or ever will, I believe. And then he looked pensively at my silk bag where I'd stored all the cookies and nut cakes it would hold, to keep up his strength between meals. And so gradually I dropped my agonizing anxiety and let my eyes drink in the one-qualled beauty of the scene as we went by the tall glorious palaces toirin' up in white magnificence. Past sparklin' water spaces filled with gay pleasure craft full of happy white-robed voyagers. Past the spans of arched bridges leadin' from one scene of glory to another, past tall white shafts carryin' up to the listenin' heavens deeds of glory and valor. Past white statues more beautiful than poets' dreams, risin' up from green velvet lawns or marble terraces. Broad highways would dawn on our vision, anon vistas of incomparable beauty way off as far as we could see would open up other views just as fair. Anon the columned walls of some nearby palace would seem to close in the view, and then again the fur vision, and anon the blue waters flowing on. And scattered all over the ground roamed the happy people, men and children of every name and nation, clothed in every garb that folks ever wore under the sun, and some, it seemed to me, made up just for that occasion, as Eve started her new fashion of fall dress, only this wasn't made of leaves, no indeed. Far from it. But I believe the foreign costume we see most of all was the Japan. And all through the fair that nation seemed to show off in the very first rank. Well, I was willin', I always kinder liked 'em, they're so polite and courteous to everybody. And as for makin' storks and folks settin' on nothin' and lookin' perfectly comfortable settin' on it, they go fur ahead of anybody else, and they have lots of other noble qualities. In cleanin' house time, now I have fairly begrudged the ease and comfort of them Japanese housewives who just take up their mat and sweep out, move their paper walls a little maybe, and there it is done. No heavy, dirt-laden carpets to clean, no papered walls and ceilings to break their back over, no trumpery brickety-brack to take care of and dust and make life a burden. Kind-hearted, reverent to equals and superiors, trained to kindness and courtesy and reverence in childhood when American mothers are ruled and badgered by short-skirted and roundabout-clad tyrants. I set store by the Japans and am glad to hear how fast they're pressing forwards in every path civilization has opened, science, art, and the best education. And was glad to see so many of 'em here. They could give Uncle Sam a good many lessons if he was willin' to take 'em. But good as he is a heady old creetur, and won't be drive into anything and has a powerful good opinion of himself. But to resume forwards. After we'd gone the complete round of the intermoral railway and automobile we got out again on the plaza not far from where we embarked, and at my request we took a boat. Josiah chose one of the handsomest ones with the front end kinder bowing up and a bright-colored awnin' over it. They called it a gondola. The gondolier had bold flashin' black eyes and a gay suit that struck Josiah's fancy, and I knowed by his looks he was meditatin' on what might have been. I felt that he was in fancy rowin' a boat up our creek in a red coat and green hat with yeller feathers maybe, carryin' Sister Submit Tewksbury or Sister Gaudet, sailin' towards his own exposition of St. Josiah. There was a sad pensive look on his lineament that belonged to ruined hopes and blighted emotions. Blandina whispered to me she thought the gondolier a image of beauty and wondered if he had a companion. She said she believed he would be devoted to a wife if he had one that looked up to him. I answered her like one talkin' unbeknown to herself. two of my eyes and my spectacles furtively watchin' the lineament of my beloved partner, and my spiritual eyes feastin' on the perfect loveliness of the scene. Broad, smooth waters, how beautiful they were, dotted with craft similar to ourn and freighted with happy voyagers dartin' here and there, and some of the boats was the queerest shapes. One on 'em looked just exactly like a big white swan, and there was one, if you'll believe it, that looked like a sea serpent. I wouldn't have ridden it for $1 bill. Though Josiah said he'd love to tell Deacon Hensey that he'd straddled the old sea serpent and rid to shore on it. But I says, "Good land, Josiah, you don't ride on the outside on it, there's a place fixed inside somewhere for passengers." But most of the boats was handsome. Anon the water lay smooth and fair about us, and fur off we could see immense fountains risin' right up out of the glassy surface, sprayin' up and glitterin' down floods of rainbow glory. Agin we landed on terry firme, I feelin' as if we was roamin' through fancy's fields, for it seemed as if cold reality never could have planned anything approachin' what was all round us. For as you draw nigh the glittering cascades you fairly stop bewildered by the beauty, and most want to shet your eyes on it, not knowin' what path to choose where all are so baggin' and full of allurements, and the whole world seemin' to be allured thereby 'em. On one side the glory of the waters dashing, sparkling, bounding along down, with fountains sprayin' up every little while, and white statues smilin' down on us nigher by. On the other side green verdure, and beyond and on every side the glory of the water, and above us the most magnificent buildin' in the world flanked on each side with the long colonnade of states. And speakin' of statues, just think of the sculptured groups we passed by that eventful day, more'n I could describe in a month of Sundays. Lewis and Clark, the very men I'd read about in Gass's journal, how I wished their eyes could see and their ears hear me. How interested and proud they would have been to hear me tell how even as a child I loved to hear Mother Smith read about their journeyings into the new and unexplored country, finned in swamps and stumps and savages, where now was smilin' gardens and palaces. Then there was Robert Livingstone, and Franklin, noble high-souled old creetur, I always loved him in a meetin'-house sense, drawin' down lightnin' and so forth. He was the very paw of electricity, as you may say. And James Monroe, and Boone, and Seton Bull, yes, there was Seton Bull Seton or Ruther standin' right in that great company. And all on 'em mute and unafraid, unmindful of the presence of a Samantha and Josiah, I felt to pity 'em. But the noblest main statue of all in my eyes was right in front of the main cascade. There stood an immense statue of Liberty, raisin' the veil of ignorance and protectin' truth and justice. Ignorance don't want her eyes uncovered, she'd drather keep on blind as a bat. But Liberty hain't goin' to mind her, she was bound to get the bandages off. I wanted to encourage her in it, and I waved my hand towards her and smiled in lovin' greetin'. Josiah thought I was flirtin', and asked me anxiously if I'd got sight of any man from Jonesville. I wouldn't deign to reply to him, at my age, and with my reputation to carry round. The day. Well, when we stood on the stone balcony over the spot where the central cascade gushes out, what a scene lay spread out before us. You can look off 2 miles one way and most a mile another. And was there ever in the world miles so crowded full of beauty, and each beauty different from the other, as one star differs from another in glory? 8 magnificent palaces are in full sight, their walls bathed by the blue waters, and beyond them, interspersed by green foliage, was a perfect wilderness of towers, minarets, domes, banners, battlements. I hain't goin' to describe what I looked down on, for I can't. No, if I had a big book of synonyms to the words grand and glorious, and used every one on 'em tryin' to describe that scene, I couldn't begin to do justice to it, and so what is the use of tryin' with the Jonesville vocabulary? And if I can't describe it, don't for pity's sake ask Josiah Allen to, for you might know that if I couldn't he wouldn't stand no chance. But I hearn him gin a sort of gasp and sith as he looked, and Blandina I believe forgot for a few minutes her passionate though chaste, overall passion. As magnificent as the hull of St. Louis Exposition is, it naturally has one spot handsomer than the rest, a particular beauty spot as you may say. Why, every house has it. The beauty of my parlor kinder branches out, as you may say, from my new rep rocker, a lovely work of art that cost over $6. I keep it in the sightliest place, where the eye of man can fall on it at first. And the central beauty spot of the fair was centered in the place I have been talking about. I'd heard that it was some the shape of a fan, and we had talked it over between us, whether it would look like my best paper fan I carry to meetin' Sundays, or my big turkey feather fan. But, good land, they dwindled down so in my mind while I stood there that I might be said to never have sot my eyes on a turkey's feather, or a turkey, or anything. It is a spectacle that once seen is never forgot. The central spot, or handle of the fan, an allegory, is occupied by Festival Hall, and on either side stretches out the beautiful colonnade of states with its lovely and heroic female women set in up there as if sort o' taking care of the whole concern. I spoke to Blandina about it, how pleased I was to see my sex settin' up so high in the place of honor, and she says, "Oh, Aunt Samantha, I cannot rejoice with you, it rasps my very soul to see men slighted. What would the world do without men?" "Well," says I, wantin' to please her, "men do come handy lots of times. But," says I reasonably, "the world wouldn't last long if it wasn't for them men." But to resume. At each end of the colonnade, peeking up a little higher, is a sort of a round-shaped building, beautiful in structure, where food can be obtained. And knowing the effect on men of good food, I know this was a sensible idea, for no matter how fastidious a man may be, and probably is in Festival Hall, yet his appetite stretches out on both sides on him just as it was depicted here. And female women stand between him and starvation most of the time. I considered the whole thing highly symbolical and loved to see it. But just think of a magnificent picture containing all that is most beautiful in land and water, extending in a graceful, curving way 3,000 feet. Why, that's as fur as from our house over the Ebenezer Bobbittses, and I dino but furder, and every foot and inch of it perfectly beautiful. How much land do you suppose is took up by this central spot of beauty? Now if I should ask Sister Sylvester Gaudet, who always thinks she knows everything worth knowing, if I should say, "How much land do you suppose, Sister Gaudet, is took up by just this central beauty spot of the fair?" I'll bet she'd say, "Mebbe half an acre." But I'd say, "Melicy, it occupies 600 acres. I know as Sister Gaudet would believe me, but it's so, the livin' truth. Why, the 3 cascades are 300 feet long. Beautiful in the daytime as a dream of paradise. Fancy it in the evening when thousands and thousands of colored lights lend their glowing charm to the scene. Why, you almost cover your eyes from the bewildering glory on't. And as I said to Josiah, we shall never see another scene so beautiful till we see Jerusalem the golden descend before our rapt vision. And he being kinderfractious says, "I hain't seen that yet, nor you nuther." "By the eye of faith I have, Josiah." "Well, 'tain't no time or place for preachin', we better be gettin' along." Right under the main cascade we went down into a beautiful grotto all lighted up, with one whole side of the room made of fallin' water. I never expected to step into such a place. I have felt perfectly satisfied when I've papered over my dining room with paper a shillin' a roll, and it did look well. But what was it to this? Refreshments are served down there close to the sparklin' liquid side of the room, and Josiah wantin' to go the whole figure, set down and eat a nut cake which I gin him. They say stimulants can be obtained down here. And maybe they can, them that seek can generally find. There was a serpent in paradise. But I didn't see any. I s'pose the noble look on my face would daunt any dealer in such pison from displayin' it to me. And it ain't likely that Josiah with 2 chaperones would set eyes on any. Chapter 6. The 2 side cascades represent the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Josiah says in a kinder-patronizing way, "They're likely cascades, but I can't see in what way they represent oceans." And I says, "It hain't for you to know everything, Josiah, you hain't expected to. Such knowledge would be more than you with your small frame could stand up under. Oh, keep throwin' my size in my face. It's a pity I hain't a giraffe, then maybe I'd suit you." And he added snappishly, "I'll bet you can't tell yourself how they look like oceans." And I says, "I was never any hand to tell all I knew, I always thought it was best to keep one story back." But to tell the truth I couldn't see how they represented oceans, only they was both water, but so is a teacupful of water or a spunful. Another way they differed from the ocean, the water hain't there all the time, only once in a while. Josiah, bent on fin and fault, says. Pretty oceans they be. Dry land most all the time. But I says, I've always wished the Atlantic would dry up long enough for me to go over afoot or with the old mare, like the Israelites over the Red Sea. I'd start to Mori. I'm afraid of deep water. Why, half the time I'm afraid of our creek and das sent go across the footbridge. But the water was there when we see 'em, and the Cascades was beautiful as a dream and more beautiful than lots of mine, specially when I'm tired out. As to representin' the two oceans, I suppose it means them beautiful golden-tinted statues, the spirit of the Atlantic and the spirit of the Pacific that stands at the head of the Cascades. Well, we hung round there a long time, and finally at my request we went into Festival Hall and sot down a spell and rested. And I thought as I sot there I'd like to ask Sister Gaudet how big she thought this buildin' was. She would never dream it covered 2 whole acres, but it does. 3,000 or 4,000 people can set in it, and its organ is the biggest in the world, more than 10,000 pipes in it, and each pipe as full of music as an egg is of meat. The 2 pipes having the lowest notes a small horse can walk through or 2 good-sized men standing side by side. So you can imagine the streams of melody that can float through them immense channels. It has 140 stops, every one on 'em that will stop if told to quick as a wink. It took a train of 10 cars to bring it from Los Angeles where it was made. You can imagine how its music fairly shakes the ground and carries you off your feet, seemin' like the very music of the Spears. Good land! What's Tirza N's organ compared to it? And I thought that was as good as any they make. The agent said it was. We paid over $60 for it. And who do you think dedicated this most beautiful structure that was ever built, to the music of the biggest organ in the world? Why, it was woman, my own female sect. I tell you it made me proud to think on't. It was told me by one that was there that it was filled with Vim men on that occasion, and as many men as could get in after the Vim men was seated. Just think on't, oh, my sect! Who have been used to sneakin' up back stairs to look down on men seated in state at banquet tables, or peek from the gallery at the Capitol to see 'em nobly engaged in makin' laws to govern her, tellin' her how to spend the money she earned herself, and how long to send her to jail, and where and when to hang her, and etc., while she could only just peek at 'em. Oh, my soul! Wasn't it a agreeable state of affairs the doin's here at Festival Hall? As I said to Josiah as we sat there, don't it show my sect is lookin' up? And he said he never found Vim men backward in lookin' up. He said he never see a place that would dant 'em and stop their tongues from waggin'. He made light of the great incident, and would been glad to had men dedicate it. Indeed, he just the same as told me he felt the Exposition had stood in its own light in not havin' a certain leadin' man in Jonesville, who was way up in political and moral life, havin' held the offices of pathmaster and deacon. But, says he, with some bitterness of spirit and speakin' scornfully, what if Vim men did dedicate it? They can get up dressed in their silks and chiffoniers, and talk, but they can't vote no matter how well off they be. They've got to pony up and pay taxes and toe the mark in law just as men tell 'em to. Why, says he, warmin' with his subject, we men can set on you in juries and you can't help yourselves, and hang you and so forth. And you WCTU Vim men would have to let your tax money go to pay for drinkin' shacks if we men of Jonesville, and the world, took it into our heads to make you. Why, says he, lookin' more and more big feelin' as he went on, as why shouldn't he, as he recounted men's glorious advantages. Nate Flanders, who is most a fool, can vote and make you knuckle down and do as he tells you to. And don't you remember that time the 'lection run so close they got up old bedridden Nate Haskins, whose brain had been softenin' 4 years, and his wife had to dress him and get him ready for the poll, he callin' on his wife, Nancy, to put on every identical garment and tell where it went, and when they got him to the poll he wouldn't vote because Nance wasn't there to tell him which ticket to vote. She just kept that voter alive for years, and been head and hands for him, but she couldn't vote and he could. Everybody has seen hosses run off the track when they was going too fast. Josiah was so engaged in runnin' women's pride down, he didn't realize where he was gallopin' to. And there was Jane Ellis who lost her husband and 2 boys through drinkin'. She had to let her tax money be used to help nominate a licensed man, who opened a liquor saloon right under her nose, And the last boy she had took to drinkin' and killed himself last week drunk as a fool. I'd be ashamed to boast of that, Josiah Allen, I'd be ashamed on't. Well, says he, lookin' kinder Mädchen. I didn't say I approved of that, I only said it to prove how weak and triflin' a thing woman really is in the eyes of the law. And the rubber-like self-esteem of a male, having sprung back in full force, he went on. Why, Miss Corkins up to Zor, that pays bigger taxes than any man in town, earn it all herself too in the millionary business, why, that snub-nosed nigger that drives for her can vote, and she can't. And then I'd talk about dedicate in the biggest buildin' in the world, singin' hymns on the biggest organ and lettin' a few men into the back door. I wouldn't feel so big about it if I was you. Why, we men jest throw such little compliments in the way of females to keep you contented, just as I throw crumbs from the table to Bruno to home and pat him on the back. He knows he can't come to the table. We men jest hang out to the ballot. Them men hain't goin' to get holt of that in a hurry and boss us round, no indeed. Oh, how obstropolous and important he did talk and act. And Blandina lookin' up so admirin' at him and agreein' to every word he said, jest for all the world like an auntie, seemed to rile me worse than anything else. But as long as I couldn't dispute a word he said, knowin' it was as true as gospel, I kept demuta, and hoped he would take it for a dignified silence that wouldn't deign to argy. Well, we had our lunch in a box and a bottle of cold tea, and we eat it, and rested quite a spell, Josiah's good natur' returnin' with every mouthful he took, till by the time we got ready to start out agin, he was as clever a critter as I want to see. I wanted to tackle the Palace of Arts next, as it was quite nigh by considerin'. The fair grounds are so immense that you have to travel quite a distance to get anywhere. But Josiah said he wanted to see somethin' that was of practical use, undervaluin' beauty, the great power, as some do. He wanted to see somethin' solid, such as mines and metals. And of course Blandina jeaned in with him, and though that is what I wanted of her, as second chaperone, it provoked me time and agin, queer, hain't it? So as that too was quite nigh by, we went to the Palace of Mines and Metals. It was a beautiful buildin', the walls covered with ornamental carvin' and ornaments, and 2 tall pillars standin' up each side of the entrance, as if they was 2 Guinness jealously guardin' the underworld from intrusion. But we got by 'em. And what didn't we see there? Everything that was ever dug out of the earth, and the way it was discovered, mined and made useful to man. Gems, precious stones, granite, marble, and all the processes for cutting and polishing. Minerals of all kinds, natural mineral paints and fertilizers, cement, luminants and waters. Asbestos, mica, coal oil, and all the machinery for refining and storing it. Displays for natural gas, petroleum, everything relating to lighting mines, safety lamps, oils, electricity, acetylene. Most interesting display in geology, all kinds of rocks, crystal, clay, ores, nickel, and all the metals for making iron and steel and making 'em right there before you. Explosives used in the underworld. Everything relating to the working of salt mines, oil wells, metals, photographs, maps, illustrating how these riches of the earth was deposited, and all the machinery for collecting and making them useful to man. And there was a place where we could see a miner's cabin, and miners at work, blasting, draining, driving tunnels, drilling, traveling underground. A gold mill, a New Mexican turquoise mine, a lead, zinc, and copper mine, all working there before us, and a coal mine discovered there on the Exposition grounds. An underground railway connected these 2 mines. And all sorts of mineral waters, queer things they be flowin' side by side out of the same ground as different as water and wine. And there was a foundry and mint for making money. Imagine a buildin' coverin' 9 acres full of such interestin' sights, and 13 acres outdoors. For you must remember that it was not only the riches of America's underworld, but the wealth of England, France, Germany, Sweden, Italy, Japan, and in fact every foreign nation. Josiah reveled in it, and so did Blandina vicariously. And I enjoyed it too, for I always was wonderin' what was goin' on under my feet, and now I had a glimpse on't. Well, we stayed there a long time and went from there into Manufacturers Buildin', when who should we meet but Uncle Giles Pettigrew, a M.E. deacon who used to live in Zor but who had moved to St. Louis some years before. We used to know him well. He was a old man when he left Zor, and had lost 4 wives a runnin' before he left there, and of course I didn't know how many he'd lost since he come west. I see he wore a mournin' weed, and mistrusted he'd lost another, and so it turned out. It beats all what bad luck he has had. He was to blame for any one on 'em, 10 them that passed away at Zor, and I s'posed it was just the same here. Never pisoned any of 'em, or divorced 'em or anything, it was just his bad luck. He seemed real glad to see us and was dreadful chipper for a man most 100. He got hold of my hand and shook it as if he never would let go, and went right on confident in me about his lost companion, what a treasure she was, and what a loss. And I says, "Your wives was real nice vim men, most all on 'em was, or them that I knowed." "Oh, yes," says he, "and these blows that has fell on me has most in me." And I says in pitying accents, "You won't try to get another wife, will you, Uncle Giles?" "Yes, I shall, as long as the Lord keeps a talking, I shall. Is that woman with Josiah a widder?" I answered evasive, and Kinder stepped in between him and Blandina. I didn't want her to hear what he was sayin', I dacent. It wouldn't been best for her to marry a man most 100. And I knowed her soft nater made her a willin' martyr to widower's wiles. Age made no difference to Blandina, and I sent Venter to let him get nearer to her. So I bid him a hasty good-bye and linked my arm into hern and led her away. She lookin' back and sayin', "How agreeable and willin' a lookin' man that was!" And I hurried her on fast to Manufacturers Buildin', stoppin' by the way to see the beautiful sunken garden. The display in manufactures is so large that they fill 2 immense palaces, manufacturers and varied industries, and you'd get lost, you couldn't help it, amongst the bewilderin' and endless native and foreign displays. Only the aisles are divided off into streets and squares, all the same width, so you can get round first rate. And if you had 10 or 15 years you could spend here, you might possibly see most of the displays of your own native land and all the foreign countries. These 2 palaces cover 28 acres, as big as Luman Gowdy's farm that he gets a good livin' on, and the whole 28 acres are full of interestin' sights. You can walk 9 miles in it right ahead, as far as from Jonesville way up to Zor, and back again. And just think of every single thing that was ever manufactured, from a hatpin to a rosewood bedstead, and from a needle to a piano, and there it was in plain sight if you could get to it, for truly you got bewildered amongst the endless displays. Furniture, upholstery, all sorts of cloth, silk, wool and cotton that was ever woven, all kinds of silver and gold, and pearl and jet and shell and ivory articles that was ever used, clocks, watches, jewels, embroideries, laces, carpets, curtains, wallpaper, stationery, hardware, glass and crystal, furs, bronze, ironware, leather goods, stained glass, artists' supplies, tailor shop, rubber store, toy store. But good land! What is the use of tryin' to name 'em over? I couldn't do it if I had a blank book as big as a dictionary and writ it full. But you can just think of everything manufactured you ever see, or ever didn't see, and there it was, and more and more and more, and I might fill pages with mores. But what use would it be? But one of the best things we see at the Hull Fair was there in the Palace of Varied Industries. For to the thinking mind, the countless display of articles, the marvels and magnificence of this exposition is not its main value, but its educational worth, its power to inspire and teach the people of the world better ways of living and working, how to make the most and best of life for themselves and others. And among the educational exhibits, one of the most interesting to my mind is the one I speak on in the Varied Industries Palace. The company that displays this has other interesting exhibits at different places at the exposition, but here they have a display that I wish the head of every big concern that employs labor could see and study and take to heart. This company employs thousands of men and women in making a machine that wonderfully simplifies labor. But where the real educational value comes in hain't in the machine itself, or the making on't, though that's interestin', but the way this company treats its employees. You sit in a neat little theater, fitted up with easy seats, and electric fans and every comfort, and right in front of you, throwed onto a big screen, are pictures from real life showing capital and labor dwellin' together like a lion and a lamb, and the child justice liad in 'em. Here you see and hear in the interestin' talk of the lecturer pictures from the old time, when the company first begun its work up to the gigantic plant and immense buildings of today. You see a woman trying to warm some coffee over a radiator. They say the president of the company see that, and it first made him think of furnishing a lunchroom with a kitchen and every convenience for his employees. You see pictures of the women employees going to their work a half hour later than the men, so the cars won't be so crowded. You see them at their recreation time of 15 minutes, at 10 in the forenoon and 3 in the afternoon, going through their physical exercises, or some other recreation to brighten them up for the rest of the day. Then you see them at their clubs and classes, or playing tennis or baseball, or in the big auditorium built for their use, listening to some great orator or fine musician. These employees are not drudges, but joy is labor and labor is joy. Then there is a picture showing a street of the homes of these employees, pretty houses with windows and doorways covered with vines and bright blossoms, making a picture of what some say is the most beautiful street in the world. And there are pictures of noted people who have been there to study and learn their methods, folks from foreign countries, who will carry the blessed and beautiful example seen here to other lands. In one view is a prince and princess who went there to learn their ways, looking admire and alwayan. In another is a cardinal giving his benediction to thousands of the happy workers. It is a sermon better than is often preached, what you see there in that little theater. It is love and labor and beauty and joy walking hand in hand. I was highly tickled with it, and spent a glad hour here. But Josiah and I thought we'd seen enough for one day, and would go home. But Blandina wanted to look over the articles of men's wearing apparel a little more. I don't see what comfort they was to her, but she said they brought back memories. And I suppose they did make her think of Teeter, and maybe his possible successor. But one thing, I believe, that made her want to stay, we met Billy Huff just as we was coming out of the buildin', and Blandina proposed that she should stay a little longer with him, and I gin a willin' consent, more willin' it seemed to me than Billy was, though he couldn't refuse to escort home a guest of the house. But Josiah and I went home, and both on us used some anarchy on our tired limbs, and he cleaned the mud off in our shoes, for truly it was faithful and stuck by us. It had rained the night before, and that made it dreadful muddy. Josiah acted real grouty about it, and sat there mutterin' and complainin' about the mud till I got kinder wore out, and says, "For mercy's sake! I guess you've seen mud before, Josiah Allen. Think of our Jonesville streets after a heavy rain. Well, they never was so muddy that I lost the old mare in 'em, and a man told me today that they lost the elephant here the other day. It went right down in the mud out of sight, and they never see hide or hair of him agin. Don't you believe that, Josiah Allen? It hain't no such thing. I hearn all about it. The elephant didn't go clear in. He didn't go more than half in. They could see his back all the time, and they got him out all right. Well, that's furder in the mud than the old mare ever went enough sight, and I never could have faced my country agin if the streets had been so muddy at my exposition. Don't be pickin' flaws all the time, Josiah. There is enough of beauty and grandeur here to satisfy any common man. But I hain't a common man, Samantha, and never was called so. Well, uncommon then, there's enough beauty here to satisfy an uncommon man." That seemed to mollify him, and he gin in that it was a pretty good show, but in many things inferior to what Hyson would have been if he'd carried it out. But I discouraged all such morbid ideas and let his mind off on to something else. That evening, whilst Josiah went out to mail a letter, Blandina come into my room and says the first thing, "Aunt Samantha, I love him passionately, but my love is scorned by him." And she busted into tears. I didn't ask no questions, but from Billy's icy demeanor at supper table and Blandina's sentimental grief-stricken linement, I mistrusted she'd made overtures to him that had been rejected. But I tried to turn her mind round by showing her a letter I'd just got from Maggie, my son, Thomas Jefferson's wife, telling me that her sister Molly, who had been visiting a college friend in the South, had come home much sooner than she had been expected and seemed run down and most sick. But she was bound to go to the fair, and they thought it wouldn't hurt her to go, as there didn't seem to be anything serious the matter with her, only she seemed melancholy and out of spirits. It seemed to be her mind that was ailing more than her body. And would I, if there was room in my boarding place, take her in and mother her a little? Maggie couldn't come herself, she wasn't feeling strong enough, and Thomas J. won't leave her, 'specially if anything ails her, no indeed. He just worships her, and vice versa she him. I can't deny my first thought on readin' the letter was, another straw to be laid on the back of the camel, maying myself in metaphor. But my second thought was I should be glad to have her come, for she is a lovely girl and I set store by her. She's been away to school and college for years, but I had often seen her during her vacations at Thomas Jefferson's. Maggie had showed her letters to me that she had writ whilst she was away south on this visit to her friend. One young man's name run through 'em like the theme to a great melody, and then all to once stopped, and though Maggie and I hadn't passed a word on the subject I mistrusted more than Maggie mistrusted I did about the cause of Molly being so depressed. Young folks will be young folks. Young blood can't run slow and steady, and how young hearts can ache. The tide that youth sails out on is a restless one. It has its passionate tides, lit by glowing sunshine, and anon by the glare of the tempest. It flows ever and anon smooth, and then agin rough rocks of disappointment checks its swift glad flow, and what it calls despair, but which dwindles down into nothing more than regret, time, and agin. It has its low tides, full of the sobbing of waters that are flowing back to the depths, and everything seems lost and gone. But anon the tide flows back again, and so it goes on, storm and dull calm, sunshine and tempest, and they don't know which is the hardest to endure. That's why youth is so beautiful, so glorious, so tragic. How I wished I could take Molly, for I loved her, and lift her clear over the breakers into the calm of the deeper, smoother waters that the home-going boat finds when it is nearing the nightfall. The calm waters lit by a light, soft, and steady but sort o' sad like, not like the dancin' sunlight of the mornin', oh no! When the tired mariner looks back over the voyage and gets ready to cast anchor in the home haven. But I knowed I was unreasonable to even wish it, for grim old experience must stand at the helm every time in everybody's life, and folks hadn't ought to expect dying grace to live by. Molly had got to weather the storm of life whether or no, and I couldn't help it. But to stop at Pisidin and resume. I made a practice of writing down mornings before I started for the fair the places I wanted to see that day if the rest of the party consented, and I writ down that mornin' liberal arts, fisheries, educational buildin', electricity, machinery, transportation, horticultural and agricultural buildin's and etc. Josiah wanted to know what etc. meant, and I told him any other place we wanted to see which he said was reasonable, and he thought probable he should have to go to some shows on the pike. He said he had met Uncle Sim Bentley the day before, and they talked it over and decided that it seemed to be their duty as solid steady men to go to some of the worst shows, specially them that had pretty girls in 'em, so they could be convinced of their iniquity, and warn the young Jonas-villians. He said they would take their advice as quick agin if they could warn 'em from experience. But Josiah, says I wouldn't take such a distasteful, hateful job onto me. It hain't your duty to make such a martyr of yourself, specially as you hain't well. But Josiah said he'd always said he wouldn't put his hand to the plow and look back. And he and Uncle Sim had talked it all over and agreed they would make the sacrifice for the good of Jonesville. But I meant to break it up. I knowed it wasn't his duty to nasty up his mind, hopin' to do good by it, when I could never get it cleaned up agin as clean as it was before. Chapter 7. Aunt Tryphena come in to make up our room whilst we was arguing about it. She come earlier than common, for she said she was going herself to the fair that day and take Dotty, who hadn't been at all. I told her it would be a job to take care of a child in that big crowd. But she said, I'd rather take care of Miss Dotty than to eat any time. And as for the crowd, it was nothing to crowds she'd been in when she lived in Paris with Miss Louise and Prince Arthur. She had took him when he was a little boy to the Boy Bologna and the Champion Eliza when there was millions of folks there. She was always talking of Prince Arthur, which I fancied was a pet name for a child, and still given to the young man she was constantly talking about through her pride and love for him. Aunt Tryphena was from slave parentage, but she had always lived in white families since a child, so she had little of the peculiar dialect of her race. But she was black as the founder of evil himself, tall and thin with a mighty head of wool white as snow, which she covered with a yellow turban about her work. She had abnormal powers of falsehood, not for profit or to make trouble, but just simple lying for lie's sake. The most incredible stories she would string off, and nothing pleased Billy more than to get her to go in, as he called it. He would call our attention silently and reach behind her when she was about her work and turn an imaginary crank in her back, and then in the same pantomime would jump back as if in fear of the fatal power he'd invoked, but would wickedly delight in the endless stream of talk let forth, occasionally asking a few questions, enough to keep her going. She would lean on top of her broom and tell of her former adventures thrilling enough and lengthy enough to fill a dozen lives. But everything had happened to her personally, very few noted people but she had seen and been on intimate terms with, very few far distant countries but what she had visited. Sauntered through, as she termed it. In a fine disregard for geography, she would tell of stepping from Chicago over to the Philippines, and so on to London and then to Europe. She detailed many adventures in Paris, and described places that made us think that she had some time lived there. She said she went there with Miss Louise and her son, Prince Arthur, when he was little, as his nurse. And she described him as having all the virtues of his sex with none of its frailties. She said she had his picture which she would show us some day. She described his mother as a proud piece, almost putting her down on a level with poor white trash, which was the deepest depth her plummet of contumely could reach. And she described her as holding her son by her apron string, as she termed it. She said he had been home this summer on business down south and had come to see her, which Billy said was true, a very handsome and elegant young gentleman having called twice to see his old nurse during the spring and summer. She said he come to see her on his arrival at St. Louis on some business connected with the fair, and then he sauntered off to Saratoga for a few weeks, and then on to Old Virginia and New Zealand, and then back to St. Louis to attend to his business again about the fair. She said he was pale and sad the last time she see him, and she mistrusted his ma had been cuttin' up. She says, "You know she lacks." That was Aunt Tryphina's greatest condemnation, to say folks lacked. She never told what they lacked, but left it to the imagination of the hearer. From her expression you would imagine they lacked all the cardinal virtues in them that wasn't cardinal. She said his ma was sick and kept the prince right under her feet, and he'd gone back now to be with her, leaving St. Louis only a week or so before we come. Being asked why she left Miss Louise, she was more reticent, only remarking that after Prince Arthur went to college she wanted a change, so she had strolled over to South America, and from there to Asia and so on to Chicago, where she was hired as nurse to Miss Dottie, and when her ma died and the child was taken by its great-aunt, Miss Huff, she had been willing to help the latter through the Exposition, for she was a nice woman and didn't lack. But we could see that her real reason was to be with the child, faithful creature she was, though queer as they make. And to see the little creature's white snow and rose face resting lovingly and confidingly against the black cheeks, you knew that Aunt Tryphina had good in her. Little children are good detectives, like the sun that photographs hidden virtues and failings in the human face, so a child's intuition brought from the heaven they have so lately left, takes the best impressions of a person's real character. Children and animals live so near nature's heart they can detect real diamonds from the false. No paste glitter can deceive them. Aunt Feeny had qualities, or Dottie wouldn't have loved her so well, and I felt it a great compliment that she seemed to like me. Well, as observed heretofore, we had took a hefty job that day, and we proceeded first to the educational buildin'. It was a noble-lookin' structure with a row of snowy pillows all round it. A good many think it is the handsomest buildin' on the fairground, and as I said to Josiah, it ought to be, considerin' the greatness and importance of the work it displays, for our free schools, our educational advantages, are the pride and glory of our country. "Yes, Samantha," says he, "I heard a man say yesterday education was the very bulwark of our country. Mayn't you know, Samantha, it was strong as a bull." "Oh, you hain't got it jest right, Josiah. Bulwark don't mean jest that, but you've got the spirit of it," I hastened to say, for he don't love to be corrected. And here in this building we see everything relating to schools from kindergarten to university, training schools, where children was to work, schools for the blind, deaf and dumb in operation, the work of laboratories going on before you, departments in drawing, music, agricultural colleges, experiment stations, forestry, engineering schools and institutions, libraries, museums, education of the Indian and Negro, evening industrial schools, business and commercial schools, people's institutes, and every way and manner of mind training. Photograph, charts, maps, and not only all our own educational exhibits, but England, France, Germany, Russia, China, and in short all the foreign countries. We stayed a good while there, and I would have loved to stay longer, but Josiah got worrisome and wanted to go on to electricity buildin', which was next in our programming. And here I took more solid comfort than in any place I'd been, beholding the marvelous works wrought by the greatest discovery of the ages. That wonderful force that has power to overcome space, save or slay. It is intelligent, can talk over the ocean and under it, talk with wires, and if a wire ain't handy it will take a beam of light and talk on that, and it can get along without either one, for here is the biggest wireless telegraph station ever built. Visitors can talk on it from city and city, just throwing their words out into the air, and this unseen agency carries them along to the one sent to and nobody else. Wonderful, ain't it? Wonderful to meditate on the great unseen forces all about us, mysterious viewless shapes, nigh to us, helping us, journeying on errands of mercy to and fro on paths we can't see, leading up and down from star to star, from heaven to earth maybe. And curious, ain't it, that the noble and ardent discoverers who have tried to get friendly with them great forces and introduce them to the world have been called ignorant and pagan, when if these scoffers note it there is no paganism or ignorance to be compared to that of bigotry and intolerance. And we see their dynamos of all kinds, motors, storage batteries, all sorts of power machines, electric railway equipments of every kind, telephone stations for talking with wires and without them, all kinds of electric lighting, arc lamps, electrochemical displays. And in one place they show the way Niagara was made to yield up her resistless power to work for mankind. Laboratories for all sorts of electrical exhibits and research work. Electricity purifying water, making it safe to drink, was one of its best exhibits. There was everything there it was possible to show in electricity and magnetism, not only in our own country, but the work and discoveries of all the foreign countries in this most interesting of fields. There is another wireless telegraph and telephone station in the model city that we visited another time. You walk into this room and you don't hear anything more than the ordinary noise the big crowd makes passin' to and fro. And the air about you don't seem any different from just plain Jonesville air. Your human eyes and ears can't discover any difference. But you just take up a receiver and put it to your ear and lo, and behold, the atmosphere all about you is full of voices, near and fur off, strains of music. It's a sight. And I says to Josiah, who knows but some happy soul some happy day may discover the secret of seeing? Who knows what divine visitors are this minute coming and going over these unseen routes, connecting our souls with distant ones, connecting one land to another, one planet to another like as not. And growing some eloquent, I kept on. We don't hear the sound of their footsteps lighter and more noiseless than the down of a blossom, shod as they are with the softness of silence. We don't hear the rustle of their garments, woven of fabric sick, lighter than air. We can't see their tender faces no more than we can see the sweet breath of the rose. If they lay their tender hands on our foreheads they rest there so light and tender we fancy it is only a breath of air touching our fevered brows, bringing us sudden rest and comfort. If they speak to us when we're tired out and heartbroken we hear their voices only in our souls that are suddenly and strangely consoled. If their eyes ever look into our eyes filled with the divine pity and sweetness of their all-comprehending love and sympathy, we only know it by the sudden sunshiny light and warmth that fills our being. But sometime, somewhere, some happy soul may see and comprehend what we now faintly apprehend. Josiah whispered, Samantha Allen, do you realize what you're doing? You're attracting attention and making talk. Come along. This is no time for epicidin, if there ever is a right time. And being brung down to earth again I found to my great surprise I was saying this out loud entirely unbeknown to myself. And I followed my partner out of the building. But to resume backwards. We thought we would go from the palace of electricity to that of transportation, and I feelin' real tired thought I would take a chair a spell. Eloquence is tuckerin' specially when you're walkin' afoot, and I proposed that we should all take chairs for a spell. But Josiah said he didn't want any chair, and Blandina of course followed suit, and said she felt just like Uncle Josiah, she wouldn't set down if she could. But I says, well, I think I will take one. And Josiah Ruther unwilling now why said he would get one for me, and says he, I'll see how much the man will throw off if I push the chair myself. Says I, the man wouldn't trust a perfect stranger with a chair. Then Josiah wondered if he couldn't borrow the loan of a wheelbarrow that would hold me up. He could trundle me along as well as not. Says I shall not enter the Palace of Transportation, Josiah Allen, in a wheelbarrow. Well, I could probably get in Machinery Hall a pair of big casters and fix them onto your shoes, and Blandina and I could push you round like a burro. What do you think of that? Says he anxiously. I shall not enter into any such operation. Says I. How it would look? I do know as it would look so dreadful, you standing up straight and easy, and Blandina and I pushing you along, and tenrate I guess it would look as well as being throwed onto the town. Chairs cost like the old Harry. Says I. Don't worry, I shall pay with my own butter money. And so I did, and rid to Transportation Building with Josiah and Blandina walking by my side. We entered one of its 60 doors, and the first thing we sot our eyes on up in plain sight, but fur ahead was the wheels of a great locomotive weighing more than 200,000 pounds, revolving round in dizzy speed. They said it went by compressed air, another wonder, just common air that you could dip up in your hand and not think you had anything in it, and yet if managed right had power enough to turn all the machinery we see going. Around this monster engine was electric headlights throwing dazzling beams in every direction. The whole thing well named, the spirit of the 20th century. And all round it was grouped models showing the development of the inventor's dream from the first rough effort at an engine up to the most perfect specimen of today. All sorts of electrical railways, freight and work cars, tracks, switches, signals, carriages, automobiles, motor vehicles, naval architecture, models, boats, steamships, men of war, battleships of the line. Exhibits of all sorts, illustrating inland transportation in India, France, Germany, Switzerland, Spain, and every other foreign country. You could see to once that there was ways enough to travel, and if you stayed to home it was your own fault. Well, we went from there to Machinery Building, that being writ down next on my pad. But as we walked along, I considerable riz up in my mind, owing to what I'd seen. Who should we come across but the Widder Wisher of Loontown, a woman we knew well. She was set in on a bench crying as if her heart would break, and I says, Why, Sister Wisher, what is the matter? She was sister in the meetin' house. She had a paper in her hand and held it out to us. Just see that! I found it in the pocket of my innocent boy, pinting to a coat layin' by her. Why, says I, that paper is took more than any other almost. I like it myself first rate, its editorials are the brightest and smartest you'll find anywhere. Oh, but it is so sensational, so vulgar, so demoralizing to the tender and innocent heart of youth. And to think that my spotless child that I have guarded so sedulously from every breath of evil should have it concealed in his pocket. I have always burnt every copy I've found. And agin she sobbed, and agin I says, Sister Wisher, don't take it so to heart, he'll have to weather worse storms than this on the sea of life. And you can't expect to be with him always and stand to the helm. Oh, but Reginald Heber is so innocent, so pure-hearted, almost an angel, says she. I have been so afraid that he was too perfect for this sinful world, and her tears flowed afresh. Well, I see I couldn't plug up this flowing fountain of tears with sympathy or reason, so we mogged along. Widder Wisher was always kinder soft, and she made a perfect idol of Reginald, who wasn't any better than common children so far as I could see. And after going a few steps, Josiah and I in advance, Blandina a little in our rears, who should we see coming directly towards us but Reginald Heber himself. He evidently didn't notice who he was, but was merely talking note of a new victim, for after talking fair aim at my stomach he bent his head down and went, choo 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 choo, like a engine and run towards me at full speed, and bunted his round shingled head right into my stomach with almost the force of an arrow shot out of a catamount, yelling all the while like a demon. Get out of the way, you old four-eyed devil you! Making light of my spectacles I suppose, though truly I was too weak to reason. After doubling me up in agony, he sought safety in flight. But my indignant partner catched him by his little short-tailed coat and dragged him back to his ma, hollerin' at her. "I'll give you a specimen of your innocent boy. He's just the kind of an innocent angel I'd love to take a hemlock shingle to, and would, if it wasn't for making talk." And he told the whole thing before I could interfere. She wept afresh, but says she, looking at the whimperin' and strugglin' Reginald H., "How soon the demoralizing effects of that paper shows." But Josiah continued on in that same loud accent, his liniment red as blood with anger. "If I had your darling to deal with a spell, there would be a change in him, or a funeral appointed, and the body would be ready at the time sot, I can tell you that." Josiah was fearful excited and by the side of himself. Such violent language is almost a perfect stranger to him, but he feared for my bones. But I found after walking round a spell that they was intact, but the pain in my stomach hung about me all day, and that night, no matter how high my standin' was in the WCTU, I had to take a peppermint sling. But to resume backward. Machinery Buildin' was an immense beautiful palace. And when I tell you its contents are valued at 8 millions, you won't expect me to describe the whole on 'em. No, it hain't reasonable. When we entered we see the first thing a engine of over 50,000 horsepower. Now, just think on't, a 1 horsepower hain't to be despised. Why, I've thought our old mare Power when she was hitched onto a bob sled was powerful. But just think of 50,000 horsepower. Why, if they was hitched in front of each other with lines about the usual length, the line would reach more than 100 miles. Why, the very day is staggering to the intellect. But there it was right there before our eyes, grindin' out power to run this monster Exposition, and not complainin' or needin' the whip as the 50,000 horses would, only jest knucklin' down stiddy to the work, groanin' considerable loud, and who blames it? And you could see everything in the line of engines, from the little half-horsepower gas engine, about half the mare's strength, about cow power, mebbe, and from this up to a steam turbine of 8,000 horsepower, a rotary steam engine. And in the Belgian exhibit was a gas engine of 3,000 horsepower. A common-size horse can be drive through its cylinders. It takes about 30 tons of coal a day to run it. And there was a big French steam engine turning 330 times a minute. And there was a great hydraulic press from Germany that exerts the terrific pressure of 90,000 pounds to the square inch. What would it be to the yard? My brain hain't powerful enough to tackle the day. Well, there was every kind of machinery in the world from all the foreign countries as well as ours, and the methods of making and running them. And we stayed there till my head seemed to turn round and round, and I told my partner I must get out into the open air or I should begin to turn round and revolve in spite of me. I suppose I did look bad, and Josiah said we would go and have lunch. He said there was a calf right round the corner. As he pronounced cafe it sounded like a young cow. But the day was good, and after we eat quite a good meal and rested a little we started to tackle agricultural buildin', which was writ next on my pad. It was quite a journey there. In fact, as I've said before, you have to walk a long distance to get anywhere, but just before we got there we see somethin' that made us forget for the moment our atchin limbs. On the side of a slopin' hill at the bottom of the long flight of stairs that lead up to the north entrance of Agricultural Hall is the most wonderful clock that was ever seen on this globe, and I don't believe they've got anything to beat it in Mars or Saturn. I can't give you much idea of it by writin', nobody can, but I can probably describe it so you can see it goes ahead of your own clock on the kitchen wall or mantelpiece. To begin with, how long do you suppose the minute hand is? The minute hand on our clock is about 3 inches long, and the minute hand to this is 50 feet long, and its face is about 300 feet round and all made of the most beautiful posies. Why, the figures that mark the hours are 15 feet long, most 3 times as long as my partner, if he lay flat as a pancake to be measured by a pole. Just think of that, and these figures are all made of bright-colored foliage plants. The ornaments round the face of the clock is a border of 25 different plants, each one 15 feet wide. Some different from the ornamental wreath round our clock face, that hain't more'n half an inch wide, if it is that. Our clock has a picture underneath of old Time with his scythe a mowin' down the hours and minutes as his nater his. And I told Josiah how beautiful and symbolical it was to think old Time had laid down his scythe for a spell, and was measuring off the hours here in this very land with beautiful posies. And Josiah said, "The hours ought to be marked here with canes and crutches." He said his legs ached like the toothache. The distances are awful, and I couldn't deny it, and you do get tuckered out, but then, as I told Josiah, just think what you're tuckered for. And he said, "When you're as dead as a doornail, he didn't know what good some steeples and flags was going to do you, or floral clocks." I mistrusted he'd walked too fur lately, and had strained the cords of his legs, and his patience too much, though the last named was easy hurt, and always was. But Josiah took out his watch and looked at it, and said he'd promised to meet a man on important business, and he'd meet us at a certain spot in Agricultural Hall in just 1 hour. I asked him what business it was, and he hesitated a little, and said as he hurried away that it was business connected with the meetin' house. And I asked him, "What meetin' house?" And he didn't answer me, he was walking off so fast, mebbe he didn't hear me. Well, Blandina and I stayed looking at this wonderful clock for some time, and she said that the man that invented this clock was a powerful genius, and how she did wish she could meet him. She said such a man needed a kind and loving companion to take every care often him and pet him and make of him. The machinery of this clock, what makes it go, is up above a little ways on the hill in a small pavilion. There are glass doors, and you can look in and see the works of the clock. A great bell there strikes off the hours and quarter hours, and there is a big hourglass there too. 1,000 electric lights lighted up at night so folks can see day or night just how time is passing away. Agricultural building is the largest on the ground. The 2 palaces of agriculture and horticulture stand up on a beautiful hill surrounded by orchards, gardens, vineyards, shrubs, vines of all sorts. This outside exhibit covers 50 acres. There are beautiful lakes full of the rarest aquatic plants, from the great Egyptian lotus, whose leaves are large and strong enough to hold up a good-sized child, and all kinds of smaller plants, but just as beautiful. Indeed, there is everything rare and lovely in that display that ever grew in water or on land, and they make it one of the most beautiful places of the whole exposition. The enormous display outside and inside covers 70 acres, and every inch on them beautiful and instructive. The 20 acres covered by Agricultural Hall contains everything relating to the soil and its cultivation, everything that Mother Earth gives to man, all the tools, implements of every kind used in agriculture, plows, reapers, mowers, threshers, etc., run by horsepower, steam, or electricity. Among the plows we see a small old-fashioned one made of wood, used by Daniel Webster when he was a poor farmer boy. Working hard at his humble work, but his boyish mind, most probable, sought on something for above, looking at the hard soil ahead on him that he must break up, with them wonderful, sad, eloquent eyes of Hyson, and seeing visions, no doubt, and dreamin' dreams. Calling out to his oxen or horses, "Gee!" or "Whoa!" as the case might be, and they nonsensing the fact that this voice was going to give utterance to silver-tongued, heart-thrilling eloquence in the highest places of Europe and his native land. As I looked at it pensively, I pictured the tired boy holding the unhandy handles of the plow and trudging along behind his team through the long sultry days, and thought to myself, what hopes and dreams and ambitions was turned over by that old plow as well as greensward. Right by that little plow was a big powerful one that went by electricity. A sight that would probably looked as strange to Daniel, could it have appeared to him then, as any of his wildest daydreams materialized. And there was all the methods of irrigation, draining, engines, windmills, pumps, farm wagons, all kinds of fruit, sugar canes, vegetable sugar, candy stores, confectionery displays, vegetables of all kinds that was ever hearn on, some on 'em of such monstrous size that you never dreamt on 'em, unless it was in a nightmare. Chapter 8. Well, the time had arrived when we promised to meet Josiah at the appointed rendezvous. Indeed, Blandina went a little ahead of time, for as second chaperone she said it might be he would get there a little early, and being naturally high-spirited he might get impatient, and she said men ought to be guarded from anything that would wear on their tempers, just as much as possible. So I looked round a little more, and when I got to the place appointed, there saw Blandina reading extracts from The noble achievements of men, in a paper cover, which she carried round in her pocket. But no Josiah was there. Minutes passed, my happiness and peace of mind passing off faster than the minute hand, and no Josiah. A quarter of an hour passed, and still no sign of that dear man. And when half an hour had gone by I busted into tears, and Blandina I could see was torn with anxiety and offered to go out into the streets of St. Louis and hunt for him. She mistrusted he had wandered off the fair ground, and that clever creature was willin' to leave all the allurements that was allurin' her here to hunt for him. I says, I don't believe he is there. But oh, where shall we find him? And what state will he be in when found? Knowing the past as we did, we feared for the worst. But just then Billy Huff happened to pass by and stopped, and asked what was the matter. Oh, says I, with the tears running down my cheeks in copious as torrents. My partner is lost. Where did you lose him? Says he. I told him how it was, and he says, I'll bet I can find him for you. I remember his talkin' last night about a certain place. Illustration, says I in tearful accents. Oh, do try, and ease the heart of a distracted companion. But when he mentioned the place he thought he was, I repelled the insinuation with scorn. It was one of the most hilarious and vain places of revelry at the fair, where there was lots of bally girls and etc., and I says, No, indeed! He may have gone into some meetin' house and wandered up into the steeple unbeknown to him, or some educational exhibit, or Bible rooms, but never in that place. But yieldin' to his arguments I consented to go with him, sayin' we would stay at the door while he reconnoitered. But just as we got to the door, who should we see comin' out radiant and smilin' but Josiah Allen and Uncle Sim Bentley. Billy says, What did I tell you? I couldn't frame a reply. I had no frame that fitted the remark, but as Billy disappeared to once it didn't matter. When Josiah catched my eye and the look it wore, the blush of shame mantled his cheek, or was it remorse? I couldn't tell, they looked some alike. And he says, We went in, Samantha, to look for a missin' man, and my corn ached like furiation just as we was passin' the door, and I couldn't seem to walk another step, and it looked some like rain, and I knew you wouldn't want me to spile my new coat. And Uncle Sim chimed in. We was took faint both on us just as we got to the door and had to set down, and I mistrusted I should find Cousin Ezekiel there. And then happening to remember, both at the same time, they begun to say how they went for the good of the meetin' house. Says I in frigid accents, Say no more! And I turned on to my heel and walked coldly away. But Blandina whispered to me, Oh, be merciful, Aunt Samantha, men have such powerful intellects, that shows that would almost ruin a woman, don't affect them hardly any. Speak tenderly to him, says she, and I myself will gently accost Mr. Bentley. So she stepped back to his side and Josiah advanced and walked by me still pouring out excuses. Why, he gin enough reasons to excuse a regiment, let alone one small deacon. But Blandina seemed to lose her efforts, for Uncle Sim talked real grouty to her. He has never had a day of marrying anybody since his wife died, and he mistrusts them men are runnin' after him. You know male widowers do get that day into their heads, them that are as humbly as time in the primer, and a unmarried woman can't ask 'em about the weather, or sheep, or anything but what they mistrust some hidden warmth, and pride themselves on how attractive they be. It's a sight. As nigh as I could find out the minute Josiah Allen left me he took the railway and hurried to the wicked place where he and Uncle Sim was to meet, expecting to get back in ample time to meet us. But they was so took up with the show they dallied, and so retribution and an indignant partner overtook him. Well, we took the Intremero Railway and went back to finish Agricultural Hall, for that being writ on my pad I wanted to complete it so fur as we could. Of course it would took months to do justice to it. We got there in a few minutes, and Josiah, as might be expected, wanted to see the food exhibits, so we went where there was all kinds of food made of vegetable products, all kind of grain, flour mills where you could see wheat go in one end and bread come out the other, bakeries, kitchens, tea and coffee pavilions and every sort of animal food products, milk and cream in every form, fresh and preserved cheese and butter dairies. All sorts of dairy tools, churns, separators, cheese presses and vats, everything connected with making butter and cheese, transporting and distributing. Starch factories, broom factories, market gardening in all branches. Grasses, all sorts of fodder for cattle, raised in every country of the world, and the best methods of raising. Everything relating to poultry, artificial hatching and raising. Every kind of crop raised in every country of the world, and the best methods of raising and handling them. As in cotton, you can see it from the tiny seed clear to the cotton mill, so in corn, you see everything that is manufactured from it and how it is done: meal, breakfast foods, starch, bread, pastry, baking powders, yeast, from a kernel of corn up to mills and manufactories. And so it was in everything raised in our own country and all over the world. And there was a display of insects, bees, and everything relating to honey and wax. Silkworms and their work and products, cochineal and all kinds of useful insects and their work, and hurtful insects and methods of destroying them, and so on and so on and so on. I couldn't tell all I see if I should try a week, and what we see was the drop to a fountain. The immense building is divided off into streets and blocks just like a city, and you might roam through them streets a month and find something new and interesting every day and hour. Well, from there we went to Horticultural Hall, or we had started for there when Josiah made an observation about the size of a potato he had seen in Agricultural Hall, that I had to in the cause of truth and duty object to. The size he mentioned was a 12-quart pail, and I said, "Josiah, take off a few quarts from that pail. For the good of your soul, take off 2 quarts anyway." "Not a quart," says he, "nor a spunful." Well, we had words about it, Blandina as usual siding with her uncle, and it ended with their going back with a string, which Josiah produced from his pocket to measure it, I offering to stay by a certain statute till they got back. And as I stood there looking at the steady passin' crowd and philosophizin' on it as my natur' is, I was accosted by a strange-looking man, as I took it to be. I say it for reasons named hereafter. "Josiah Allen's wife, I am happy to meet you. I knew you at once, though it is so long since we met." In the meantime it had gripped hold of my hand with fervor. I drawed back and says, "Sir!" I thought it favored that gender most. "Sir, I think you are mistook." "Oh, no, you are Josiah Allen's wife. I am Dr. Mary Walker." "Oh," says I in a relieved accent, as I returned the warm grasp of her hand. "I am glad to meet you, Mary. She's done some good things in her life, taking care of poor wounded soldiers, etc., and I honored her for 'em. Though I don't approve of her costume, as I told her in the conversation that ensued, after we'd talked considerable about the fair and kindred matters. For I see as we stood there behavin' ourselves, curious eyes was bent on her and unbecomin' epithets hurled at her by them who knowed no better. She seemed oblivious to 'em, but I asked her if she wouldn't rather wear less noticeable attire. And she said she cared not for ribald remarks as long as her motives was pure. And I said we could carry pure motives under a headdress of peacock's feathers standin' up straight over our foreheads, but wouldn't it be better to carry 'em under a bonnet? "No better," says she. "Not a whit." "Well, easier?" says I. "Wouldn't it be easier for ourselves and bystanders?" says she. "I care not for public opinion." "But," says I, "as long as we've got to live close neighbor to public opinion, wouldn't it be easier for us to fall in with his ideas a little on comparatively unimportant things than to keep him riled up all the time? It seems to me that if folks want to impress their personality on the world, it is better to do it by noble deeds and words than by startling costumes," says she. "My dress is far more comfortable than the ordinary dress of females," says I reasonably. "Short dresses are a boon and a blessin', but in my opinion they can be short enough for comfort and still not infringe on man's chosen raiment. And as for pantaloons, men are welcome to 'em so fur as I'm concerned, and also tall hats, they hain't nothin' I hanker for either on 'em," says she. "We have a right to wear any clothes we see fit," says I. "We have a right to plow green sword, shingle a steep barn rough, or break a yoke of steers. But the question is, will it pay in comfort or economy to do this? As for me, I'd ruther be in the house in a comfortable dress and clean apron, cookin' a good dinner for Josiah, or settin' down knittin' his socks whilst he does the harder work he is by natur' and education fitted for. But everybody to their own mind. And so fur as I am concerned, I'd ruther attract attention by doin' somethin' worthwhile, Something really noble and good, than by tying a red rag round my foretop. But as I say, folks are different, and I am fur from saying that my way is the only right way. Mary Kinder waved off some of my ideas and went on and spoke of her work on the battlefield, and how necessary her dress was in such a place. And I says, Mary, I've always honored you for your noble work there. But I believe I could lift up the head of a dying man easier in a loose gingham dress and straw bonnet tied on, than I could in your tight pantaloons and high hat. But howsomever, the main thing is that the man is lifted, and he doubtless wouldn't quarrel about the costume of his preserver. The main thing in this world, Mary, is the work we do, the liftin', or tryin' to lift, the day's work we do in the harvest field of endeavor. And I s'pose a few trousers more or less hain't goin' to count when we carry in our sheaves. Though I must say to the last, Mary Walker, I could carry 'em easier in my dress than I could in yourn. Illustration. In the heat of our good-natured conversation, Mary had slipped her hand through my arm and neither of us noticed it, so wrapped up was we in the topics under discussion, when I heard Blandina's voice behind me saying, "Oh, what a noble-looking man Aunt Samantha is talking to, and how affectionate actin'! How sweet it will be to meet him!" And then I heard a sharp rasping voice close to me saying, "Sir, I will thank you to onhand my wife." I wouldn't hardly have knowed my partner's voice, such burning anger showed in it, and was depicted on his lineament as I turned round and faced him. And he went on, "Samantha, have I lived with you most a century to be deceived in you now?" His terrible emotions had unhinged his reasoning faculties. "We hain't lived together so long as that," but I didn't deign to argy. I only says with calm dignity, "Miss Walker, this is my partner, Josiah Allen." "Miss," says he in an overbearing accent. "Miss Walker." He looked as if he thought it was a conspiracy hatched up between us to deceive him. "Yes," says I coolly. "Miss Walker, Dr. Mary Walker." "Oh," says Josiah, in his surprise and relief not offering to bow or shake hands or nothin'. "Dear Samantha, I've hearn on her." And he turned and linked his hand in my other arm, so for a minute we looked like three twins perambulatin' along. In the meantime I introduced Blandina, who looked bewildered and disappointed. But Dr. Mary Walker remembered engagement, and to my relief took leave on us. And I said a few words to Josiah on the danger and cruelty to me of his hasty opinion and suspicion, and in the cause of duty I mentioned the late episode of himself and Uncle Sime, and he seemed mortified and apologetic for as many as 3 minutes. But it didn't last, it never does with his sect. And we went on to Horticultural Hall, Josiah on the way reluctantly showing me the string he had measured the potato with. He had to take off several quarts off in that pail, just as I told him he would, and it made him fractious. But he lost his chagrin on the way. It was buried under the acres of posies and beautiful shrubs and trees through which we was passin'. Every rare posy you ever hearn on was there, and them you never dreamt on, and trees, some beautiful and familiar, and them with strange and beautiful foliage. Little lakes, where gold and silver fish played and dotted over with the rarest and loveliest water plants and blossoms, shrubs runnin' over with bloom. Why, there was acres of just roses. And in the middle of a 6-acre rose garden stood a handsome statue of one of my own sect, Flora by name, just looking down as if she owned the whole on't, and was proud and happy to be there, as well she might. She'll never get into such a delightful spot again, I don't believe. And there was pleasant walks windin' round every which way, and once in a while a big tree shade in a cozy nook where you could sit down and enjoy the beauty and perfume. It was good to be there, and it seemed as if the whole world had the same mind about comin', and was all there walkin' about or else settin' down enjoyin' themselves. Horticultural buildin' is big enough and full enough to keep folks busy a month. Right in the center, in a place as long as from our house clear over to she that was submit Tewksbury's and I dino but furder, was a display of fruit, all kinds of fruit of every shape and size that grow in every climate from frigid to torrid, and every country from Greenland to Asia. It was a sight. Then there was a display of every kind of horticultural machinery and implements, glass housen, aquariums, ferneries, all sorts of ornaments for gardens. All kinds of small fruits and how to grow 'em, everything relating to the culture of vines, vineyards, wine cellars. All sorts of ornamental plants and flowers, models of fruit in wax and plaster, baskets and bunches of flowers, conservatories, all flowering plants from every country and the way to grow them. All sorts of seeds, grass, fruit trees of all kinds, and the best way to prune and plant them. Josiah told me he thought we could get round and see what was in this buildin' in 4 weeks. But I felt dubersome about it, and told him we would have to go a pretty good jog if we did. Blandina thought she could get round in 3 weeks if she had some good man's arm to lean on the most of the time. But tenderate, after stayin' there and lookin' round a long time, I told Josiah I was tired enough to go home, so we went. I was most melted too, for St. Louis weather is tuckering to them that can't stand heat. It made Josiah real worrisome time and agin. And one thing he said about it put a idea into my head that I never had thought on. I thought it was real smart. Somebody was lamentin' the fact in our hearin' that so many thieves and villains of all sorts had congregated at St. Louis this summer, and Josiah says, "It's a first-rate thing for sinners to come here to get acclimated, as it were, before they die." I hadn't thought on't, but felt there was somethin' in it, for truly the burnin' climate of the place I don't want to speak on by name must be easier to bear after visitin' St. Louis than to plunge into it from cooler and more northern states. And still I don't know why we should want to make it easier for 'em. I s'pose it was our pitying naters that made us think on't. The weather was simply burnin' hot, no other word describes it, oveny, furnacy hot. And Josiah said, and well said, it set folks to thinkin' and inclined 'em to take warning and mend their ways. Says he, 2 days of St. Louis weather was worth more to sinners than the sermons of a month of winter Sundays. Truly in heat it was a great object lesson. I wore my brown lawn dress day after day, havin' no chance to wear my rich alpacky, as I wanted to kinder show off before Miss Huff, and Blandina presented the wilted appearance of a long slim cabbage leaf plunged in bilin' water. I believe Josiah's groanin's and tackins on and mutterin' helped him to bear it better than if he had held in. Not that I told him so, no, I told him it was ominly to carry on so. But truly the heat was fearful. Our clothin' stuck to us and perspiration and sweat run down our faces. The next day it was so hot I felt kinder mager and stayed to home. Blandina and Miss Huff went half a day, and in the afternoon Blandina went to a big department store in the city to get some thinner underwear, and I got awful scared about her. Miss Huff gin her the most minute directions about where it was and what car to take. It was the great ways off, and she ought to got back at 4 o'clock anyway. But time run along, first struck, then 5 and then 6, and I was gettin' dreadful worried about her when she come in tired enough. Says I was awful worried about you, Blandina. Did you get lost? No. She said she got onto the right car and the conductor was a dreadful handsome and fascinatin' man, and she went to get off at the right street, and kinder backed off, she always does get off that way, and the conductor thinkin' she wanted to get on. He smiled so sweet and held out his hand to help her on so she would get on again. And that happened over and over. She not wantin' to hurt his feelin's, and slight him by not takin' holt of his hand and climmin' on agin. Till finally she did show some good sense. She asked the man standin' on the platform if he would help her off, for she had been tryin' to get off for the last 5 stations. So she had to take a car back, but the conductor was humbly and gruff and she got along all right. But it belated her. Says I, "What made you do it, Blandina?" "Oh," says she, "he looked so winning and invitin' I didn't want to hurt his feelin's." Says I, "You'll sup sore yet, Blandina, by your wantin' to oblige everybody. You ort to look out for yourself some, you're altogether too good to be comfortable." Chapter 9. Well, Josiah went that day with Billy Huff. He santered off without any system or plan, and wouldn't take my pad though I offered it to him. But I guess they jest poked round miscellaneous, as you may say, seein' jest what they happened to run into. And in some of their travels they met Barzelia Trimble, a woman lecturer. She's young and good-lookin' and smart as a whip, and I guess she made much of Josiah. Tenrate she gin him tickets to her lecture. She said she'd met a man whose brother-in-law's cousin had bought a dog once of a neighbor of mine, and so feelin' so well acquainted with me she sent me the tickets, and did hope we would come. She said she felt that she knew us both so well that it would be a treat to her. The way she come to see Josiah that day, Billy had met her at school where she lectured. Josiah was very anxious that we should both go. He remembered the dog. But I says, I thought you didn't believe in women's lecturin' and havin' rights, Josiah. Well, I don't believe in 'em, but the tickets was gin to us, 50 cents right out of her pocket, and she'll expect us. She said it would make her feel more homelike to have us present. Well, says I don't know as I feel so very intimate with her. I never see the dog, but her ideas on women's rights is sensible. I've read about 'em. And that kinder headed Josiah off onto a new tact. We had had a dreadful good supper, and I believe Miss Trimble had made a sight on him. I believe she had flattered and pompied him, and for the time being he felt soft in spirit towards the sex. And tenerate men's moods are like the unfathomable sea, sometimes turbulent, throwing up stunny arguments and sandy ones, and agin flowing calm and smooth as isle, and this was one of the gently swashin' ones. I know, says he. And I told her so, what vim men want rights for or to vote. I never wanted vim men to vote. I told her they was too good, they was too near angels to have rights. You know I've always said so, Samantha, and I was readin' a piece a day or two ago, writ by one of the first ministers in the country, and he said that vim men hadn't ort to want any rights. They ort to be riz up on a pedestal, and I say so too. And I says, No, Josiah, I can't go into that with all the rest I have to do, and it seems unreasonable in that minister to want vim men to climb up onto pedestals when they have to do their own housework. Well, I say it hain't unreasonable. You ought to be up on one, Samantha. How much Miss Trimble must have made on him. He was so uncommon clever, and he never was megum, per creetur. I didn't really want to get into an argument at that time o' day, but I see he was on the wrong tact, and I felt I must convince him, so I says in reasonable accents, I just as lives be on a pedestal as not. I'd kinder love to if I could set. I always did enjoyed bein' riz up, if I had nothin' to do only to stay up there some time, but vim men have to get round so much it wouldn't work. How could I take a tower histed up like the car of Juggernaut or a pope in a procession? I couldn't get carriers for one thing, and I wouldn't give a cent to be carried round anyway with my dizzy spells. I should more'n as likely as not fall off. But that hain't the main reason I'm eggin' it. It is too tuckerin' a job for vim men. Tuckerin' to be enthroned on a pedestal with the male sect lookin' up to you and worshipin' you. You call that tuckerin'? Says he. Yes, says I. I do. How under the sun can I or any other woman be up on a pedestal and do our own housework, cookin', washin' dishes, sweepin', moppin', cleanin' lamps, blackin' stoves, washin', ironin', makin' beds, quiltin' bed quilts, gettin' 3 meals a day, day after day, biled dinners and bag puddin's and mince pies and things, to say nothin' of custard and pumpkin pies that will slop over on the level. Do the best you can. How could you keep 'em inside the crust histin' yourself up and down? And cleanin' house time? Mebbe, says I honestly, it would come handy in whitewashin' or fixin' the stovepipe, but where would it be in cleanin' mop boards, or puttin' down carpets, or washin' winders, or doin' a 3 weeks' washin', or bilin' soap? Or pickin' geese? They act like fury shot up on the barn floor. How could you get our old gander up on a pedestal? His temper is that fiery, to say nothin' of settin' or standin' on it, and holdin' on to the old thing and pickin' it. And raisin' chickens and washin' old trousers and overalls, and cleanin' cellars and paintin' floors and paperin', and drougin' round all the time, as a woman has to keep her house comfortable. And pickin' black caps and strawberries, and churnin' big churnin's of butter, and pickin' wool, to say nothin' of unexpected company comin', and no girl. Let a lot of company come to stay all day, the relations on your side and the work not done, and me pausin' like a statue, looking down on you and your sect, you'd feel like a fool and jaw, you know you would. I presume you'd throw your boot jack at me and threaten to part with me, and how mean that would be in you when I did it at your request. 'Tain't anything any woman would go into if she was let alone. And then think of the thrashers and silo fillers comin' in hungry as bears, what would they say? No dinner cookin' and I on a pedestal, why it would be the town's talk. Or you comin' home from Jonesville on a cold night fractious as a dog and sayin' you should die off if you didn't have supper in 10 minutes. How could I get it on time perched up there? I say it can't be done, and it is unreasonable for men to want it, and at the same time want them men to do her own housework. For these men, every one on 'em, would act like fury if their house wasn't clean and their clothes in order, and meals on time. And you must know it would just about kill a woman to be doing all this and histin' herself up and down 100 times a day, and maybe half dead with rheumatiz too. Why, it would be worse for me than all the rest of my work, and you hadn't ort to ask it of me. Josiah looked real huffy and says, I hain't the only man that's wantin' it done, men have always been sot on it. There's been more'n a wagon load of poetry writ on it, and you know it. Men have always said a sight about it, I hain't alone in it. He snapped out. No, says I honestly. I've heard it before. But you see it wouldn't work, don't you? And I believe I could convince every man if I could get to 'em and talk it over with 'em. And I don't see where the beauty on't would come in. Of course a woman couldn't change her clothes and put on Greek drapery right in the midst of cleanin' the buttery shelves or moppin' off the back steps. And to see a woman standin' up on a pedestal with an old calico dress pinned up round her waist and a slat sunbonnet on and her partner's rubber boots, and her sleeves rolled up, and her face red as blood with hard work, and her hands all swelled up with hot soap suds and lye, what beauty would there be in it? It always did seem unreasonable besides bein' so tuckerin' no woman could stand it for a day. He looked mad as a hen and says he, they could manage it if their minds was strong enough. Says I, it seems to me it would depend more on the strength of their legs, 'specially if the pedestal was a high one. I never could get up onto it at all if I should go into it without gettin' up on a chair and then on a table. No woman, no matter how strong she was, could get more than 2 meals a day under the circumstances. Josiah looked worried and says, well, maybe there has been too much said about it, maybe it would be just as well to leave pedestals to staters. And I says, it is as well agin. The men couldn't stand it with all they have to do. And so we ended by being real congenial in our two minds and thinking considerable alike, which is indeed a comfort to partners. And we read our chapter in the Bible and had family prayers just as we do to home. For I would not leave off all the good old habits of my life because my body was moved round a little. And we had a good night's rest and sot out in good season the next morning for the Exposition. The next morning Grandpa Huff said to the breakfast table that he did wish he had someone to read to him that day. Everybody was going to the fair and he was going to be left alone. So Blandina, clever creature that she is, said she would stay and read to him from his favorite volume, Fox's Book of Martyrs, and also from Lamentations and Job. Billy said his grandpa was never happy, only when he was perfectly miserable. We have all seen such folks. So Josiah and I sot off alone, and he, being in good spirits and being gin to new and strange projects, proposed that we should take an automobile. I didn't favor the day and said, I do know about it, Josiah. I feel kinder scareful about ortos. I fear that it might prove our last ride. But, says he, with a good shuffler there hain't any danger. But I still was dubersome and says, maybe it would end by our shufflin' off our mortal coils, as Mr. Shakespeare tells on. You don't wear 'em, Samantha, nor never did, nor I don't wear a pompadour. He meant this for a joke, for his head is most as bare as a sass plate. And he went on. It would be a very stylish and genteel ride. I'd love to tell Brother Gaudet about it. The brethren will expect it of me as a live progressive Jonas-Villian minglin' here with the noblest in the land to cut somethin' of a dash. But seein' that I still look dubersome, he says, I don't feel very rugged this mornin' and I dread the crowded car. I do know but I should faint away in 'em if I sot out. That of course settled the matter. As his anxious chaperone I consented to the project, and he went and got the showiest one he could find. He didn't look for character or stability, only for gildin' and red paint. And we embarked, Josiah with a proud lineament, as if he was introducin' me into gay life and fashionable amusements. The man was to take us to the fairground for so much, and Josiah, feelin' so neat, had paid him in advance, and there was another party waitin' for him. And the speed that shuffler put on was somethin' awful. The first few minutes before we got to goin' that terrific speed, Josiah liked it, and seemed to look patronizingly down on the people walkin' afoot that we passed by and pity 'em. But anon the man got to goin' faster and faster, and Josiah's lineament underwent a change, and he hollered out to me, for the noise was so loud and scareful he had to yell. "Samantha, I don't believe it is right for members of the meetin' house to be goin' at such a gait." And I hollered back to him, "It hain't none of my doin's, it hain't nothin' I wanted. I hangin' on to my bunnet strings and tryin' to keep my bunnet on. As for the tabs of my mantily, I had gin up tryin' to curb 'em down, and they waved out like a pirate's flag in a cyclone, only a different color." Finally Josiah hollered to the shuffler, "I want you to curb in your machine. I'm a deacon, and have got my station in the Jonesville meetin' house to think on. Hold it in, I say." The shuffler glanced round at us, as calm as a goggle-eyed clam, and never deigned to answer, and Seaman Y urged on the ordo to redoubled speed. Oh, the awfulness of the scene! The terrific noise soundin' on my ear pans till it seemed as if them pans must break down, the dirt a-flyin', my pardner standin' up with his whiskers and coat tails wavin' in the breeze. His hat blowed off, and by almost superhuman exertions I catched it, and carried it in my hand, thinkin' it was safer than on his head. He a-yellin', "Stop, I tell you! Whoa! Back up! Dumb your dumb picter, whoa I say!" For the last few miles Josiah rid standin' all I could do and say, yellin' at the shuffler, hollerin' woe to him, and appealin' to heaven and me simultaneous as it were, for mercy and succor. Illustration. And that shuffler payin' no more attention to him than as if he was a fly, not a hoss fly, but just a common fly. Only he would look back at us once in a while through them big goggles of his'n that most curdled my blood to see 'em. At last Josiah, seemin' to give up all hope, sunk back and grasped hold of my tab and says, "Goodbye, Samantha, if you get through alive remember I died tryin' to save you." His emotions and the dirt choked him, and he faintly added, "Tell the brethren and see that it is put in the Jonesville auger, that I died a hero's death tryin' to save my pardner." And his grasp on my tabs become almost hysterical. But at that minute the entrance gate was reached, and the ordo stopped so abruptly that Josiah, who had got up agin, was precipitated into my lap. But he got out immediately, and the minute he and I stepped on to terry firme he turned and shook his fist at the man, and says he, "If it wasn't for the crowd and Samantha's feelin's, I would whip you within an inch of your life. Oh, if I only had you in a 10-acre lot you'd feel the wrath of a lion when it was rousted up." But I laid my hand on him and led him away. I knowed such scenes was bad for his nerve. He trembled like a popple leaf, and the minute we got through the gate I had to set down with him and deal out 4 nutcakes before he was himself agin. I was determined this day to go to the Palace of Fine Arts, so we did, and I put in a time of almost perfect happiness there. We went into Government Building in trance that day, and I proposed to Josiah that we should stop at Liberal Arts Building on the way, and he at first demurred and says, "Samantha, you're too liberal by half now for folks with our means, and I do know as I want you to spend your time in such a display." He said he would rather take me to the display of economics, and says he, wantin' to persuade me to go with him. "Them men has countless virtues, but to my mind her crowning excellence is to be economical." But I explained to him that exhibit didn't mean bein' liberal with money, but it was just a step behind fine arts, and says I should think you would want to see the place where this exposition was dedicated in the presence of one of the biggest crowds that was ever gathered together. So we stopped there a little while, and could have spent days there with interest and profit. The foreign countries have splendid exhibits here as well as our own. Everything in typography and books, everything possible in photography. Models of lighthouses, dams, geographical maps, Egyptian, Hebrew and imperial surveys, scientific demonstrations in liquid hydrogen and that queer substance, radium. I was dreadfully interested in that wonderful new discovery, and says I to myself as I looked at it, "As little as there is of you there is enough to overturn big systems of science and philosophy, and begin a new history of the inside of the world." I was glad my sect had discovered this, and thought it was one of the best things she had done in a number of years. And there was all kinds of hygienic displays, chemical and engineering works. China had a dreadful interesting exhibit, ancient manuscripts, books published thousands of years before our kind of type was invented. Weapons that was old when Mr. Confucius was livin'. Armor, costumes, musical instruments, queer-lookin' things them was as I ever see, and nothin' I would want to play on. photo engineering, electrotyping, lithography, typewriting, telescopes of all kinds from tiny ones up to ones that weigh 4,000 pounds. The latest medical and surgical instruments. The piano from the first one made up to the present automatic instruments of all kinds, stringed instruments, church organs, displays in civil and military engineering, machinery for making good roads, rock crushers, water purifying, and so on and so on and so on. The time spent in this building is full of education as well as interest. There was some beautiful statues too decorated in this building. Most on 'em I was proud to see was figures of my own sect. But having sought out for the Palace of Fine Arts, we anon wended our way thither. It is a beautiful building, or rather there are 4 massive buildings connected together to form this Palace of Art. There are 3 big buildings in front and an annex. The central building, built of stone and brick, is the only permanent building in this enormous exposition, so naturally they would make it as perfect as possible. And it is crowded full of beauty. In fact, turn where you would see such glowing landscapes, such beautiful faces, such perfect sculpture that you get all mixed up, and when you thought it over you couldn't remember whether some picture or statue that stood out in your memory was in the U.S. exhibit or the French, or German, or Italian, or etc., etc. In looking back and thinking on't and trying to get 'em in the right place in your mind, it is as difficult as it would be in walking through a big clover meadow and trying to sort out the clover blossoms and describe 'em one by one and tell in just what corner of the lot you found 'em. It can't be done. In such an immense field of art your brain sort o' fills up and turns round and you get mixed. But as I say, some of the pictures and statues stayed in my memory, so I couldn't dislodge 'em and don't want to, no indeed. Now there are 3 noble figures at the entrance that you can't forget. Inspiration, standing up above the main entrance, is just where she should be. Inspiration, breath of the Most High, breathed into some of his children below anon or oftener, and then on each side is Truth and Nature. Nature, the kind All-Mother, Truth, the Divine One. How sweet to find 'em all there together, guardin' and consecrate in these walls. You went in feelin' safer with such guardians at the portal. I must say though that Truth didn't have any clothes on. She was just settin' there on top of the world, just as naked as she could be. She could have wore one of my bib aprons as well as not, durin' the fair anyway, whilst there was so many folks round, and she would have looked enough sight better to me and been just as truthful. But howsomever, I knew she was likely. Her face was innocent and beautiful. As I said, it is some of the pictures and statues that stand out clearest in my memory. But there was everything else there admirable and choice in art, paintings in oil, wax, on canvas, wood, enamel, metal, fresco paintings on walls and ceilings, watercolors, chalk, pastel, ivory, pyrography, engravings, etchings, figures in marble, metal, plaster, carvings in ivory, stone, wood, etc., architectural designs of all kinds, mosaics, artwork in glass, earthenware, leather, metal, artistic book binding, and etc., 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 and I might spread these out into volumes. And didn't my soul just spread her wings here in delight, to speak in flowery language? What pictures of beauty dawned on my rapt eyesight, faces sweet as was ever dreamt on, sad faces, tragic faces, old faces and young faces, children sweet and bonny as was ever seen, youth and love, age and manhood and gratified ambition, princes and paupers, life and death, landscapes full of the dewy freshness and joy of the morning, night scenes dark and full of mystery and melancholy, mountain and valley, hill and dale, ocean and rivulet. Every phase of human joy and sorrow was depicted there, and every phase of peaceful and warlike life. It was a sight. If I could stay there a year right in them walls, I might have got round maybe, and seen what I wanted to and as long as I wanted to. But of course this was to be. For one thing, the fair would be closed before, and then Josiah wouldn't gin his consent anyway. He got kinder worrisome as it was and didn't want to stay so long as we did, and after an hour or so I compromised with him, gin him nut cakes occasionally, and anon when we would enter a new gallery he would set down by the door till I had got through lookin'. As I said, some of the pictures and statues clung to my memory as if they'd been throwed at my mind so powerful that they just stuck there, and couldn't be dislodged even by all the later multitude of sights throwed over 'em. There was one by Whistler full of the subtle mystery that he wraps round his figures. Why, you know he has painted one that to them that are sympathetic, the little lady in black, will walk right out of the picture and come towards him. Time and again she's done it. I'm tellin' the truth, that can be proved. In the mystery of the night, the female figure dimly discerned through the veil of mist seems the incarnation of the mystery of sky and sea, the infinite solemnity, and peace and loneliness of the night. There was pictures that made you happy, and some that sort o' sent a chill to your spirit, like Malay. Chill October. As you looked at it you almost felt the chill, mournful breeze that you knew was sweepin' along. Some queer pictures like the Ghost Dance, kinder lingered in the vestibule of your mind. You know your mind has got more different rooms in it than any house that was ever built, and some pictures and folks don't get into the very inmost rooms. They never get further than the doorstep. There are 3 pictures by the King and Queen of Portugal, all on picture and humble life. The King's show a peasant drivin' cattle to water. I wondered if he didn't wish, when he painted it, that he was that carefree herder, who could sing and whistle and wear easy shoes, and throw on any old clothes, and santer out into the dewy mornin' and do as he wanted to. One of the queens was a farm wagon, such as they carry farm produce in, but sometimes I s'pose load up with merry girls and boys for a happy outing in the green woods. I shouldn't wonder if, when she was dead tired of the cares, formalities and burdens of a queen, she wished she was one of them happy young girls riding off in a cotton frock on the old farm wagon into some joyous picnic. The other one of hern was a cute little donkey, and over all on was bright sunlight and soft shadow. They done well. I wished I could encourage by tellin' so. A word of praise sometimes does so much good, to anybody from peasant to king. Among the statutes that I see to the fair that stood up straight in my mind was light and darkness. Darkness was in the form of 2 men, one on crouched low with his arm over his face drawin' his mantle to hide from the light. The other male is liftin' his head but his eyes are still shut, evidently he feels the dawn of somethin' better, and he's waking up, while standin' erect is the graceful figure of a female, beautiful and noble, full of bounden life and light, holdin' up high over her head a star. She wants to wake up the whole world to the light. Dakota was pictured as a lady with precious few clothes on. She looked old in her face, and I told Josiah it was a shame to see a woman that age with such a low-neck dress on. It was cut down to the bottom of her waist. And lots of the men staters was wearin' low necks. I didn't like it, but Josiah remarked that he'd always said a vest and coat cut low neck would make a man look dressy, and he believed he should have one made for best. I looked coldly at him, and said it looked bad enough to see young folks dress in that way without old folks cuttin' up and actin'. Lots of the statutes would looked as well agin if they'd had me to advise them about their clothes, but still take the pictures and statutes of the fair as a whole they're magnificent, and a honor to the nations. There are 1,000 statutes, all beautiful and inspirin', to be seen there on the Exposition grounds. I was glad to see the statute of Dr. Jenner, who discovered vaccination, tryin' it first on his own son. When it is the law for doctors to try their medicine first on their own folks, miscellaneous patients will feel safer. Dr. Jenner acted honorable toward humanity at large. I told Josiah I hoped the boy got along well and didn't get hit on the arm while it was sore. And he said, I wouldn't worry over folks I never neighbored with, and I'd better tend to my own companion, who was starvin' slowly by my side. He couldn't been so very hungry havin' eat so many nutcakes since breakfast, but I dealt out some more to him. Well, we stayed in the art gallery a long time, so long that Josiah complained bitterly and says, If you stay as long in every buildin', when will we get round to see the pike? Truly Josiah longed for that place day by day, but as first chaperone of the party I tried to delay him from goin', knowin' that it must come sometime but gladly puttin' off the day. But I says suthin' why, I shan't want to stay so long at any other place. And it bein' past our lunch time we went and had a good meal, and of course Josiah's crossness subsided with every mouthful he took and his liniment looked like a cosset lamb's in amiability when I proposed we should go to the fishery buildin'. It wasn't so very fur from there considerin', though as I have said before every place is a good ways off from anywhere else. You'd have knowed the buildin' by the great fish that was sculpted over the entrance. It was a bigger fish than was ever lied about in male fish stories, and that's sayin' enough. Connected with this is also an exhibit of forestry and game. We went into the part devoted to forestry first. There are several acres outdoors as well as inside devoted to this display, and what didn't we see there in trees, plants, woods of every kind, forest growth, tree planting, all sorts of useful wood, pine, spruce, hemlock, cedar, all the hardwoods, and everything made of wood, wood pulp, barrels, baskets, turpentine, alcohol. In the United States exhibit was immense pictures illustrating our forests, methods of lumbering, lumber camps, forest fires, etc., etc. There was displays of different species of trees and plants, forest botany, structure and anatomy of woods, sawmills, seeds and plants of all kinds, and all the different woods and products of wood from Egypt to Japan, barks, roots, cork, rubber, gums, oils, quinine, camphor, varnish, wax, dyewoods, lumber, staves. Why, there was over 200 different kinds of wood from Argentina alone. Josiah, who was real interested here, says, "I'd love to have Brother Gaudet step in here a minute. He's proud as a peacock of his strip of woodland. He thought he covered the whole field of forestry with his wood pulp and maple sugar. I guess his pride would be took down a little." "Well," says I, "let's look on it as showing the greatness and wonder of Providence, and be humble and admire." "I shall look at it as I'm a minter," he says. But I guess he was more reverential for a spell. And there was all the plants and leaves used in medicine, and mushrooms, truffles, seeds and plants and implements for gathering and preserving, drying houses, nurseries, basket work, grass work. It seemed as if everything that could be known about trees and plants could be learned here, and though we knowed we hadn't time or convenience to take all the knowledge in, no, our heads wasn't big enough, but they felt crowded full as we left this building. And that I felt was the crowning glory of this fair, the new ideas and knowledge of better ways and things that was learnt in all these exhibits, and was destined in the future to bear fruit and bless the world. In the fishery department we see all the products of the great water world that makes up more than half of our earth. Every kind of fish that ever swum, from a whale to a mini, salt water and fresh water fish, and them that are half fish and half animal, and aquatic birds and aquatic plants of all kinds, and plants that seem halfway between vegetable and animal. Seagrass, shells of all kinds, pearls, pearl shells, corals, sponges, skins and furs, illustrations, paintings and casts illustrating water life of all kinds, fishing grounds. All kinds of boats, nets, traps, rods, reels, lines, fish curing establishments, aquariums, and so on and so on, and I might write them. So ons, indefinitely, but what would be the use? Just imagine everything that is discovered and brought to light by them that go down to the sea in ships, and there it was. Chapter 10. West of the forestry building growing right out of the ground is an immense map of the United States covering 5 acres of ground. Gravel walks mark the state and coast lines, and each state is sought out in its own native flowers. There it was, you could look right down onto it just like a map, from the rocky shores of Maine down to Florida. Josiah was simply infatuated with the sight, and I myself thought it was a great idea, and I says, "Josiah, this is a plan worthy of Uncle Sam to immortalize what is dearest to him in living colors." "Yes, indeed," says he, and after a minute's thought he added, "Others can follow suit and set them that are dearest to 'em outdoors. If I live till another spring, Samantha," says he firmly, "I will set you out in the pasture. The dooryard would be too small to do justice to you. Uri and I will plant you in the middle of the 10-acre lot." I was touched by the tenderness underlying the idea, but says I, "Have you counted the cost, Josiah? I know it will cost, you're hefty and big-boned and I'd want you heroic size, but we needn't have your whole frame made in posies. I could plant you in different seeds and raise you like a crop, and sell you in the fall. Beans would look well in different colors." He see my look of cold irony as he spoke of selling me, and added, "Or I could set you out mostly in pusley if you'd ruther, the garden is full of it." "I shall never be sought out in pusley, Josiah Allen, I always hated it. The whole thing is as crazy as anything you ever undertook. Crazy or not, it will be did. Summer squash would look well and be economical. I could probably train them so you'd seem to be holding the squashes in your arms. Give up the whole scheme, Josiah Allen, Don't try to combine love and economy so close. But he vowed he wouldn't give it up, and I suppose I may see trouble weaning him from the day. That night, whilst I was restin' a little in my room after supper, Josiah having stayed down in the parlor a spell talkin' to Grandpa Huff and Billy, Blandina come into my room. She was all faggied out, but under the fag you could see that expression of perennial good nature and love to man. She said she'd been readin' all day to Grandpa Huff, and as near as I could make out he'd kep' her right down to them blood-curdlin' chapters where they fried the martyrs in ile and Brie led 'em on gridirons. She looked dreadful tired, and I told her I wouldn't gin in and read such stuff all day. But she said Mr. Huff was anxious to hear it, and she was perfectly willin' and more than willin' to please him, for says she smilin' in a queer sort of a way and sort o' bridlin' a little. I'm anxious to do anything for him I can because I love him devotedly. I was fairly stunted. Love him? Says I. Why, how long ago was it that you loved his grandchild passionately? Why, says I, Blandina, you seem to rob the cradle and the grave for objects of affection. Yes, I did love Billy with perfect devotion till I found that my affection was driven back like a dove from the rest it fain would made in his youthful heart, and now it has settled down upon his grandpa's bosom. Mr. Huff needs a companion, Aunt Samantha. He needs a tender female companion to journey by his side over the rough pathway of life. And oh, I do feel that this world is a cold, rough place, and my heart, like that wanderin' dove I spoke on, sids to find rest. Well, says I reasonably, maybe a dove would be safe to rest on Grandpa Huff, but I don't believe he could stand the weight of a hen. Why, he's 90 if he's a day, Blandina. She didn't reply but sot lookin' mournful but clever, and agin she says, This is a cold world. Not here it hain't, not in St. Louis. Says I, wipin' my heated forward, but she went on. My heart has gone out to him without any will of my own. I feel that he has the makin' of a noble man in him. And I says, I guess he's made about all he can be on this spear. But seein' her mournful looks I added, You're a clever critter, Blandina, that's what's the matter with you, you're so good-hearted you mistake good natur' and pity for love more'n half the time. I don't believe, says I feelin'ly, I ever see a cleverer creature than you are. And I meant it, every word I said. But she repeated again, I love him, Aunt Samantha, with a pure, deep devotion. Well, says I, if I was in your place I would take a little catnip tea and go to bed. I'll steep some for you over my alcohol lamp. I knowed it was her good natur' and her nerves that was wrought up instead of her heart, though catnip is good for the heart for all I know. She got all nerved up readin' them dreadful things and felt queer. I was sorry for Blandina to think she was so very sensitive to masculine influence. She refused the catnip tea but took the other half of my advice and went to bed, and I says to myself, I declare I don't know what the good natur' of that creetur will lead her into, and I most wish she was back in Jonesville where that trait of hern wouldn't have so much room for showin' off and so many objects to practice on. But I felt safe about Grandpa Huff, for I know that even if he'd been strong enough to stand up to be married, his grandchildren and great-grandchildren wouldn't let him. Well, the next morning Molly come, having arrived on a sleeper. I welcomed her warmly. She's a sweet girl, with big eyes soft and brown as the shallers in our trout brook and a shadder in 'em now some like the dark places where the deep water is. Hair about the same color, done up in a shirneen coil on the top of her head, but where it would get loose a little kinder curlin' and crinklin' about her white forward and round white neck. A sweet sad expression on her lips, cheeks white as snow now but meant to be pink, and a pretty plump figure. She was very beautiful and called so by good judges. And I wasn't surprised that Billy Huff fell immediately and violently in love with her to his own discomfiture, and the great enrichment of them that sold perfumery and hair oil. But I knowed it wouldn't hurt him any. It was only a new face to hang up for the present in the gallery of a boy's fancy. Aunt Tryphena fairly worshipped her. She immediately rose to the top place in her gallery of perfect beings. Nothing was too good for her, no service she could render her was too hard. She almost soared up to that pinnacle on which her Prince Arthur dwelt. Dotty became her willin' adorer, and Miss Huff couldn't do enough for her. But to resume backward a little. Molly didn't want to go to the fair ground that morning, wanting to rest and recooperate, so Josiah, Blandina and I sought forth a little later than common. There was a stoppage of the cars some ways from the gate, and we got out and walked thinking we'd get there quicker. Josiah started to step off first when Blandina rushed past him, waved him back, and descended herself right into the midst of horses' heads and huffs and yells and profanity from two drivers who was stoppin' the way and was revelin' each other. And after we got safe onto the sidewalk and was walkin' along, I says to her, "You ought to be more careful, Blandina, or you'll find yourself killed some day and trampled on. I was scared for you." "Oh, I didn't think about myself. I was only thinkin' of Savon, dear Uncle Josiah. It wasn't so much matter about me. A woman's life, you know, is not worth anything compared to a man's." "Oh, Shaw!" I says. I was drive to it, and I says it agin. "Oh, Shaw! Why, Aunt Samantha, you know it has been decided that that is so. It has been settled by law that a female's life is worth only half as much as a man's. Don't you remember last spring in Brooklyn it was settled once for all that a female child's life was worth only half as much as a male child?" Says I. "I remember a man saying so. I don't remember it was proved. I myself thought it was about as hefty a thing as a judge ever undertook to try to set a value on two human lives with all their glorious and terrible possibilities, and," says I, a-pisitin' a little but walkin' along all the time, "how did that man know but the soul of a Florence Nightingale would wake up in that girl and bless the world for all time? And how did he know but the boy would prove a Benedict Arnold or a Goethe? An evil influence to curse the world forever. It was a hefty job, and if Josiah had been judge I wouldn't let him undertook it, or if he had I'd had him set an equal value on what God and natur and human affection had made equal." "Well, well," says Josiah, "let's get along unless you want to stay here and preach all day on the sidewalk." "But," says I, "I'm not preachin', Josiah, I'm a-pisitin'. "Well, there's a time for a-pisitin' and a time for common sense, and let's get along." He acted real grumpy. I guess he thought more on me, if I had pretended I thought his life was worth double mine. But I wouldn't say I thought so, not even for love's sake. And maybe he squirmed because I said I would have him do thus and so. Men are so queer. You can't always tell just where the shoe pinches, but you know by their actin' and behavin' that it pinches somewhere. But Blandina says, evidently reconnoitering the past scene in her memory, "No livin' bein' will ever make me think a man's life is not worth more than a woman's." Well, she felt so, and I couldn't make her over at this late day. She'd been made too long, so common sense, with whom I always try to be on the most intimate terms, told me I hadn't better multiply any more words with her. Josiah's liniment was some clouded till his mind was took up by seein' some horses with hats on, which truly was needed in that torrid heat, and he forgot his temporary chagrin in visions of the future. Says he, "The first work I do when I get home will be to get a hat for the old mare. I won't have to buy one. Tirzah Ann's last summer hat will be just the thing. You know, that one trimmed with red roses and chiffon and long lace streamers. Your hats ain't dressy enough. Why, the old mare hain't quite 21, hain't old enough to vote even if her sect had the privilege. She's young and ort to dress young. That hat will be just the thing. And what a sensation we will make enter in Jonesville on a Sunday mornin', the mare, myself and you, we shall attract worldwide attention." But that minute we got to the gate and entered in. I never shall ride after the mare with a hat on, and pink roses and long lace streamers, never. But didn't argy about it. Well, Josiah couldn't be held off any longer. He would go to the pike that mornin'. I told him it was writ in my pad. And he says, "Dum that pad! Am I goin' to be helden by that pad, and led round by it all summer? I'm goin' to the pike today, and you can do as you're a minter." And Blandina jeaned in, of course, and said that if dear Uncle Josiah's mind was sot on it, it was best to go, and she says kinder low to me, it was right to cross a man unless it was absolutely necessary. I was going to twit her and tell her that as first chaperone I was the one to settle these matters, but I see Josiah was gettin' too agitated. One look at his gloomy face made me think of the past, and I gin in as gracefully as I could, and we wended our way thither with no more parley. And Josiah, as soon as our heads was turned that way, begun to brighten up and look better. And so about one half of my mind and sperrit was satisfied. And sometimes I think you can't be satisfied any more than that on this sphere wherever you go, and whatever you see, especially if you have a man to deal with that is more or less fractious and worrisome. To ease his mind and temper you'll get led into strange and devious paths time and again. But to resume forward. The 4 cowboys on a tier guarding the entrance to the pike confronted us, and in their wild and boisterous hilarity seemed to my agitated and foreboding spirit to shadow forth what we would find inside their domain. They was a strange and scareful set, their clothes was rough and disheveled, and so was their lineaments. They all on 'em brandished aloft a pistol, seeming to be on the lookout for someone to shoot. Their horses was on the dead gallop, and you knowed by the expression on their faces just what blood-curdling yells was issuing from their throats. Why, if you'll believe it, they was going at such a gallopin' prancin' gait that the feet of one of their horses never touched the ground. All 4 of his feet was gallopin' through the air. Josiah says as he looked at it, "I would give a $1 bill to Uri in a minute if he could learn the colt to do that trick, gallop along without his feet touchin' the ground. Just think what a sensation it would make to the Jonesville Fair. The old mare is too old, of course, to get the trick." "Yes," says I. "I guess her feet will never be lifted altogether from the ground till they are turned up in their last rest. But I wouldn't try, Josiah Allen, to imitate that roarin' and rakish set if I was in your place, you a member of the meetin' house." "Oh, keep throwin' that meetin' house in my face, I should think you'd get tired on't, but don't s'pose you will." And Blandina says, "Oh, Aunt Samantha, don't be too harsh on them happy young men, it is only their high spirits. They would probable settle down and make the best of husbands if they had a tender and loving companion. I wonder," says she, "if they was took from life, and if they're here to the fair. I do so like the looks of one on 'em, I believe we would be congenial." I hurried 'em along. The one she pined out had his pistol raised the highest of the lot, and he looked the most rakish. But you forgot the looks of the cowboys as you stood at the entrance, and got a full view of the pike. A perfect flood of all the colors of the rainbow, and towers and steeples and domes and crescents, and ornaments of all kinds busts on your vision, and at the same time your earpans are assailed by a noise like the sound of many waters. It is the big crowd that is surging through the pike to and fro and to, and keep at it night and day. The great crowd seen here all the time shows how much the average human craves amusement and recreation. For the pike is the amusement street of the Exposition. And a bystander standing by told us that it extended 1.5 miles from the Lindell entrance where we entered clear up to the Skinker Road. "What Skinker is that?" says Josiah to the man. "Is he any relation to the Skinkerses up in Zor? Old Ethan Skinker had a boy who come west. Most probable you've seen him here. I know most every stranger that comes to Jonesville." "Where is Zor?" says the man, an uppish-looking creetur, but sunk in ignorance, for when Josiah says, "Zor is 4 miles from Jonesville," says the man, "Where is Jonesville?" And Josiah says to me, "I'll be jiggered, Samantha, if this man at this age of the world don't know where Jonesville is." "Well," says I coolly, "we hain't expected to civilize all creation, Josiah." And as we had just come to the entrance of the Tioleran Alps, I would have let Josiah stop and parley with him any further. He was kinder snickering to himself, a ignorant, unmannerly creetur. I had told Josiah, and he fell in with the idea to once, he is clost, that we wouldn't try to see all the sights of the pike. But this being the first one we come to, we thought we would enter, and we found it was a highly interesting spectacle. There was lofty snow-crowned mountains, some on 'em that seemed fur away, and some nigher by, a lake lying smooth and placid at their feet. Its shore was dotted with trees, and little picturesque cottages nestled on its banks. Anon a large fair city spread out at the foot of the serene mountains. Then you would come to an immense castle, so nigh the mountain that it seemed to grow out of it, with its ivied walls and lofty towers pierced with quaintly paned windows. Crowds of sightseers passing in and out its lofty arched entrance, and walking through the grounds outside. Another castle, handsomer yet, was the castle of Linderhof, which stands in stately magnificence at the foot of the mountain, but further away from it. Rows of clipped evergreens stand along its white terraces and masses of foliage on each side. A white monument towered up to the sky in the center of its beautiful lawn in front, and nigher by there was a big leapin' fountain guarded on each side by statues of female Vim men reclining at ease but seemin' to have their eye on the whole beautiful scene and tend into things, as Vim men have to. Then anon you would come to a little village with pretty houses, mostly gables. There was a mountain torrent with several bridges over it that foamed and dashed along through the quaint little place. Pretty girls in their gay national costume accosted us from the verandas anon or oftener wanting to sell souvenirs. Josiah noticed the price they asked and hurried me onwards. They was real pretty girls, so I didn't mind so much going on. Married Vim men will understand my feelin's. We have to keep one eye out more or less. There is a little chapel, and below it, cut from solid rock, is a statue of Andreas Hofer, victorious soldier, lover of country, but like many another hero he had to suffer martyrdom for it. But his grateful countryman keeps his memory green. I was glad to see it. It was a pretty place, the lofty mountainside with cow bells tinkling along the winding roads, the cool pretty villages below, chimes sounding from high towers, the peasants singing their national songs, the bands ringing out their stirring melodies. And you could take a tram car and go through some of the loveliest scenes in the Alps. We stayed there some time. I have hearn since that them mountains was holler, and they keep beer and stimulants there. I do know how true it is. But I says, if it is so, it is symbolical of where such stuff and its dealers will find themselves if they don't repent, down in the dirt and the dark, keepin' company with the Prince of Darkness. But I didn't see hide nor hair of any of 'em, and don't know as there was anything to see. I kinder wanted to go into the Irish village, and said so. I remarked that you could buy Irish linen and lace there right on the spot. But Josiah says, thrustin' his portmoney deeper in his pocket, I do know why we should go in there, we hain't Irish. But I says, Miss Huff said it was dreadful interestin', Josiah, I'd kinder like to see it. But Josiah gin another deeper thrust to his portmoney and must have strained his pocket, and says in terser, hasher accents, we hain't Irish. And I says kinder short, I do know as we're Alps. But I didn't argue there was so many folks round, them men have to choke off time and agin and conceal their chagrin and their partners actin'. Miss Huff had told me a lot about it. She said they had a real House of Parliament, and you could drive in jaunting cars through Lake Killarney region and the rocky road to Dublin that we've all heard about. Blarney Castle is used here as a theatre with stirring national plays going on, and there's an Irish arch over 900 years old, and in a village here is an Irish national exhibit together with a Scotch display, laces, linens, carpets, etc., and there is a gallery of famous Irish beauties. She said it was as good as a visit to Ireland to study the country, and the looks and ways of the people. But as I say, Josiah hurried me past the long, many-windowed front of the Irish industrial exhibit with its gay flags waving out on top, begging us to come in, past the famous St. Lawrence Gate, Drogheda, one of the most famous relics in all Ireland, with its tall towers and its noble archway filled with crowds of sightseers. For he had seen right by the side of that gate a big rounded entrance arch with the round world poised above it, and above the arch in letters as high as he was, under and over the sea. And of course he was bound to indulge in that luxury. And it was thrillin' in the extreme, though I stood it better than he did. The first thing you see is a submarine boat. You can see this plain from the pike and the passengers embarking on it. 250 can be carried by this boat at one time, and Josiah led us onto it with excited alignment, but he tried to look brave and fearless. But the sights we see down there was enough to dismay a man weighing far more than Josiah. You could look right out of the boat on the dashing waves, water above you and on every side, and see the strange monsters of the deep, and the queer marine growths and blossoms. Imagine seeing whales up over your head coming right towards you, and I do know but there was Leviathans, I guess there was, they was big enough. Anon you come to the River Seine in Paris, and swoop up to the top of Eiffel Tower. Blandina says, holding on to my tabs, from the bowels of the earth up to the vaulted heavings. I said tabs, but I meant tab, for Josiah had hold of the other with an almost frenzied grasp, and says he, where will we go next, Samantha? And I says, I do know, mebbe to the moon or Mars. And Blandina in trembling accents says, I wish I was safe at Mars. Her ma is old but got her faculties. And Josiah says with chattering teeth and quavering voice as he looked down from the dizzy height onto Paris, "If I get through this alive, I shall be glad to tell the brethren about it." Far below us lay the illuminated city, for it was night, and a beautiful scene, but sort o' melancholy. And sure enough, as if to prove my words true, here at the very top of the tower was an airship on which we took flight through the boundless fields of air. Paris died on our vision. Then we floated over many cities and harbors, up the English Channel. Anon the lights of London are past, and we are high up above the ocean. Weird and wild is the scene. The moon comes up, black clouds rise, and the voice of the winds is heard, then the rumbling of thunder, and the forked lightning darts its baleful glare at us. Josiah whispers, "Samantha, have you got on your gold beads?" Illustration. I wear 'em under my collar, but most always take 'em off in a thunderstorm, not wantin' to be struck in my neck. And I seen him furtively gettin' ready to throw away his jackknife. But at that minute the storm calms down, and Josiah replaces his knife just as we enter New York Harbor. A flight over sea and land, forest and city, and we land again at the Exposition. As we disembarked, Josiah grasped hold of my hand ostensibly to help me, but really in tender greeting, and says in fervid accents, "I wouldn't have you take that trip alone, Samantha, without me with you to protect you, not for worlds." "No," says Blandina. "What would we have done without dear Uncle Josiah by our side?" I didn't argue, but felt that he wouldn't with his size and weight made much headway agin them whales and water monsters, to say nothin' of danger by drowndin' and fallin' from the sky. But he felt neat, and we wended our way on. Josiah said he didn't care about going to Asia, and I said it was a pity not to when we was so nigh, but he kinder hurried me on. I told him that the streets of Seville interested me, for it was planned by a woman, the only woman who ever received a concession in amusement street of Exposition. And Josiah says, "I shall spend my money on something of more importance. It probable all runs to crazy quilts and tat-in." But it was no such thing. It was perfectly beautiful, as I've heard folks say that have been there. But I see he was beginning to look kinder mager, and as first chaperone I says anxiously, "Where do you want to go, dear Josiah? Do you want to go to Hagenbeck's animal show?" "No, I don't. I shall see animals enough when I get home in my own barnyard." "Well, do you want to go to the hereafter, Josiah?" "No, we shall get there all right if we keep on without my payin' out money. I told you I wasn't going to pay to go into all these places." "Well, do you want to go to France or Ceylon or Persia? Or Cairo? Or where do you want to go?" says he, cross as a bear. "I want to go where I can get something to eat." And I says, "Dear Josiah, I've been so took up I forgot your appetite. We will go to once." And having heard that good food could be got in Japan, we hastened thither. Chapter 11. We entered fair Japan through a big gateway 100 feet high. It was called the Temple of Kiko. It was all covered with carving and gold ornaments. And they say it couldn't be made now of the same materials for $1,000,000. It would been magnificent looking if it hadn't been for what looked like serpents wreathen up the pillars in front. I hate snakes. And they're the last ornaments I would ever sculpt over my front door. Blandina said they was dragons, and maybe they was. Tenerate they was fastened to the pillars and didn't offer to hurt us. We got quite a good meal, but queer, in a tea house on the borders of the lake. They had the best tea I ever drinked. I asked them how long they steeped it, and how much they put in for a drawin', but they being ignorant didn't seem to understand me. But I enjoyed being there, for whilst our inner men and vim men was being refreshed, our minds was enriched by this real picture of life in Japan, for in there it is just as if we had traveled thousands of miles, and was sot down in the real Japan. After the edge of Josiah's hunger was quenched, he begun to look about him and praise up the looks of the geisha girls that was dancin', or rather posterin' in their pretty modest way, and some on 'em playin' on queer lookin' instruments that looked some like my carpet sweeper. These girl musicians was set in on the floor dressed in what seemed to be gay-colored nightgowns, and they looked well enough, kinder innocent and modest lookin'. But I told him it was becomin' in a old man and a professor to be so enthusiastic over young girls dancin' and playin'. And he says, "Oh, well, fetch on your girl blinders and I'll put 'em on. But till you get 'em for me and harness me up in 'em I've got to look round some." But I told him there was enough for him to see besides girls, and there was. For it beats all what long strides the Japans have made in every branch of education and culture. If they keep on in the next century as they have in this, some of the so-called advanced nations will have to take a back seat and let this little brown, polite people stand to the head. But then they have been cultured for hundreds of years, though lots of folks don't seem to know it. But I am sorry to say it wasn't the high art and culture of Japan that Josiah was most interested in, but the queer things, such as the strange stunted trees trained into forms of men and animals hundreds of years old, and no higher than a common chair, and lots of 'em not so high. And there was roosters with tails 25 feet long. Josiah said he was bound to get an egg and see if he could hatch one. And I says, "Where would it roost? Its tail is long agin as the hen house is high." Well, he said in the summer it could roost on top of the barn with its tail kinder hangin' down, and out over the smoke house. But it was the minute before his eyes was took up with some images, some big ones covered with the most exquisite carvin', down to them so small, if you'll believe it, they was carved out of a single kernel of rice. And there was gold fish and 100 other kinds of fishes, and you see they're the common houses of the people, and people livin' in them just as they do in their own country, and a royal palace, arched bridges, lanterns hangin' everywhere, pagodas, temples, lagoons with ornamental boats, cascades, etc., all made a pretty picture, though curious. Then in Asakusa, a native village of Japan, is 40 stores, and there you see the most beautiful display of rugs, carved ivory and wood, porcelain, jewels, fans, paintings, etc., and the workmen busy making 'em right before your eyes. And in the narrow streets jugglers, acrobats, fortune-tellers are giving their mysterious performances. There are bands of music, jinrickshaws with men harnessed up in 'em, and you can ride in 'em if so inclined. There was quite a number of places on the pike that we passed that I kinder wanted to see, but Josiah wasn't willin' to pay out too much money, and what interested me most was the foreign countries that I had never had a chance to see, they havin' the misfortune to be so fur from Jonesville. But when we got to the Chinese village, it had such a magnificent and showy front that Josiah never made an objection to goin' inside. I was dreadful glad to go there. You know it is nater to want to do what you can't. And China has been so determined to keep Josiah and I and the world out of her empire. I was glad enough to get in, and was real interested lookin' at them queer yeller pigtailed little creeturs with dresses on, and their funny little houses. There was a big Chinese theater, and a Joss house where they worship Joss, whoever he or she may be. I wanted to have their religion explained to me. There was a guide there to do it. But Josiah said that as a deacon he wouldn't countenance it, for I might be led into idolatry. And when I argued with him, he whispered to me, "Samantha, if you insist on hangin' round their meetin' house here any longer, I shall say out loud, by Joss." At that fearful threat I started on. I wouldn't let him demean himself before the heathen. You can see here in this country, as in Japan, native workers plyin' their different trades, mechanics, painters, jewelers, etc., etc., silk weavers usin' the same old, on-handy looms they used centuries ago, ivory carvers fashionin' elephants and other animals, and all on 'em tryin' to sell to us in their high-pitched voices. I had quite a number of emotions here in China, amusin' on the oldness and strangeness of their civilization, and wonderin' if it would ever be merged into a newer, fresher life. Blandina didn't share my lofty emotions. She simpered some and said, "I believe they would make lovely husbands if their eyes was sot and straighter, and they dressed different." And I says, "I wouldn't admire 'em in that capacity, but after all they would be economical husbands. If you had a calico dress kinder wore off round the bottom, you could cut it off and make 'em wear it. Men's clothes are so expensive it would be quite a savon. And you could pass 'em off for the hired girl if strangers come unexpected, though that is somethin' I wouldn't approve on, fur from it. A haughty spirit goes before a fall, as I told Josiah once when he got on a new kind of collar that held his head up so high he fell over the wood box." But to resume. The Chinese are curious lookin', but economical. They can live on a few grains of rice a day, and America owes 'em a debt of gratitude anyway for tunnelin' her Rocky Mountains, buildin' her big railroads, and diggin' ditches to water the land and make it beautiful that they're shed out of. Blandina says to me as we wended our way out, "No man ought to be turned back out of this country." She said the Chinny was good, industrious, economical, and peaceable. And I says, yes, they work well and don't go round like some other foreigners with a chip on their shoulder. But, says I, Blandina, I will not tell the nation what to do in this matter. There is so much to be said on both sides it must not depend on me to settle it, and they needn't ask me to. I hadn't more than said these words as we was strolling along when who should we meet but Royal and Rosie Nelson. I knowed they was to be married the very day after we left for St. Louis. We was invited but couldn't go, our plans being all laid and tickets bought, but I sent Em a handsome present, for I was highly tickled with the match. Truly no rose ever looked sweeter hanging on its bough than did Rosie Nelson hanging onto the arm of her devoted consort, and he I thought was well named, so royal and proud was his mien as he introduced his wife. I kissed her warmly right there in China and promised to make her a all-days visit soon as I got home, I'm lot and not. We talked a little about past troubles caused by Jabazee's and inventions, and the glories of the fair, and then they strolled off happy as two tickled doves, not needin' or desirin' any other company than their own, and showin' it plain by their actions. Josiah was put out about it, for he wanted to find out about how things was to home, bein' highly tickled to meet a male Jonas Villian. Blandina says as they walked away, bound up in each other and both on 'em wrapped up in the glowin' mantle of youth and joy. Oh, happy, happy wedded souls! How I envy you! And Josiah says in a fractious accent, how queer it is that two such smart young folks can look and act so spoony, but thank heaven! It won't last. It won't be long before Royal will be willin' to pass the time o' day with a Jonas Villian. I told him there was nothin' so beautiful as love. No, nor nothin' that makes folk act so like pesky fools, they don't act as though they knew putty. I hated such uncongenial ideas, but couldn't deny they was spoony, for they was, not a small teaspoon but a big silver dinner spoon, and I believe it will last. Not the outward form of the spoon, oh, no, that would be too wearisome to the world and themselves, but the precious metal that forms it. Love is the greatest thing in the world. Blandina had always lived in a back place and had never heard a graphophone, so being kinder tired, and being nigh a place where they had one, we went in at her request and sot for quite a spell. And we heard voices and songs gay and sad, marches and melodies, loftiest oratory, maddest mirth and profoundest feeling all comin' out of a little square box. What a day! What a man that Edison is! It seems always like watchin' the wonderful unseen secrets of natur', like seein' the mortal made immortal, to think that voices we've loved and mourned as they was hushed in the last stillness can sound out agin, breakin' our hearts with the same old echoes, the same old sweetness of the voice we loved and lost, talkin' in mortal words and accents to us when they've long, long ago learnt the immortal language, beheld the immortal scenes. Why, Cleopatra's voice might have been stored up as she made love to Antony, or the voice of the relation on her own side, old Mr. Pharaoh himself, orderin' the Hebrews to get out of his premises, and their back talk about plaguin' him till he was willin' they should go. Why, even Eve scoldin' Adam about slackness and gettin' kindlin' wood, or her partner complainin' about her wastefulness and extravagance in usin' so many fig leaves for her fall suit. Oh, how natural that would sound to them men! Or old Noah's voice as he stood in the ark door bagganin' and shoutin' to the animals to walk in male and female. Or his voice kinder soothin' and patronizin' tellin' the female dove to go out and shirk round on the water and see if it was safe for the males in the party to go out. Oh, how natural that would sound to them men, soundin' out through the centuries. And on down the long years, Job's voice complainin' of the bitter comfort of his friend's familiar talk. He'd stood losin' family and fortune and had stood Biles but the 7 days' visitation and the I told you SOS, and the advice of well-wishers was too much for him. And Solomon's talk to Miss Sheba and Hem to him. And Daniel's talk by the deep waters, and maybe the great voice that said to him, understand! And brave Queen Esther's voice fasten her enemies, and a drunken king, and sweet Ruth's, and Paul's incomparable words, and St. John's. Or the lofty voices of the patriot fathers as they nobly shrieked for freedom as they threw their partners' tea overboard, while they hung on to their whiskey and tobacco that was taxed twice as high. Oh, how their impassioned cries for liberty, and how they would willingly sacrifice their wives' favorite beverage ruther than to yield to the tyrant. How natural them noble yells would sound to their descendant females, the daughters of the Revolution, and all the rest. What would it be for us all to hear them accents? And it could have been done if Edison had been born sooner, and that little box had been round. I didn't wonder that Blandina was enthused. It is enough to enthuse anybody that never has heard it. She said she laid out to go every day 3 or 4 times a day and stay just as long as she could. One of the most remarkable sights we see on the pike was Jim Key, a horse that is valued at $100,000, who travels in his own private car. A horse that can read and write, spell, understand mathematics, go to the post office, get mail from any box, give chapter and verse of Bible text where the horse is mentioned, uses the telephone, and is so intelligent you expect him to break out in oratory any time. Josiah was spellbound here. I could hardly tear him away. And says he, "The first thing I do when I go home will be to send the colt to the District school." I told him the teacher wouldn't want him winterin' round amongst her scholars, and maybe gallopin' and snortin' round the schoolroom. But he was as firm as adamant in his day. And I know what I shall do about it. But s'pose the trustees will have to head him off. Josiah wanted to go and see the firefighters. He said he thought he could get some ideas to tell the brethren that was in the fire company, and Blandina and I wanted to see the Eskimos' village. We went on, Josiah promising to meet us there. And as we went I said, "I've sung for years about Greenland's icy mountains, but never s'posed I should set my eyes on 'em." For there toirin' up to the skies was immense ice mountains peaked and desolate lookin', and inside it looked worse yet. A bare snowy place broken by cold-lookin' water dotted with ice islands and surrounded by tall ice peaks. I don't s'pose it was real ice and snow, but looked like it. And there was reindeers hitched to sleds, and the low round huts of the natives lookin' just like the pictures in our old geography. And there was some white bears natural as life, and dog teams haulin' sledges, toiling up the steep cliffs hitched tantrum. The natives was queer-lookin' little creeters, dark-complexioned, dressed in furs and thick costumes. But little Nancy Columbus, born at the World's Fair, Chicago, was cute as she could be. There was a big street show at the other end of the pike, and this place was most deserted by sightseers, and Blandina and I sat down on a bench by the side of one of these little houses to rest. As we did so we heard the voice of oratory comin' from the other side, where some Eskimos seemed to be gathered with open mouths and wonderin' lineaments. The orator seemed to be finishin' his address in words as follers: "Let us not permit ourselves to be spiritually incapacitated by quandaries regarding the control of earthly matter. Let us circumnavigate the ethereal realms of unexplored ether, quander the unquanderable until the everlasting stupendiousness of the wyness of the what shall dawn on the enraptured vision, and precipitate the effulgent tissues of ethereal matter in one glorious pulchritude of transcendentalism." As the speaker paused for needed breath, Blandina clasped her hands and sighed out, "Oh, what glorious eloquence! I never heard anything like it." And I says, "I never did but once. I know that voice, though I hain't heard it for 20 years. That is Professor Aspire Todd." And I thought to myself, he is practicing over a speech, and thought the Eskimos would stand it better than tribes less humble and good-natured. And so it turned out. He hoped he would be invited to speak at a scientific meeting to take place in Festival Hall in a day or two, and being to the inside, and he tried to orate his speech in his own room, but it is built so shammy you can hear things from one end to the other, and they threatened him with horse whipping on one side and lynchin' on the other, and being drove to it he tried it on the Eskimos. They stood it pretty well, though I noticed 1 or 2 on 'em weepin' bitterly, not knowin' what ailed them. Well, to resume backward, I says to Blandina, "I hearn Aspire Todd at a 4th of July celebration in Josiah's sugar bush." "Oh," says Blandina, clasping her hands, "would it be possible for you to introduce me to that noble being?" Says I, "You like his talk then?" "Oh, yes," says she, shutting her eyes and clasping her hands. "His matchless eloquence is beyond praise." "So 'tis," says I, "way beyond my praise. But I can introduce you if you want me to. He visited me that time he was in Jonesville and stayed to supper." So as he come round the corner of the building followed by some bewildered-looking natives, I put out my hand and says, "I don't know as you know me, Professor Aspire Todd, but you visited me in Jonesville. I am Josiah Allen's wife." He grasped my hand almost warmly and says, "Indeed, my memory retroacts readily on that delightsome remembrance." And then I introduced Blandina, knowing I was making her perfectly happy by so doing. He'd growed old considerable, which I didn't blame him for and didn't see as he could help it, 20 years having gone by. His hair, which was still long and hung down over his turned-down collar, was streaked with gray. But he still had the same kind of a curious, sentimental, high-flown look to him. I didn't admire his looks, but Blandina's manners to him was worshipful, and it seemed to agree with him first-rate. He seemed really to take to her. And as he asked to accompany and go with us to the next exhibit, I fell in with it, and when my partner walked ahead with him, while Professor Todd followed with a perfectly blissful Blandina, and before they parted he arranged a rendezvous next day with Blandina. I was beat out when I got home, and Miss Huff sent Aunt Feeny up to my room with a glass of hot lemonade and some crackers, supper not being quite ready owing to shiftless works in the kitchen. Molly was in my room also, sweet as a June rosy. Aunt Tryphena was quivering with excitement, and she says, "Lazy, good-for-nothing things! But it hain't what they do that I mind, but it is their ignorance I despise," says Molly. "If they are ignorant you ought to overlook it, Aunt Feeny." Illustration. "Overlook it," says she, tinning and fasten us with her hands on her portly hips. "I hain't used to know such trash. When anybody has lived with the highest nobility they can't stomach such low-down niggers. Why, I used to have them kneeling at my feet, 4 or 5 at a time, askin what I'd have for dinner. And that poor, ignorant, low-down cook in the kitchen told me jest now I lied about Prince Arthur, that there never was such a prince, and I says to her, how any black nigger can stand makin' bakin powder biscuit and tell such lies is a mystery to me. Well, you know princes are not common in this country," says I. She drew herself up more haughtily. "Such a prince as that hain't common in no country. Why, he's so handsome and good the very birds in the trees will stop singing to listen to his talk, and the grass turn brighter green where he's stepped on it, and the mayflowers peek up and blush with happiness if he looks at 'em. How come you to leave him, Aunt Feeny, if he was so perfect? I told you before," says she with dignity, "that when he went off to school I wasn't in no ways bound to stay with old Miss. She was jealous, you know, jealous of me. Prince Arthur made more of me, we used to sing together, you know I've sung in concourts and operations, been a star in 'em. Old Miss couldn't sing no more than a green frog. And he always said when he got married I was to live with him, that naturally sot up his ma's back, and I santered off one day, never told her I was goin', but jest lifted up my train. I wore long pink and blue satin dresses then, and I jest santered out the house over to Californy and Asia and so on to Chicago, and then hired out to Miss Dottie's ma. And here I is," says she firmly, and took up the empty tray and departed. She was a good singer, her voice full of the sweetness and heart-searching pathos of her race. And her wild flights of imagination never hurt anyone but herself. Well, after supper, which they called dinner, I felt considerable better. Josiah stayed down in the parlor talking to Grandpa Huff and Billy, and Molly come up in my room agin and sot with me, whilst twilight let down her soft grey mantle round us and pinned it to the earth with silver stars, metaphor. I always take it as a great compliment when folks confide the deepest secrets of their heart to me. And I know why it is, but they most always do, I mean them that I take to naturally. Sometimes I've felt first-rate by it, and s'posed it was because I had such a noble riz-up look to my face. But Josiah says it is because I have such a soft look that folks think they can pour their griefs into me and they will sink in, some like water into cotton battin, and they can lose sight of their sorrows for a spell and relieve 'em some. Well, I know which it is, but ten'rate as Molly sot there with me looking as wan and pale as a white rose on a cold November evening, she told me the whole story, hid from her own folks but revealed unto us Samantha. Josiah may say what he's a mind to, but I believe it is the natural nobility of my lineament that drawed it from her. While she was away visitin' this school chum in a southern city she met a young chap handsome as Apollyon, I knew from what she said, and so talented and gifted, I could see in a minute they had fell in love violently from the very first time they met, and day by day the attraction growed till they was completely wrapped up in each other. She said he seemed to worship her. But strange thing. With all the love he showed her, in every word and act, he left her without a word, only a sort of a wild note saying he could not endure the wretchedness of seeing a heaven so near that he could not hope to enter, and after that silence, deep, dark and unbroken silence and despair. "And my heart is broken," says she, as she laid her pretty head in my lap sobbing out. "What shall I do? Oh, what shall I do?" She WP and cried and WP, and I WP with her, my snowy handkerchief held in one hand, the other hand tenderly caressing the bowed head in my lap. But as she said the word silence it brung up something I had read that very day, and I says, "Dear, did you ever hear of entering into the silence?" "Yes," says Molly, lifting her tear-wet, sweet face. "I have a friend who enters into the silence for hours, and she says that everything she greatly desires and asks for at that time is given her. She calls it the new thought. And I call it the old thought, Molly, older than the creation of man. And what they call entering into the silence, I call waiting on the Lord. And what I call prayer they, from what I read, most probable call waking up the solar plexus, whatever that may be. But it don't make much difference what a thing is called, the name is but a pale shadow compared to the reality. Disciples of the New Thought, Christian scientists, healers, spiritualists, etc., are, I believe, reaching out and feeling for the light as posies growin' in a dark cellar send out little pale shoots huntin' for the sunlight. And so I feel kinder soft and meller towards the whole caboodle on 'em though I can't foller all their beliefs. For I, as a member of the M.E. Meetin' House, call this great beneficent overruling power that sought the world spinnin' on its axletrees and holds it up, lest it dashes against the planets, and directs the flight of the tiny bird fleeing before the snows. This mighty force that controls us from the cradle to the grave, but which we cannot see no more than we can see his servants. The cold and wind that freezes us or the warmth and love that blesses us. This power, that whether we scoff or pray, holds us all in the hollow of his mighty hand, I call God the Father, Son and Holy Guest, and believe it once took mortal shape and dwelt with humanity to uplift and bless it. And that love, that torture, crucifixion and death could not slay still yearns over this sad old world, still as the comforting guest makes its home in human hearts that love and trust. Molly sat still with her pretty head leaning against me and I went on. In the story of his life and death, that volume that holds the wisdom of the old and ripened glory of the new, that holy book says, "He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under shadow of the Almighty." What a place to abide in, Molly! The shadow of the all-loving, the Almighty One, a shadow that casts glowing light instead of darkness like our earthly shadows, a pure white light in which, looking through the eyeglass of faith, we can read the meaning of all the sorrows and perplexities and troubles He permits us to endure, and find every word on 'em gilt-edged with glory. Spiritualists, Christian healers, etc., may name this what they will. Disciples of the New Thought may call it the silence, but I shall keep right on calling it the secret place of the Most High. And He who inhabits that sacred place has promised that if you reverently and obediently enter and dwell therein and trust in Him, He will give you the desire of your heart. So all you've got to do, Molly, is to do as He tells you to, obey and trust Him just as the child trusts his pa, and asks Him for what he wants most. You must ask Him for the desire of your heart, and if it is best for you, dear, He will bring it to pass. Do you think so? Says she, brightening up more and considerable. No, I don't think so. I know it. Well, them consolin' words, for thought is a real thing, and I jest wrapped her round with my tenderness and compassion. I guess they comforted her some. Tenrate she promised me sweetly that she would obey and trust, and I felt considerable better about her. I was sorry for her, as sorry as I could be. But I had a strong feelin' inside of my heart, mebbe some wise, sweet angel whispered it to me, that everything would come out right in the end, and Molly would get the desire of her heart. She's belonged to the meetin' house for years. But sometimes members get some shock that jars 'em and sends 'em out of the narrow road for quite a spell, and they get kinder lost gropin' through the dark shadows of earthly disappointment and sorrow. Nothin' but the light that streams down from above can pierce them glooms, and I knowed by the sweet light that lit up Molly's linement that her face was turned in the right direction and she wouldn't look sideways, behind or before, but would seek for light and help from above. Chapter 12. Well, for the next week we had a busy time, going to the fair most every day, sometimes all together, but not staying together long, for most always we'd meet Professor Todd somewhere, and he and Blandina would pair off together, I just as willin' as anybody ever was. Molly had a young schoolmate who lived in St. Louis, and sometimes they would spend the day together at some reception or other. But most of the time Josiah and I paid our two attentions to the fair city, a-travelin' about and seein' all we could. And one mornin' Josiah asked me before breakfast, just as cool as if he was proposin' a glass of lemonade with ice in it, if I didn't want to go to Jerusalem that mornin'. Jerusalem, city of our Lord. Oh, my soul, think on't. As he said the words I looked at him, and then some distance through him and beyond, and entirely unbeknown to myself I begun to hum over that old hymn. Jerusalem the golden, with milk and honey blessed, beneath thy contemplations sink heart and soul oppressed. We know not, oh, we know not what joys await us there. And Josiah broke in and sung the last line with me, or what he called singin'. What radiancy of glory, what bliss beyond compare. But I knowed that singin' that time of day would be apt to draw attention, specially as Josiah's singin' was very bass and my sulphurino hain't what it was, and I hastened to say, "Yes, Josiah, I want to go." Breakfast was kinder late that mornin', and little Dorothy come into my room. She slept just across from us, and she begun to tell me to once about a meetin' she'd been to the night before with Aunt Feeny. And to make talk with her I asked her what the text was, and she says, "Jesus the quilt." Josiah was horrified, and it did sound bad, and he begun to reprimand her sharp, but I says, "Tell me all about it, Dotty." And come to find out, it was Jesus the Comforter, and her little bedspread was sometimes called a quilt, and sometimes a comforter. And I told Josiah how necessary it was not to condemn children before searching into their motives. But Dotty was evidently thinking about the sermon she had heard so lately, and she went on to ask, "Was Jesus a Jew?" And I says, "Yes, dear." "Why," says she, "I always thought Dodie was a Presbyterian." That was her Auntie Huff's persuasion, which she naturally thought couldn't be improved on. Dotty had a little straw hat on that time o' day, and I asked her what it was for, and she says, "Oh, I carry my papers in it, I'm writin' a book." Grandpa Huff always carried papers in his hat, and she copied him. I asked her what her book was about, and how she was getting on with it, and she said, "It was about a lady, a bugler and a ghost, and I've killed them all and that's as fur as I've got." Killin' a ghost, a burglar and a heroine, I thought what a noble start for a sensational novel. But the breakfast bell rung just then, and I took the little warm hand in mine and led her down to breakfast. Well, after breakfast Josiah and I sought out in good season for Jerusalem. Molly wanted to go to the British Building to see a school friend of hern that she thought might be there, and Blandina offered to accompany her. They was going to stop at a number of places on the way, and we agreed to meet at noon sharp at the English Building. We went into the walled city of Jerusalem by the Jaffa Gate, through a tall arched entrance in the stone wall. Within was lots of carriages and horses and camels and donkeys and men and children, some in strange and startling costumes, but the first thing Josiah spoke on was the name of a restaurant. A Fast. It was over a door close by. "A Fast," says he. "That don't look very encouragin' in a eatin' house. If it was breakfast it would look more hopeful. You've had your breakfast, Josiah, and a good one. Don't be thinkin' of vittles so much in such a place as this." "I shall think of what I'm a minter, and you can't break it up, Mom." Truly he spoke the truth. I could cling to his arm, drink out of the same cup, sit in the same chair, lay my head on the same pillar, and yet he might be millions of miles from me in spirit, round with other men for all I knew. Queer, hain't it? Yes, he was thinking of food right here in this holy city. As for me, a perfect troop of lofty emotions was sweeping through my mind, as I looked round me on the very same scene our Lord had looked at. Low old-fashioned stone house and such as he might have entered in, men and women clad in long robes such as he wore. And to think of seeing the Via Dolorosa, the way of sorrows, that he walked, carrying the agony of humanity, and the pitying compassion of divinity. And the 9 stations of the cross where our Lord stopped to rest on that bitter journey, toiling up the steep hill carrying up the heavy cross and the woes and sins of the world, awful. Beautiful Calvary! Sacred, heartbreaking, holy place. How my soul burnt within me thinking of all this as I stood in the holy city. And there was the Tower of David, the shepherd king. I always liked David, though I could advise him for his good in lots of things. He didn't do right by Uri, and he oughtn't to had so many wives. If he'd scrimped himself a little in maybe his son, Solomon, wouldn't had so many, and one is enough, as I told Josiah. Yes, says he with intense conviction in his tone. One wife is enough for any man, heaven knows, and anybody that hankers after more than one is a fool. I didn't really like his accent. He'd been laying it up, I guess what I said about victuals, but I didn't mind it. And we went through the different quarters of the city. The little stores and bazaars by the side of the street was full of real nice things to sell, rich Eastern woven goods, embroideries, cushions, curtains, rugs, lamps, jewels, ornaments, trinkets of all kinds, etc., etc. There is more than 100 of these little booths and stores in Jerusalem, and all full of handsome things. I loved to look at 'em, though Josiah tried to draw me away. Says he, "You don't want to buy here. You can do as well agin in Jonesville trading off your butter and eggs, and probable get a chromo throwed in." I didn't argy, but I bought a string of beads for Tirzah and a pipe for Thomas J., the wood of which growed on the Mount of Olives, so the man said. I told Josiah they would prize 'em high having come from Jerusalem. And he said, "They never see Jerusalem." He said they was growed over in New Jersey, and when I asked him how he knew, he said he re_cog_nized the berries and the grain of the wood. But he couldn't know such thing, and I presumed the man told considerable truth. And we see rabbis, Turkish cavalry, common people livin' in the queer little housen just as they did in Jerusalem, and the priests goin' through their religious ceremonies just the same. And we went through the citadel and the different public buildings. There was lots of men and girls on the streets, some on 'em sellin' posies for charity. I bought 2 little bunches, one on 'em I put in Josiah's buttonhole, though he objected and said it would probable make talk for a man of his age and dignity to be trimmed with flowers. They was real pretty girls, with white veils on over their dark hair, their lustrous eyes looking out at us as they might have looked at the apostles. And there was cunnin' little donkeys that anybody could ride if they wanted to, and camels with gorgeous trappings kneelin' down ready for folks to mount and be carried round the streets. Josiah stood ready to pay the 10 cents apiece to give us the pleasure of a ride. But I declined the treat. I says, "We don't ride the old mare hoss back to home, and I don't hanker after bein' histed up onto a camel's hump, or to see you in that perilous poster." He said he'd love to tell the brethren we'd rid 'em, but seein' I was sot agin it, he gin up. "The streets smell bad and are so narrer I don't see how they would manage if 2 buggies met. One would have to back out, they couldn't get by each other. The old Roman barracks are bare and dreary lookin', but dreadful interestin' to me, for there our Lord stood to be judged by Caesar like a lamb before the shearer, and he said, 'I wash my hands of this matter, I find no fault in this man.' I wish Caesar had had more gumption. His wife could see further ahead than he could. But that is often the case, as I tell Josiah. And we went through St. John's Hospice, and the Mosque of Omar. That is a monstrous big building with a great round dome on top. 2 broad flights of steps lead up into it. We climbed the nighest one and went inside. The high dome is lined with colored mosaic, and looks first-rate, but I didn't pay much attention to that, for right underneath the center is an exact reproduction of the rock where Abraham offered up Isaac, or got ready to. How love and duty tugged at Abraham's heart, and most tore it into as he stood there, and what faith he had. It is heartbreaking to think on, though it all come out right in the end, as the hardest things will if we cling to duty. But Josiah was getting worrisome and wanted to go, but I says, "Josiah, I must see Solomon's temple." It was quite a few steps away, but I didn't begrudge the time or journey, and just as we was going up the steps, who should we meet comin' out but Jane Olive Perkins, née Gaudet, once a Johnnisvillian, but now livin' in Chicago, but visitin' her old home and relation quite often. She was dressed beautiful, her neck and bosom sparklin' with diamonds. I don't approve of such dressin' in the street, but Jane Olive was always showy. She held out both hands in joyful greetin', the meaning of which I mistrusted afterwards. We talked about the splendor of the fair and our own two healths, and the Johnnisvillians, and then she says, "I am so delighted to meet you, Josiah Allen's wife, for I know you will want to give to a noble cause I am workin' for, you and dear Mr. Allen. It is a cause that ought to be first in every feelin' heart, and I knew you'd give liberal. I'd forgot my poor money that mornin' and didn't want right there in Solomon's Temple to dicker with Josiah for money. I knowed it would make him fractious. And I was havin' such a lot of lofty emotions there at Jerusalem. I didn't want to bring 'em down by havin' words with my partner. And I knowed too that dear Mr. Allen would be apt to say things that would bring him down in Jane Olive's estimation. He's so clost, and he never liked her to begin with. So I said I couldn't very well stop and tend to it right there in Solomon's Temple, and she asked me for my address and told me she should come and see me. She was stayin' at a big tarvin not so very fur from Miss Huff's, and said she'd brought her orto and shuffler with her from Chicago. Well, she bid us a tender adieu, sayin' the last thing, au revoir, or somethin' like that, and Josiah says to me, "Who's she twittin' us on? I don't know nobody by that name, nor never did, not a cent. I'm a man that pays my debts." And I says, "Dear Josiah, nobody that knows you can dispute it." Jane Olive kinder smiled and passed on, and I know but in fancy I and the public may as well set down on the steps of Solomon's Temple, and I'll tell about who Jane Olive Perkins was. She was Jane Olive Gaudet, and married Samuel Perkins, old Eliphalet Perkins's second boy, and folks thought she'd done miserable when she married him. Sam hadn't been put to work much bein' sort o' weakly, so his folks thought. He looked kinder peaked. But I s'pose Sam enjoyed pretty good health all the time unbeknown to his folks, and was kinder savon up his strength, layin' it up as you may say for the time o' need, so he had it all when he was married. A master hand he was to save things and make 'em count. For all he never did any work to speak on, he had more property laid up than any of the Perkins boys when he was married. He had saved so and sort o' speculated and laid up. He was kinder mean too, runnin' after vim men at that time, though unbeknown to Jane Olive or his folks. But it come out afterwards, he was awful sly. When he married Jane Olive Gaudet, that was a surprise too, for Bill, the oldest boy, wanted her the worst way, and everybody s'posed they was engaged. A good creetur Bill was, virtuous as Joseph, or any of the old Bible patriarchs, and virtuouser than lots of 'em. But Sam, in jest that way of hizen, laid low and sort o' did the best he could with what he had to do with, sort o' speculated and increased her leaking for him on the sly. Mean fellers will git ahead of good ones 5 times out of 10, them men are so queer. And lo and behold, the first Jonesville knew they up and got married. They moved to a big city where Sam got a chance to travel for a grocery store, and Jane Olive opened an intelligence office, where for an ample consideration she furnished incompetent help to distracted housekeepers, receivin' pay from both victims, and they laid up money fast. Then he went into pork, and first we knew Sam was a very rich man, lived in great style, kept his carriage, but was awful mean, so we heard, hadn't no morals at all to speak on so fur as vim men was concerned, and we had hearn that Jane Olive not bein' over and above happy in marriage, and forgettin' to all appearance she had ever dickered with mistress and maid, was tryin' her best to work her way in among the aristocracy. She was dreadful ambitious, and so was Sam. They wanted to go with the first. She did everything she could to follow their example. She dressed up in satin and diamonds and trailed round to theaters and operas and hung over dry goods counters, and kept her maid and coachman and butler, or that's what folks say. I don't even know what a butler is expected to do, or Josiah don't. "Butler," says I when I hearn on't. "I can't imagine what a butler does." And Josiah says, "A coachman is to coach, and a waiter is to wait, and a butler must be to buttle." Says I, "Buttle what? Or who? Or when?" But he couldn't tell. Well, Sam he did everything to get into the first and be fashionable. He embezzled a lot, broke down 2 or 3 times with enormous profit to himself, spent his money like water, was just as mean as he could be, went over to Europe now and then, did everything he could do to be fashionable and act like a man of the world, and finally he led astray a little girl that lived with them, a motherless little girl they had took. Pretty as a pink too, and affectionate dispositioned. Jane Olive turned her outdoors, of course, when she found it out. It was in the fall of the year, and the night before Christmas the girl with her baby in her arms jumped into the river and was drowned dead. Her father had some spunk and took Sam up, but he was always sly and looked ahead, and he proved that she was a day or 2 older than the age of consent, and he got let off triumphant, and her father had to pay the cost, besides the funeral expenses, and grave stun. Such smartness riz Sam up considerable amongst his mates, and he was sent to Congress most immediately afterwards, and it was owing to his powerful arguments that the age of consent was lowered a year or 2. I believe he brought it down to about 10 years. He was thought a sight on by his genteel male friends, so they say. He worked so powerful for their interest. He brought down the licenses on saloons and bad house in a sight, and made almost Herculean efforts to have saloons scattered broadcast through the country without any license to pay. I suppose there never was a more popular statesman. He worked too hard, though, and had to retire to more private life to reap the fruits of his efforts. And he kept right on, so they say, reapin' 'em ever since, cuttin' up and actin', but always actin' jest inside the law and always cuttin' up the same. He had the gift of gab and he made eloquent public speeches, tellin' what boons saloons and kindred places was to the community. I suppose there never was a more popular legislator. But of course, such high honors cast dark shadows, and one night after he made a powerful speech at the opening of a saloon he owned, a old one made over into gorgeous beauty, he got a good hoss whippin', and by some vim men too. Perkins had made a great speech himself and wanted to show off to the world that it was real respectable. They had this saloon kinder graded off. We could drinks in one place leadin' up gradual to brandy and whiskey. He got a minister, a well-meanin' man, so I hearn, who made a prayer and then they all sung the doxology. Praise God from whom all blessings flow. Askin God to bless what he'd cursed. What must God thought on't? For he and they well knew all the sin and pain, poverty and crime that flowed out of saloons, the untold losses and danger to community, the brutality, fights, murders, crimes of all kinds. Praise him all creatures here below. When that minister knowed the stuff he was dedicatin' rendered all creatures here below, no matter how smart they was naturally, incapable of tellin' whether they was on their head or their heels, blessin' or cussin'. When a man is drunk as a fool, how can he praise anything? It is all he can do to navigate his own legs within and weavin' along under him, ready to crumple down any minute into the gutter. He'd look well tryin' to sing gospel hymns when he can't tell what his own name is, or speak it if he could. Praise him above ye heavenly hosts. Why, I don't see how they daced to sing that when they knowed that the heavenly hosts couldn't have flowed through such places without bein' liable to get their feathers pulled out in some of the drinkin' carouses held there. As liable agin for their pure eyes must be dimmed with tears, tears for the 80,000 victims turned out yearly from these resorts. Innocent youth changed to reckless wickedness, noble manhood turned to brutes falling from honorable places in society down into drunkards' loathsome lives, drunkards' dishonored graves. How could these pitying spirits help weepin' over it? And the long, agonized procession following on, pale, wretched mothers, once happy wives, now hungry, broken-hearted wrecks, with pinched, starved children clinging to their ragged skirts. The day of Askin this pure heavenly host to praise God for what brought all this to pass. Praise Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Why, I believe that Satan himself, though he loved to see the work go on, would be ashamed to sing the doxology there. I don't believe you'd catch him at it, for he is so smart he would see in a minute how it would look to praise God for such a place as that when he had said plain, "Cursed is he that putteth the cup to his neighbor's lips." And Satan knowed just as well as Josiah and I and the world did, that saloons was made a purpose for this. And no drunkard hath eternal life, and that minister was ordained to help people attain that life, not to help them lose it. I don't see what he was thinkin' on. Of course, the top of the long, slippery descent to ruin is quite cheerful lookin', lit up with false lights, hollow mirth, false hopes and dreams luring the victims on and down. But he knowed how slippery it was, how impossible it was for ordinary men to stand up when they got to sliding down. He knew that nothing but God's grace was strong enough to reach down and haul 'em up again to level ground. A few men are so strong-footed they can grip on and stay round the top for some time, and I presume this minister, being a good-natured man, would been glad to had 'em all hung on there, but he must have knowed they wouldn't and couldn't. He'd seen 'em Lego thousands and thousands every year, he knowed what made 'em fall. And he might just as well made a prayer and sung a hymn over a murderer's knife, because he wanted it to cut bread but knowed it would and did murder, as to done this. For no matter what he wanted, he knowed intemperance is evil and only evil. And pattin' a pizen viper and callin' it angel, and singin' the doxology over it hain't goin' to change its nater is to sting, and its bite is death. And the God they daced to invoke said of the drink the place was made to sell, it biteth like a serpent and stingeth like an adder, and the end thereof is death. I don't know what that good man could be thinkin' on to dast. But then as long as our government upholds it, I s'pose he thought he might. But I wish I'd been there to told him how it was goin' to look to me and Josiah and the world, and what slurs was goin' to be cast onto the sacred cause of religion by it. I couldn't tell him what harm it was goin' to do. No, eternity is none too soon to count that up. Awful waves of influence sweepin' along clear from today to the day of judgment. I can't bear to think on't. I'm kinder sorry for him, and am glad enough it hain't my Josiah that has got that ahead on him. I wish he'd ondo now what he's done as fur as he can, he'd feel better, I believe. I know that I and the meetin' house would and Josiah. But tenerate, no matter how Satan was login and sneerin' and angels bendin' down from the gold bars of heaven lookin' through their pitying tears hopin' it must be a mistake, not believin' it possible that them prayers and hymns could come from a man-killin' saloon. And coverin' their eyes with their droopin' wings when they found it was so, they sung it through, and the minister, for he was a stiddy man, went home in good season. And Perkins also started home walkin' afoot, it was so little ways. And as I said, some vim men sot on him and housewhipped him. Some of these women's husbands had been ruined and killed by the poor man's club. And there was some others whose little boys of 7 and 8 had been coaxed with brandy-soaked candy into another saloon Perkins owned. For this saloon-keeper had boasted, Perkins backing him, that money spent enticing the young and innocent to drink, whilst they was easily influenced, was money well spent. For of course, as good calculators, they had to, in the interest of their profession, provide new recruits to take the place in the staggering ranks of the 100,000 they annually killed off. And this saloon-keeper, helped on by Perkins, had the name of the most active boy and girl ruiner among the thousands in the city, though they all did a flourishin' business. 2 or 3 of Perkins' saloons made a specialty of sellin' drink to girls, and their mothers who lay their heads on their pillows at night and found 'em like thorns and fire under their heads, thinkin' of the pretty warm-hearted girls who had to be away from mother's care to earn their livin', out to service and in manufactories and elsewhere. And some rich mothers, whose girls was away to school. These mothers thinkin' what a weak thing a girl's will was when drink had drowned out the small self-control they had, and youthful passion and temptation urgin' 'em on, and the company Perkins naturally drawed round him. These mothers whose boys and girls was like pieces of their own hearts, and these wives in the grief made recklessness of despair, made a hash vow that they would break up Perkins's saloons or die in the attempt, so they sot on him that night and gin him good drubbin'. But they couldn't do much, for the police, of course, horrified by their unparalleled and unprovoked crime, hustled the vim men off to jail, and escorted Perkins home with honor. But to resume backwards. I will get up, in fancy, from the steps of Solomon's temple and go on in. This is a complete copy of the magnificent temple built by Solomon, the wisest man in the world. Though like all wise men he had his foolish streaks, 700 wives is too many for one man to get along with. I should told him so if I had lived neighbor to him. I'd say, Mr. Solomon, if you have the name of knowin' so much, show your smartness by gettin' rid of 699 on 'em. Keep just one, pick her out, take your choice, but discharge the rest. Set 'em up in dressmakin' or millionary or somethin' to get a livin' by, and settle down peaceable with one. Maybe he'd hearn to me and maybe not, men are so sot in their way. But to resume. Here we stood in that splendid temple which was the wonder of the world, and see the tabernacle the old Hebrews carried with them through the parted waves of the Red Sea and their journeyings through the wilderness for 40 years, led by the pillar of fire. What feelin's I had as I looked on it and meditated, what riz up feelin's them old forefathers that carried it must have had, and them that follered on, led as they was by heavenly light, fed by heavenly food. How could they acted as they did, ramblous often and often, wanderin' from the right road, but still not gettin' away from the divine care? And there was a picture 40 feet long as our barn, showing the old Hebrews encamped before Mount Sinai, where Moses received the law that rules the world today, more or less. Heaven drawin' so nigh to earth that hour that its light fallin' on Moses's face made it too glorious for mortal eyes to look on. And I know but one of them mountains we see was where Moses stood after his 40 years' journey, castin' wishful eyes onto the promised land, not being able to enter in because of some past error and ignorance. And I thought, as I stood there, how many happy restin' places we plan and toil for and then can't enter in and possess through some past error and mistake caused by ignorance as dense as Moses's ignorance. What a lot of emotions I had thinking this, and how on top of another mount the great prophet and lawgiver was not, for God took him. I was lost and by the side of myself, but Josiah's voice reached me up in the realm of reverie and brought me back. "What ails you, Samantha? Do you lay out to stand here all day?" And I tore myself away. Well, there was movin' pictures describin' the Holy Land, and we see 'em move, and dissolve in views of the same, and we see 'em dissolve, and at last Josiah got so worrisome I had to go on with him. We laid out to stop to Japan and France, they bein' right on our way, and I says, "We might as well stop at Morocco." For as I told Josiah, while we was travelin' through foreign countries we might as well see what we could of the people, their looks and habits. But he says to once, "You don't want to buy any Morocco shoes, Samantha, they don't wear nigh so well as calfskin and cost as much agin." And says he, "We won't have more than time to go through Japan and France and do justice to 'em." So we went on. Chapter 13. The Japan exhibit is on a beautiful hill south of Machinery Palace. There are 7 large buildings besides the small pagodas and all filled with objects of interest. It seems as if the whole kingdom of Japan must have taken hold to make this display what it is. And how they could do it with a big war going on in their midst is a wonder, and shows beyond words what wonderful people the Japans are. There are 2 kinds of exhibits, one by the allied business interests or government, and the other by individuals. But they all seem to work in harmony, having but one day, to show off Japan and her resources to the best advantage, and the display was wonderful, from a royal pavilion, rich in the most exquisite and ornate decorations down to a small bit of carving that maybe represented the lifelong labor of some unknown workman. In the transportation building is a map 100 feet long, showing the transportation facilities of the empire, a perfect network of railways and telegraph and telephone wires, showing they have other ways of getting around there besides mancarts and jinrickshas. Yes, indeed. It is a wonder what they have done in that direction in 50 years. The postal exhibit shows they delivered 816 million pieces of mail last year, and every post office has a bank. The school children have deposited in them 11 millions. I wish our country would do as well. The exhibit of the steamships showed just as much enterprise, and how worldwide is their commerce. The saloon of one of the steamships is a dream of beauty and luxury. The temple of Nikko is ornamented by wonderful carving in catalpa, chrysanthemums, etc., and in it in glass cases are the most beautiful specimens of their embroidery, tapestry, pottery. One pair of vases are worth $10,000. As you leave this temple you see on each side the finest specimens of Japanese art, painted and embroidered screens, all kinds of metal, lacquer and ivory work, exquisite vases and priceless old Delft ware. And there is a model Japanese house, you feel that you'd love to live in it. There is one spring room in it that holds the very atmosphere of spring. The tapestry and crepe hangings are embroidered with cherry blossoms, its one picture is a sweet spring landscape. Low green stools take the place of stuffy chairs and sofas. And there was an autumn room, autumn leaves of rich colors was woven in the matting and embroidered in the hangings, the screens and walls white with yellow chrysanthemums. Then there was a gorgeous Japan room with walls of exquisitely carved lacquer wood, massive gilt furniture, rich embroidered silk hangings, and the ceiling was a beautifully carved flowery heaven with angels flying about amidst the flowers. This one room cost $45,000. And we see lovely embroidered cloths, porcelain, shrines, urns, cabinets, chairs all wrought in the highest art, silks of every description, and sights of it. Fans, parasols, lanterns, fireworks of all kinds, mattings, straw goods, cameras, etc., etc. In the mining display is a model of one of their copper mines, and you see they have the largest furnace in the world, and they not only mine on land but under the sea. It beats all how them Japanese do go ahead. There are tall gold and silver bars showing how much they have mined in these metals. Their educational exhibit shows the same wonderful energy and advancement. There is a compulsory educational law and 22% of the children attend school. There are schools for the blind, deaf and feeble-minded, and a display of all their excellent methods of education, from kindergarten to the Imperial University. In the Palace of Electricity on a map 30 feet high and 25 feet wide, you see pictures of Japan's great engineering work, Lake Biwa Canal, connecting the lake with Kyoto. Irrigating, electricity making, electrical apparatus invented by them, they have nearly 25,000 telephones, long and short distance. In the tea exhibit you see everything relating to this beverage, tea houses, experimental farms, and over 100 different kinds of tea are shown. Rice is shown in every stage of its growth, tobacco, fruit, canned goods. You can enter the forestry and fish departments through a temple built of 20 different kinds of wood. Here you see all the native forest woods, bamboo taking the lead. Their fish and their methods of fishing are shown off, charts of their fishing grounds and boats. The Japanese section of the Palace of Fine Arts has the best samples of sculpture, painting, and pottery. But the crowning beauty of the Japanese display is the Enchanted Garden, well named. A charming little lake lies in the midst of flower beds and hedges, dotted by aquatic flowers. Beds of hydrangeas and chrysanthemums and other bright flowers glow in the sunlight. A pretty summer house stands on a little island, and bending over the water are dwarf pine trees brought from Japan. At one end is a waterfall, and there is a pleasant tea house where pretty Japan girls serve tea on the broad galleries. Beyond the lake you see a model Japanese house, and not far off is the headquarters of the Japanese Commission. Near the top of the hill is a large pavilion made of wood and bamboo. It is used as a reception room, and here you see Japanese costumes from the earliest day to the present. Here are pictures of the Emperor and Empress. There is a display here also of the Red Cross Society, medical boxes of Army and Navy, etc. This is the only hint this courteous country gives of the great war going on at home that would stop the exhibit of most any other country. They are a wonderful people and are making swift strides to the front in every direction. I took sights of comfort here, and so did Josiah. I said a big war would stop the exhibit of most every country. It has stopped Russia. She don't have much show here to the fair. They wanted to, and laid out to, but couldn't on account of having to go to war. It is dreadful busy this year, killin' off men, and sendin' out men all the time to be killed, so of course, it can't devour the same time in more peaceful occupations. I was really sorry, for I always liked the Tsar. Of course, we don't visit back and forth, he havin' the misfortune to not live neighbor to us. But I always thought he was likely, real smart and good-natured, lovin' his wife and babies devotedly, setting a splendid example in this direction to other high potentates who act and behave more or less. And his peace proclamation, like a tall white monument, rose up for men and angels to admire. How its pure luminous light lit up this dark earth and streamed clear up to heaven, the blessed influence it shed abroad was so beneficent and divine. How much I and the whole world thought on't. And here it is all broke to smash, for of course, it was right in his way and he had to trample on over it, he and the squadrons he called to war. I don't know exactly the right or wrong on't. It is hard sometimes to keep track of ethics in a Jonesville quarrel, and when two big empires get to cuttin' up and actin' and sassin', and dostin' each other to do thus, and so, I can't be expected to know all the ins and outs of their dispute. But I do know this, that the beautiful peace monument is smashed all to pieces under the feet of the thousands and thousands of men sent out to murder and be murdered, and it is doubtful to me if the Tsar can ever conjuggle it up again to be as strong as it was before. You know he will naturally get his muscles and will in temper kinder stiff Jean Ted lead in the armies and get in so awful mad. But there they be, these two great nations, Japan and Russia, sending out their peaceable and well-behaved sons by the thousands and hundreds of thousands to cut each other to pieces, shoot, maim and murder each other, for that is what war is, it is on purpose to kill men, the greatest crime in the civil calendar. As I told Josiah one night to Miss Huffs, as I laid down a paper giving the details of a bloody battle which was headed, a great victory. Victory! The day! Hundreds of men borne bleeding from the field suffering tortures worse than death, and every pang they felt twice suffered by them that loved them, watching and waiting at home in agonized suspense, hundreds more layin' with their white, dead faces upturned to heaven as if in mute appeal and wonder that such a horror as war could be in a world where the words of the gentle Christ had been heard. Says I can't understand it, Josiah. John Jones gets mad and kills one man, a small-boned man too, and weakly, couldn't live long anyway, and John had been abused by him shameful and was dreadful mad at him. A horrified state law clutches John Jones and kills him. Public opinion says good enough for John, it will keep other murderous-minded men at bay maybe. But I always loved justice, and if a king gets mad and kills or causes to be killed hundreds of thousands of men, I can't see why he, if successful, should be admired for it, have a monument riz up to show forth his nobility, and schoolboys be taught to emulate his greatness. Josiah said, that was different, a war between nations was planned ahead, it was murder. But, says I, if John Jones had planned killin' his man he would get hung the sooner. Well, says Josiah, great national quarrels has to be settled some way. Nations wouldn't go to war unless they was aggravated. Says I, John Jones was aggravated. Murders hain't generally planned or committed in class meetin's and love feasts. Well, says Josiah scratchin' his head, it is different. But I says, how different, Josiah, they are both murders. Says Josiah, I guess I'll go down to Grandpa Huff's room and borry the world. But I kept thinkin' on after he left about war and what it was. Rivers of human blood flowin' through ruined countries, followed by the horrible specters of pestilence, disease and famine, moral and financial ruin. Acres and acres of graves filled with forms once full of throbbing life and hope and dreams of future happiness, cut down like grass before the mower. Wives, mothers, sisters, sweethearts see the sun of their life's joy go down in blackness, their heaven of love and happiness changed into a hell of misery by somebody's quarrel, somebody's greed and ambition. How many of the common soldiers who make up the great body of the army know or care about the right or wrong of their cause? They go into the fight like dumb-driven cattle, suffer and die and make their loved ones die 100 deaths just because they are hired to do it, hired to murder their fellow men, just as you would hire a man to cut down a grove of underbrush. They go out to this wholesale slaughter to kill or be killed, to meet all the black awful influences that follow the armies, go gaily to the sound of bugle and drum. It is the common people who bleed and die, it is the hearts of the common people that are wrung, it is their wives and orphan children who have to struggle along and strive and die, or live and suffer by this cause. And who can tell the moral, physical and financial ruin, the sickening and terrible effects of evil habits formed there, the sin and woe that like a black cloud follows the army? The recording angel himself can't do the sum till the day of judgment, not till then can he add up the broad, ever-widening effects of evil and sorrow that follows a great war, and that shall go on, and on till time shall be no more. Calm judicial eyes looking back at this problem from the happy days when peace and love shall rule the world, from the era when courts of arbitration will settle national differences, will look back on the bloody godless warfare of today with more horror than we do on the uncivilized doings of our savage ancestors. It is strange, hain't it, to think 18 centuries of Christian teaching hain't wiped the blood stains off the face of the earth, as it would like to? Yes, indeed. Our Lord's words are luminous with charity, peace, and love. But the vengeful black clouds of war sweep up between the nations and the Sermon on the Mount, and hides its words so they can't, or don't heed 'em. And I know what's going to be done. I guess them that don't believe in war must keep on givin' in their testimony, keep pedgin' away at public opinion, and constant droppin' will wear away stun. But to resume backwards. We stayed so long in Japan that I couldn't devote so much time to France as I wanted to, for they too had a fine display. The most beautiful exhibit we saw was the reproduction of the Grand Trianon, the favorite home of Napoleon, brought from all appearances from Versailles with its famous garden, and sought down here in St. Louis. There is a big central pavilion, and on each side wings, each terminating in a pavilion joined by tall marble columns. The roof is surrounded by a balustrade ornamented by vases and beautiful statues. The same balustrade extends the whole length of the building below, 534 feet. And below it stretches the beautiful garden, terraces, lake, fountains, statues, rare flowers, shrubs, and trees. Winding walks in which the great conqueror might have walked with his brain teeming with ambitious plans. I didn't want to leave the garden, it was so beautiful. But time was passin', and we went inside and went through room after room, each one seemin' more beautiful than the one we had seen last. The picture room was specially beautiful, filled as it is with treasures of French art. And all the rooms was gorgeous with tapestries, elaborate carving, sculpture, painting, the most exquisite decorations of all kinds, showing what a beauty and pleasure-loving race can gather about it of beauty and grandeur if it sets out to. And France shows off well also in manufactures, electricity, machinery, transportation, etc. Altogether this is the best exhibit she has ever made, and she has reason to be proud on't. England makes a good show in products and processes in every exposition building. In the Palace of Varied Industries she gives a model of one of her charming country houses, a model indeed of comfort and luxury. Her National Pavilion is built of red brick and stone and is a reproduction of the Orangery, a building 200 years old. It was Queen Anne's favorite home, and I didn't blame an a mite for loving it. As I walked through the beautiful and stately rooms I thought I would have loved to neighbor with, and spend some time with her. The gardens outside are so beautiful you don't want to leave 'em, shaded avenues, terraces, flower beds, yew and box shrubs trained into shapes of lions and big birds. Josiah was entranced here, and as he stood lost in admiration of them green animals growin' right out of the ground, he says, "My first job in Jonesville is cut out, Samantha." As first chaperone I looked at him tenderly and says, "Don't jar your mind too much, Josiah, don't dwell on tuckerin' things." "But," says he, pinting to the green form of the lion growin' right out of the ground, "do you see what an impressive and noble figure the old mare is goin' to cut when Uri and I sculp her out of the pig-nose apple tree? We can do it by odd jobs, and the apples hain't good for nothin' anyway." But I says, "You can't prune apple trees into figures, Josiah. It takes different trees, and that is too big anyway. That's a woman's way of talkin'. I want her in heroic size, she's worthy on't. I expect," he went on, "the road will be jest lined with Jonas Villians, and we'll see 'em hangin' over the orchard fence lookin' on and admirin' the beautiful statter. I think I can see her now, head up, tail out, mane a flutterin', you'll see, Samantha." "Oh dear," says I expect I will see more than I want to." But going on a little further we see what put such vain and unpractical ideas out of his head. We wandered into a spot where there was old-fashioned flowers, such as grow in the green meadows and hedges of old England, and there was some old vim men wrinkled and grey, poorly clad, looking at them daisies and cowslips and logan and cryin' over 'em. They was fur from the old home and the summer time of youth and love, a half-century of years and dreary wastes of sea and land lay between 'em. But these cowslip blows and daisies took them back to their youth, and the sunny fields they wandered in with the young lover whose eyes was as blue as the English violets, while their own cheeks was as rosy as the thorn flowers. When the whole world lay hid in a rosy mist, and they was the center of it, and life was new, and hope and happiness gilded the future, and the fairy land of America was beckoning to 'em out of the rosy mist. 50 years of dusty, smoky tenement life, hard work, childbirth, rearing children, toil, disappointment, pain, where was they? They had all gone. They was 18 agin, they was pickin' the rosy blooms in the dear homeland, and love was whisperin' to 'em that they was sweeter than the flowers. I took out my snowy handkerchief and almost cried myself, The tears just run down my face, and Josiah blowed his nose on his bandana, and I believe furtively wiped his eyes. But men never love to betray such sentimental emotion, and most immediately he asked me in a gruff tone for a fried cake, and I handed him one absently and as one who dreams, and we went on and met the girls at the rendezvous appointed. I'd had my supper and was restin' in my room. Molly and Blandina had gone for a walk accompanied by Billy Huff, and Josiah had gone down to set with Grandpa Huff a spell, when Aunt Tryphena come in and said a lady was there to see me. I asked her who it was, and she said, "I don't know, but guess it is some big bug trash. Tenerate she come in a entomobile that stands to the door without hitchin' dot." I knowed in a minute it was Jane Olive Perkins and told her to bring her up to my room. And she entered with more than her usual gushin' warmth of manner, and told me the first thing that I grew better and younger lookin' every year. But I kinder waved the day off and told her I didn't feel so young as I did 20 or 30 years ago. I acted well. But then I s'pose I do look remarkable young for one of my years, and I admired her good horse sense in seein' it so plain. But she looked real mager, and I says, "You look kinder beat out, Jane Olive, hain't you well?" Yes, she said she was well, but had so many cares that they wore on her. "Why," says I, "you don't try to do your housework alone, do you?" No, she said she had 10 servants. So I knowed she didn't have to do the heaviest of her work, but her face looked dreadful tired and disappointed, and I knowed it was caused by her efforts to get into fashionable society, for I'd heard more about it since I come here. Miss Huff knowed a woman that lived neighbor to her. She said that in spite of all Sam Perkins's money and Jane Olive's efforts she couldn't get so fur into the circle of the first as she wanted to, though she had done everything a woman could do. Went off summers where the first went, and winters too. When it was fashionable to go to springs and seasides she went, and ocean trips and south and north, and when it was the fashion to go into the quiet country she come to Jonesville. And now she was tryin' a new scheme to get into the first. She got up a name for bein' very charitable. That took her in, or that is part way in, for her money went jest as fur and was jest as welcome to heathens and such as if it wasn't made out of pork. It went just as fur as the money that was handed down from 4 fathers or even 5 or 6 fathers who was small farmers and trappers in Manhattan years and years ago. Her money went just as fur as though it had descended onto her from the sale of the mink skins and cabbages of the grandpas of the 400. Well, as I say, this did more than all her other efforts put together, and took her inside further, for given as much as she did they had to invite her to set down on the same charitable boards where these genteel females was set in. And when a passel of vim men are settin' down on one board they have to be more sociable and agreeable like, than if they was set in round on different piles of lumber. So Jane Olive was highly tickled and gin money freely. And now I don't want it understood that Jane Olive done every mite of this work and gin every cent of money for the speech of people or to get on in fashionable life. No, she was kinder good-hearted and felt sorry for the afflicted. Her motives was mebbe about half and half goodness and half ambition, and that is I s'pose a little worse than the average, though motives will get dreadfully mixed up. Evil is worse than Canada thistles to get mixed with good wheat. When some good object rises up and our souls burn within us against wrong and injustice and bigotry and such, we may think in our rapt moments that our motives are all good. But most always some little unworthy selfish motive will come sneakin' in by some back door of the heart, and wiggle its way along till it sets down right by the side of our highest whitest motives and stays there unbeknown to us. It is a pity that it is so. But human natur is human natur, and we are all on us queer as dogs. Once in a while you'll see some rare soul that seems as if all unworthy motives have been drive out by the angels of divine purity and endeavor, but they're scarce as hen's teeth. Jane Olive was highly tickled with her success, and then, as is the way of human creeturs, when she'd done well she wanted to do better. She wanted to outdo the other females set in on the boards with her. She wanted her board to tip higher than theirn, so she took it into her head to build a home for fallen vim men in that end of the city where she lived. She said that there was sights and sights of vim men that had fallen round there, and sights that was fallin', and I s'pose there was. I s'pose that anywhere that Sam Perkins lived there would be apt to be, and she took the idea of buildin' a home for 'em. It was a first-rate thought, but in my opinion it didn't go for enough, it didn't cover the whole ground. Well, Jane Olive had gin of her own money $10,000 and had raised 9,000 more, 20,000 would build it, and she was collectin' round even in St. Louis when she met anybody she thought would give. She knowed how the welfare of humanity, specially female humanity, lay down on my heart, therefore she tackled me. Chapter 14. She talked real eloquent about it, and Kinder begun to shed tears. She's a capital hand to get money. She could always cry when she wanted to when she went to school, did it by holdin' her breath or somethin'. And when I say that I don't want it understood that I believe she did all her cryin' that way. No, I s'pose she could draw on her imagination and feelin's to that extent and get 'em so rousted up that she did actually shed tears, wet tears just like anybody, some of the time, and some she made, so I s'pose. Well, when she begun to cry I looked keen at her and says, how much she made me think of herself when we went to school together. And she stopped shedding tears to once and acted more natural, and went on to tell about her scheme. She said female vice was stalkin' round fearful, fallin' them men appeared on the streets with shockin' frequency. Somethin' must be done for these lost souls or their blood would be on our dress skirts. She told me how much she gin to this object, and how much ministers had gin, and how they was all goin' to preach sermons about these poor lost them men and try to wake the public up to the fact of the enormity of their sins and the burnin' need of such an institution. She talked powerful about it, and I says, Jane Olive, I've gin a good deal of thought to this subject, and I think this house of yourn is a goody day, but to my mind it don't cover the whole ground. Now I will give $5 for the home for fallen them men and the other 5 for the home for fallen men, says she, and she screamed the words right out. There hain't any such institution in the whole city. Why, there must be, says I. It hain't reasonable that there shouldn't be. Why, if a man and a woman go along over a bridge together, and both fall through, and are maimed and broke to pieces, they are carried to a male and female hospital to be mended up. Or if they fall through a sidewalk or anywhere else they have to both be doctored up and have the same splints on and rubbed with the same anarchy, etc. That's very different, says Jane Olive. Why different? Says I. If they both fall morally their morals ought to be mended up agin both on 'em. The woman ought to be carried to the home for fallen them men, the home for Magdalenes, and the men to the home for fallen men, the home for Michaels. There hain't no such place, says Jane Olive agin decidedly. Says I. Did you ever inquire? No, says she. I wouldn't make a fool of myself by inquirin' for such a thing as that, home for Michaels. I don't know what you mean by that anyway. Why, says I. Fallen men angels. You know Michael was an angel once and he fell. Well, there is no such place, says she, tossin' her head a little. Well, says I. You ought to know, you're from the city and I hain't, but I know that if there hain't such a place it's a wicked thing. Just look at them poor fallen men that are walkin' the streets night after night, poor creatures goin' right down to ruin and nobody trying to lead 'em up agin to the way of safety and virtue. Poor fallen, ruined men. I feel to pity 'em, says Jane Olive. Oh, pshaw! They don't feel ruined, they're all right, I'll rest them. How do you know how they feel? Take a tender-hearted, innocent man that some bad, designin' woman has led astray, led him on till she has betrayed and ruined him, and he feels that the screen door of society is shut against him. Oh, pshaw! Says Jane Olive agin. The door of society hain't shut against a man, it never is. Then, says I, there is somethin' wrong with the door and it ought to be tended to. Says she, things are winked at in a bad man that hain't in a bad woman. Not by me, says I firmly. The man won't get a wink out of me more or less than I would give to the woman. It don't hurt a man, says Jane Olive. And, says she, no self-respectin' man goes to any place that hain't licensed and respectable. If such houses are respectable, says I, and the law makes 'em so, why hain't the vim men called so that keep 'em? Why hain't the vim men looked up to that work there? Says Jane Olive. You don't talk no good sense at all. Says I. Jane Olive, I am s'posin'. Mark you well, I don't say they are respectable. I say they are the depths of infamy. But I am talking from the standpoint of legislators and highest officials, and if they call 'em respectable, and throw the mantle of law and order over 'em, it is only justice to let the mantle spread out, so it will cover the males and females too. Agin, I quote the words of the poet to you, what is sass for the goose ought to be sass for the gander. Says she, such things are looked on so different in a man, they can hold their heads up just as high as they did before. Not if I had my way. Says I. If the female is dragged off to the home for fallen men, let the same team come back and haul the men off to the home for fallen men. Tie 'em up with the same rope, preach to 'em from the same text, let 'em out when they both repented and want to do better. That's my scheme. Says I. Oh, pshaw, says Jane Olive. It wouldn't work. Why not? Says I. I'll bet if that course was took for the next 5 years with fallen men, you wouldn't have to raise so much money for fallen men. I'll bet it would ameliorate their condition more than anything else would. It don't hurt a man, says Jane Olive Agin. Why don't it hurt 'em? Says I. If it makes a woman so bad the whole world calls her ruined and lost, and prints her name out in the daily papers, as they always do, givin' her full name and address and sayin' some wild young man, but nameless, of respectable family was implicated, and talks of her as if heaven was shed against her, and she has got to pray and repent in sackcloth and ashes all the rest of her days, and never get her old place back in the eyes of the community, it hain't reasonable to s'pose it don't hurt a man a mite to fall at the same time and in the same way. There is no sense in it, and I'll bet if you hunt round in your city you'll find where fallen men are kept hid away till they can repent and reform. Why, says I, men's hearts and souls and morals are made out of exactly the same stuff that women's be. And as I said before, let a man and a woman fall out of a high winder together, it smashes him just as bad as it does her. They have to be carried off to hospitals just the same doctor tends 'em, the same medicine has to be administered to 'em, and they have to come back slowly to health again. It takes the same length of time to lose the marks of the wounds and bruises, and they have to hobble round on the same kind of crutches. And why under the sun, moon and stars there is any difference in the wounds on their souls and morals I can't see, nor I don't believe you can. Agin, she snorted and acted real high-headed, and says she, there hain't no such a home as that you're talking about, and never was. Well, says I, then it is high time there was. And I went on real eloquent. Poor fallen men have been neglected too long, and their ruin will lay on our doorsteps if we don't do something to help 'em. I won't give a cent to help fallen men, who have had 10 times as much preaching to 'em and as much done for 'em, till justice has been done to fallen men. Poor miserable creatures! They'll find out they've got one friend that will stand by 'em if they've never had a mite of pity or help or encouragement held out to 'em before in the world. It is high time something was done for 'em, and when you who live right in the midst of fallen men come here and say you've started a home for 'em, where there will be preaching to 'em, and encouragement gin 'em to repent and reform, when you've come and told me you've started this job, I'll give, and give liberal. She sot kinder demuta for a minute, and I went right on, and says I'd have an immense big house built if I had my way so's to accommodate 'em if I could get a house big enough. And I would set 'em there in immense rows and let 'em meditate on their sins a spell, and I'd have good likely preachers of both sex go and preach to 'em about fallen men and fallen women, and how they could get up agin with God's help if they tried hard enough to. And I'd have pictures hung on the wall of Michael and Magdalene and them old fallen men castin' stuns at fallen men, and what the Lord said about it. And then to kinder encourage 'em and show 'em to what they might rise up to, if they repented and reformed, I would have pictures of some likely he angels flyin' round up in a purer air, and I was almost carried away and by the side of myself with this beautiful and inspirin' picture I'd conjured up in my heated brain, when she broke in all wrought up with excitement and horror with a new thought that had dawned on her. Why, says she, if you did that, if you shed up such men, there wouldn't be a man left outside. And she screamed out. Where would I get a coachman to drive for me or a butler? Drive yourself, says I sternly. And buttle too, if that is so, but I don't believe it. But she still looked most wild with excitement and horror, and agin, she says, it would take away every man in the world. And what would we do for men? Says she. Do, says I, all wrought up. Do without 'em if that is the case, though I don't believe it. But if it is so, it's high time we begun fresh, educate and bring up men babies in the right way, and begin agin, start a new world with 'em, just as you'd start a new kind of gooseberry or anything. But I don't believe a word on't, not a word. I believe there are good men in the world, lots and lots of 'em. I know there hain't, says she. And I says, I know there is. And we disputed back and forth several times but didn't convince each other. You can see just how it was the example of our own companions that was influencing us in our opinions. She having lived with a perfect sardine and he wretch thought all men was like him. I nerved up by the thought of my noble-minded, though small, companion held my faith firm as a iron anchor that the world was full of good men, scattered here and there like good wheat among the tares, and I felt and knowed that the tears was first scarcer than the wheat. But Jane Olive riz up and kinder let her train flop out over the floor. She'd held it up as she come in. I bid her a cordial good-bye and told her to come and see me in Jonesville, but she acted kinder cold and haughty, and I hain't much hopes that she will foller my advice. Josiah came in pretty soon, and when I told him about it he acted real huffy and agreed with Jane Olive, and resented the idea of a home for fallen men. Blandina, who come while we was talking about it to borry a few needlefuls of white thread, she shed tears and said she wouldn't mortify men by nomming a home like that for thousands of worlds like this. And Josiah acted puggaky all the evening. But I knowed I was in the right on't. Truly the path of duty is a thorny one anon or oftener. We went into the fair the next morning by what they call the Skinker entrance, and we hadn't hardly got in when Josiah says to me, pint into a small low house, "What do you suppose they show there, Samantha? It must be pretty poor if they can't afford shingles or a tar roof." And sure enough the roof was covered with straw. It was a low building built of something that looked like stone. But come to find out it was the cottage of Robert Burns, and I hastened my steps, Josiah and Blandina follerin' on. For low as that building is, looking like a ant-hill almost by the side of the high red granite administration building, that little cabin holds memories that soar up higher than the peakedest, highest roofs on the fair ground. The home of Robert Burns, the poet of the people. How his inimitable poetry come trooping through my mind as I walk through the low rooms. There's only 4 on 'em: kitchen, settin' room, store room, and stables. I didn't approve of having the stables so nigh the living rooms, and should have advised Robert's wife to stood her ground and not had it. But I wasn't there, and she gin improbable, and maybe she wanted it so. It was handy, you could open the door and milk into your coffee cup if so inclined. The bed is built in the kitchen wall. I suppose they couldn't afford anything better, and tenderate that humble bed pillowed the form that will walk down the ages crowned with honor and love and memories, while many monarchs who at that time rested on carved rosewood have sunk into oblivion. The people are not going to forget their poet. He who taught that no matter what the rank, a man was a man. For a that. Who sung and dignified the humble pleasures of the poor. The Cotter's Saturday Night will be remembered when many a scientific tome and eloquent poem writ in long words is dust and ashes. And the scathing irony and wit satirizing the ignorant rich, the scorn of meanness and bigotry, the love of liberty and justice, the melting tenderness of his love poems, the people he loved and wrote for, will not forget. The big open fireplace might have been the one immortalized in his poetry. There was a high clock like the one that told him the hours, anxious hours, weary hours, happy hours, hours radiant with the poet's inspiration. Despairing hours full of anxiety and dread for the wife and children he loved. It told the hours of day and night too, for Robert did love what he called a good time, and I presume Bonnie Jean read the face of that old clock with anxiety and weariness writ in her own face when the small hours struck and her Robbie was away with gay companions. And with what despairing grief did she read its calm old face while her poet writ this sad truth: "I'm wearing out to the land o' the leal." And there was a cupboard with blue and white dishes and a sugar bowl that he and Bonnie Jean had used. Oh, warm fingers, tired fingers! How long you've been dust, and the little piece of metal still endures. Oh, my soul! The wonder and the pity on't. There are chairs, tables, spinning wheel, etc., similar to those that were in the Burns cottage. But there is a reel that was used by Bonnie Jean herself. I took Holt on trying to bring to my mind what emotions she had time and again as she reeled her threads on and off: love, anxiety, ambition, fear, hopes and sorrows, how they twined and untwined in her faithful breast as the reel turned, emotions stilled long ago, long ago. And there was the very griddle and toaster with which Bonnie Jean toasted the bread for her Robbie. Many and many a time her heart, I presume to say, seemed to get seared in the burnin' fires of jealousy whilst the bread was toastin'. For Robert was a man of many fancies, and though a wife through pride or affection may seem blind to such things, yet burns will smart, and jealousy is as cruel as the grave. But many a time also whilst she toasted her bread her heart would bound with joy and pride, thinking of some triumph the man she loved had won, or remembering some words of love and appreciation he had whispered in her ear, which made the dark world over in a minute into a bright one, for women's hearts beat the same in Ayr or Jonesville, and Bonnie Jean was proud of her poet-lover and loved him. And he loved her the biggest heft of the time, and mebbe all the time. Men are queer in such things and their ways pass fin in out. Tenerate my heart bent in homage to his genius, and his bravely borne poverty and sufferin'. And I wished, oh, how I wished that some of the pride and honor showered on him now the world over could have brightened his hard life when it was needed. But it wasn't to be. I wasn't there to advise folks, or to cheer him and Jean up by my warm appreciation and good victuals. And I reluctantly tore myself away from the memory-hant spot. Molly was dreadful interested here too, but naturally wanted to ride in the Intrammural Railway and see all she could, it being her first visit. So as I had spoke of wanting to see the airships, we went there next, and then to the Philippines. Sister Sylvester Bobbitt laughed when I told her that probable Josiah and I would go to the next exposition through the air. Says she, "You might just as well talk about going through the ground." But I was glad to see that other folks realized the importance of the subject, for they have given as much space to air navigation as for all the other modes of transportation put together. The building covers about 14 acres. I wonder what Sister Bobbitt would say to that. The walls are 30 feet high, the lower 12 feet, air-tight, the upper 18 feet lattice work. Part on't is a sort of a harbor for their airships to light in. They say they need a still harbor away from boisterous winds just as much as water ships do. This is the first airship harbor ever built. Josiah said it was the humbliest buildin' on the fair ground, and it was to beauty so fur as architecture goes. But I says, "Handsome is as handsome does." "I don't s'pose," says I, "that Noah's Ark was a beauty, but he started a new world with it, and I believe this buildin' holds the great hope and promise of the future in the way of transportation, and it looks good to me. It stands between Physical Culture Hall and the Hall of Lady Managers. I was glad it was where them men could keep an eye on 'em and keep 'em from bein' run on. In one corner on't is 2 stalls, just as they have horse stalls and barns, but these stalls are 180 feet long and 40 feet wide. There was most 90 entries for the contest. If they make a speed of 20 miles an hour they get a prize of 100,000. I would like to know what Sister Bobbitt would think of that. Josiah said he believed they was dangerous, but the head of this company told me with his own mouth that he had traveled over 15 states in airships and had never been hurt, or even scared, and I told Josiah that was more than he could say of our wheelbarrow that had never been out of Jonesville. Josiah went out one dark night to shut the barn door and fell over it, and it rared up on him and throwed him. He was scared to death thinking it was a burglar who was trying to fight him. I had to take the lantern and go out and rescue him, and I hain't going to tell how he kicked that wheelbarrow when he re_cog_nized it, and the language he hurled at it. It was unbecoming a deacon, and I told him so. Next to the Hall of Electricity, the great unseen wizard that sways the world, this Hall of Airships was interesting to me, for it is the transportation of the future. Baby eyes blinking now at the canopies of their cribs will look up and see the blue sky above them cleft by the white wings of great ships of the air sailing to and fro with no treacherous rocks to dash against, no forests to subdue or mountains to tunnel, no roads to break, to and fro, back and forth shining white against the crimson sunset, against the rosy dawn, and the cloudless noon. Oh, what a sight for the eyes that will behold them! I wish I could stand it till then, but most probable I can't, and I wouldn't want to anyway if Josiah couldn't be there to see 'em with me, and his health ain't what it was, his liver is bad. But I think sometimes that Josiah and I may look on and behold this glorious sight from some cloudy terrace of the better country. I'd love to if we could. But tenderate it will be seen by them that live long enough. I took solid comfort and lots of it wandering round seeing these immense travelers of the sky and asking questions and looking forward towards the glories that is to be. Josiah and Blandina didn't enjoy it so much as I did, though Josiah, always wanting to embark in some new enterprise, thought he should go up in one whilst he was there. He said he wanted to brag on to Deacon Hensey and Deacon Huffer. And I told him that was the right spirit to show. It wasn't the spirit of a true discoverer trying to solve the problems of the future through love for God and humanity. And he said he guessed he knew what he took comfort in, and what he didn't. Well, we rid round considerable so's to give Molly a view of the Cascades and big buildings, and then we went on to the Philippines. This is the largest single exhibit at the fair and covers 47 acres of beautiful woodland and water spaces, and is the largest colonial display ever made. I told Josiah as we walked towards it, Molly and Blandina going a little ahead. What was the use of travelin' so fur to see our new possessions? Yes, says he. No use spendin' so much money. This was to me one of the most interesting exhibits at the fair. And I thought it a first-rate day to show off to the world the almost limitless wealth, as well as the hard problems that face Uncle Sam and his new possessions, for like a careful pa he will see that they learn how to take care of themselves before he sets them up in independent housekeeping. We went over a fine bridge, copied from one of their own into the walled city of Manila. Here in one room you see all of its war exhibits, immense cannons, the blow guns of the Negritos, axes the Igorot headhunters used to cut off the heads of their enemies, the Moro Cris, the wooden guns and bamboo cannons and homemade powder used in by the insurgent army with the rough machinery used in making it. Wandering on you see the Nita huts of the Visayans, big handsome fellows they are and pretty refined Vim men, and hear their weird melodies as they are at work making their beautiful bamboo furniture, and weaving their handsome blankets, etc. You see on the hillside the huts of the Negritos, black little creatures. Then you see the Igrots, a real village, some of the housen brought from their own land and the rest built here by them from their own materials. It is just as though you stepped over to the mountains of Luzon and see them at their simple housekeeping. I whispered anxiously to Josiah to keep close watch of his own head, for though they promised to not pursue their favorite pastime till they got back home again, yet I didn't know what might happen, though I felt he wasn't in so much danger, his bald head being so slippery and nothing to lay hold on. Still I kept a close watch on that dear head all the while we was there. Josiah didn't sense his own danger, but whispered, I'm glad enough Bruno is to home. They will eat dogs and dance their war dances. But I suppose I couldn't hinder em, so didn't try to advise em. Some on em didn't have clothes enough on to be decent unless you call the tattooing on their naked bodies clothes. I see Josiah looked at em with interest, and he wondered if common ink and diamond dyes could be used, and if Yuri could handle em. And I hurried him on to the encampment of the Moros. Here we see the men and Vim men dressed in silk and satin, but cut after patterns I would never let Josiah wear myself. Some of these Moro girls are quite handsome in their bright striped mantles, their long hair hanging down under their gay turbans. One of these villages is on land and one built on bamboo poles over the water. Just open sheds covered with nipa leaves. Anyone with rheumatiz couldn't stand it in em. But what took Josiah most of all was the tree dwellers. Their houses are built up in the highest trees they can find, and they get to em by ladders they pull up after em. As he looked on MIC and Josiah's reminiscent eye dreams of summer housen in our elms and maples, and I hurried him on. Blandina said she could be perfectly happy up there with a congenial companion, and I knowed she was thinking of Aspire Todd. But she never could get him up there, for his tongue is the strongest part on him. We all admired the native scouts. They live in a little village of tents in a beautiful piece of woodland. There are 4 companies, Visayan, Tagalog, Macabebe and Ilocano. Their band of music, and the band of 80 pieces of the native constabulary are called the finest at the Exposition. When they march they all seem to be one body, so smooth and even are their movements, they are called the most perfectly drilled soldiers in the country. Just think on't, if they show off so now what will they do at the next Exposition? There are 10 large buildings containing their enormous display of art and science, education, agriculture, horticulture, manufactures, commerce, etc. Some of the statues and pictures are beautiful. You couldn't tell some of them from them brought from abroad. But folks don't seem to realize that some of the Filipinos are as refined and cultured as if they come from the middle of Boston. Their forestry exhibit is the finest ever brought to any exposition and contains everything relating to the 50 million acres of Philippine forests, splendid timber, over 1,500 different kinds of wood, rattans, gutta percha, dye stuffs, trees yielding oil, gums, rosin, etc. The mineral exhibit shows how rich these islands are in gold, copper, coal, and other minerals. In agriculture, you see the great display of fibers, Manila hemp, which brought over 22 millions last year, ropes made from bamboo, coconut, rattan, sugar, tobacco, coffee, hats, baskets, and other articles made from palm leaves, bamboo, rattan, and nito, colored by their own native dyes. In the flower display are the most rare and exquisite orchids growing just as common there as weeds along the Jonesville Road. One interesting display was a map built outdoors showing more than 2,000 islands, their shape and comparative size. But most of all, I was interested in the educational exhibit. So anxious have they been to learn, night schools have had to be established. The big normal school building in Manila is handsome enough for any American city, and the smaller district and industrial schools are doing just as good work. Our government sent 540 teachers there in 1901, and now we have about 700 there. I took comfort in seeing the great work they have done, as well as the church and private schools, and how well they're learning and getting along. Anyone could spend 5 weeks at least just at the Philippine display, and find abundance to interest them all the time in the educational, art, manufacturing, horticultural, agricultural, and other displays. But we hadn't no 5 weeks to spend, so we had to move on. But I felt proud enough to see what my revered Uncle Sam had done and was doing. Truly, he took a big job on his hands to take care of such an immense family, and different so widely in cultivation, temperament, and clothes, to lead the ignorant ones into civilization and keep peace in the family and among his own folks. He'll have as hard work to do it as that widower I hearn on, who had 3 or 4 children of his own, and married a widow who also had a number, and then they had several, and one day she came calling to her husband, "Come quick! Come quick! Your children and my children are fightin' with our children." But Uncle Sam will be on hand. He'll wade right in with a birch gad or a spellin' book, just which he thinks they need most at the time, and settle the differences all right, and I believe it will be a star in his crown in time to come, turning the savages and cannibals that inhabit part of these new possessions into good American citizens. I don't suppose I shall see the day when this shall fully come to pass, and maybe the babies of today will be great-grandpas before it takes place, but it will be, I believe, and so does Josiah. Yes, he's doin' a good job by his stepchildren. I guess they would be called that, seein' he stepped in when they was poor and oppressed and took 'em under his care. I honor him for it, but wish he would do as well by his steel children, the dark-complexioned ones stole away from their own land to be slaves and drudges for his white children. He'll mebbe tell me they was ignorant and degraded, and was better off here than in their own land, but I'll say back to him, "Samuel, Josiah and I would probably be in a better house and more high-toned society if some king or other should steal us and carry us away from our humble farm to their palace. But do you suppose we would enjoy ourselves as well? No, indeed!" And tenrate they're here, the problem that lays so heavy on the southern and northern heart and conscience, and the riddle gets harder and harder to solve. The lurid blaze of living torches makes bloody blindness in the eyes of them that look on and light them fires. The disgraceful glare flames out, shamming you in the eyes of the world, and streams up to the pitying heavens askin for justice. Maybe you'll tell me you don't see how you can help it, but Samuel, you must try, for though there are here and there oases in the gloom lighted up by education and intelligence, still there remains the great multitude of your steel children that you ought to help. You ought to do as well by them settin' in long rows right on your very doorstep as you're doin' for them 6,000 miles off. Sinners must be punished by law, else what is law made for? Order must be kept, the helpless protected, but you know, Samuel, that if some of the disgraceful scenes that are being enacted here right under your dear old nose took place amongst your adopted Philippine children, or even amongst your protégés in Turkey or China, you would send out a warship to once. I am sorry for you, Samuel, and think the world on you, but faithful are the wounds of a friend. You must hear the truth once in a while, or who knows what would become on you. You might puff up with proud flesh and have to have an operation, and I guess you will anyway before you get through with this problem. I presume you want me to advise you what to do, only being a man you hain't really wanted to come out and asked me. Josiah acts just like that lots of times. So I'll say to you, I honor you, Samuel, for what you're doing for these foreign children, but I want you to do just as much to home. I want you to send teachers and found schools at your own expense. You're forehanded and able to do it. And I do know, but you had better buy land in their own home you stole them from. Buy a small farm for each one that wants to go. Travelers say that in the valley of the Nile, a country with similar climate and soil to the south land where they was born, is an unoccupied place big enough for each one to have a small farm of their own. I want you, Samuel, to buy this land for 'em, take 'em back there at your own expense, all that want to go. There are plenty of the young and enterprising who would go full of the hope of founding a new republic for their own race, where they can expand and grow strong away from paralyzing influence of racial and social hatred. There would be lots of 'em who wouldn't want to go, and why can't you, Samuel, I'd say, buy them a little home here, for instance, on the vast unoccupied area of Florida. Let 'em have the whole state if necessary. Let each family have their little piece of land, and then make 'em work it. Send teachers, found schools, teach 'em to be self-sustaining and self-respecting. Samuel would probably sass me back and say, you can't teach a nigger to respect himself and stand upright. And I'd say, 'Tain't so, Sam, but if it was, centuries have been spent by the white race in teaching this people to be dependent and helpless, to not think for themselves, to lean entirely on the judgment and justice of the white people, weak reeds to lean on anon or oftener. And then I'd say, Samuel, you did a foolish thing after the Civil War, you did it with the best of motives, and you needn't be scared, I hain't going to scold you for it, but it was just like tinning a company of babies out into the world and telling 'em they was just as tall and intelligent as their pa and mas and they must go on and take care of themselves, and with their utter lack of all knowledge and strength take an equal part in public affairs. How could these babies do it, Samuel, I would say. But you was groping along most blind in them dark days, and you did the best you knowed how to then. But when you see you've made a misstep, you must draw your foot back and start off agin just like a elephant crossin' a weak bridge. I've seen 'em go down into the water and wade ruther than resk it. You may have to wade through deep waters to fix it all right, but that would be better than to fall through a weak bridge and break your neck. It is because I think so much on you, Samuel, that I talk so plain to you, for I don't want you to get the name Miss Eben Simmons got. She just spent her whole mind and income on foreign missions and let her own children go so dirty and ragged they was a disgrace to Jonesville. I want you and Miss Simmons to not scrimp in your foreign charities but begin to home and make your own dependent ones comfortable. I presume I could convince him if I had time enough, but we are busy creeturs, Samuel and I, both on us, and I do know as he'd have time to argy back and forth with me, but it would be well for him if he did. Men must have them men advise them if they ever expect to amount to anything. But to resume forwards. These thoughts was running through my head as we wended our way around. It did my soul good, as I said, to see the progress these Filipinos are making, and to meditate on the fact how enterprisin' Uncle Samuel is when he sets out. Why, just think on't, he's taught them Filipinos more English in 4 years than the Spaniards taught 'em their language in the 400 years they took care on 'em. I was so proud and happy as I thought on't that I stepped considerable high as I walked along, and I heard a profane bystander say, wicked creetur to think on't. That woman has took too much stimulant. And Josiah says, what ails you, Samantha? You walk as if you was follerin' a band of music. And I was, it was the music of the future that sounds out in my ears anon or oftener, sweet inspirin' strains that even Josiah can't hear if his head lays on the same pillar. It sings of an ignorant, oppressed race changed into an enlightened, prosperous one, this great work done by our own country. This song comes floatin' into my ears over the wide Pacific. And another louder strain comes from nearby, made tender and pathetic by years of oppression and suppressed suffering that could find expression in no other way than this heart-searching pathos. And blending with it, ringing over and above it, triumphant happy echoes telling of real freedom of mind and conscience, the true liberty. Chapter 15. Well, Blandina wanted to go to the anthropological building. She said Professor Todd had recommended it. I should knowed he would choose that spot in preference to any other. I hadn't any idea what it meant, but didn't feel obliged to tell her so, but s'posed it was something hard to tackle, judgin' from the name, but told her I was willin' to go to see it or her or him, not knowin' which it would turn out to be. But come to find out it was everything relatin' to the history of man, and s'posed that was one reason why Blandina was interested in it. It was a monstrous big buildin', and in it and outside on't was exhibits from all the different countries of the world, showin' the difference in the races of mankind, their difference through all the ages, anatomy, industries, customs, education, different religious rites, games, books and pictures, maps illustrating mankind and his works, etc., and I could fill a dozen pages with and not half exhaust the contents of the immense building. Blandina was in her glory here. She was studying in full majesty the history of her idol, man. But as I told her, I s'posed the term, man, included woman also. But she looked dubersome, she didn't like the idea I could see, and Josiah didn't. But I knowed I was right, and I guess Molly thought so too. This is the most complete gathering of the world's people and races that has ever been got together, and includes different types, from the smallest pygmies from Central Africa to the Patagonian giants. Josiah was delighted to learn of the strength of these pygmies, how they kill elephants and rhinoceroses, and says he, I tell you, Samantha, it hain't size that counts, it is most always the smallest men that are the smartest. Looked at Napoleon and me. But I whispered to him to keep still, for he was attracting attention, and I led the way to see the giants. But he looked coldly on em, and says he, they hain't thought much on, it speaks about their mean stature in the guidebooks. But I thought to myself how handy it would be to have one on em in the neighborhood to rent out by the day to whitewash overhead or shingle the barn. They wouldn't even have to get up in a chair, and I know but they could lay a chimbley standin' on the ground. They was immense. And there was displays of the works and habits and native surroundings of the lowest types from the beginning of the Stone Age up to the present finished glory of Jonesville and the world at large. And I wondered what would be the glory showed off 100 years from now. What heights would men stand on, sailin' round through the air and comin' from other planets to the show like as not just as easy as we come from Jonesville. And where will Josiah and I be then? That was another thought that hent me, and what would we be looking on? Tenerate, I hope we will be together wherever it is. But to resume. There was the skin housin' of the Indians from Mexico and the display of the Ainu tribes from Japan, red Negroes from Central Africa, and all the Indian tribes left in North America, so fast meltin' away like the leaves of the forests before the march of winter. Basket makers from California and Arizona, bead workers, arrow workers, all carryin' on their work before us and goin' through their ceremonies and playin' their games. And there was the tradin' post, with the agent cheatin' the Injuns just as natural as life, so I s'pose. Mexico had a wonderful collection, native books on maguey paper, amulets of gold, sculpture, carved idols, remarkable lookin', though I wouldn't worship one on em not for a $1 bill. Egypt, where civilization first started, had to crumple down and send her best treasures to the faraway West. Oh, how far civilization has traveled since she left the Lotus Land. And she hadn't better set down yet and fold her hands. She's got a good many jobs before her that I could pint out to her right here in America. And there was a whole Egyptian tomb, mummies, ancient pottery, necklaces and beads took out of old Egyptian tombs. Oh, where was the throbbin' hearts that beat agin them with bounden life and joy? So much stronger and greater than the fragile things, yet gone to dust and ashes centuries ago, while these senseless toys outlive em and are brought thousands of miles to be looked on by a strange race. And there was scarabs, symbols, strange-lookin' things as I ever see and piles on em. And there was a display showing how they first started fire, which they worshipped when first discovered as the red flower god, and everything up to its present development. And so with the earliest attempts at making weapons, blades of bamboo and wood, hammered copper up to the deadly life destroyers of today. And in one room was the priceless treasures of the Vatican, and an exquisite collection of the Jubilee presents of the Witter Albert carved ivory gems, beautifully set jewels, fans, feathers, leather work and wrought gold, carved ebony, sandalwood, embroidered silk and velvet caskets, silver prayer wheel, though she never used it I'll warrant, no quicker than I would, gold boxes from Africa, Burma and all her provinces, gold and velvet harnesses and saddle cloths, chains and plumes, a chair of state of carved ivory, kneeling cushion in rich embroidered velvet, elephant's tusks mounted on ebony and on rosewood. There are 30 cases in all, and as I looked on lent to this exposition by His Gracious Majesty, King Edward VII, just as willin' as I'd lend Sister Bobbet a drawin' of tea, my feelin's pretty nigh overpowered me and I almost bust into tears. But knowin' Josiah's state of nerves I kep' up and restrained myself in a measure. But I noticed Blandina was beginnin' to act restless and looked at her watch, and finally she said that Professor Todd had promised to meet her at the anthropometric display. Says I should know that of all the places in the world that would be his chosen rendezvous. Yes, says she. He has got such exquisite taste in dress. I don't believe she had a idea what it was. I believe she thought from what she said that it was some kind of men's clothes, or scarf pins maybe. I myself didn't even hazard an inward guess, but made up my mind to be resigned to the sight whatever it was and bear up under it the best I could. But we found out it included all kinds of measures, attitudes and angles, photographs, molds, casts and rates of pulsation, measurements of respiration, trying to measure and estimate as well as they can the different physical values of the different races and people. It was a sight to see it. Sure enough, Professor Todd was there, and I willingly resigned her into his care. He offered to see her home after the illumination. I knowed he was to be trusted, and they went off, Blandina looking up happy and Adderin, he happy, patronizin' and looking down. Both on contented creeters. He lead in her a willin' victim to where the biggest named articles was and explainin' to her in words more'n 2 inches long, I'll bet, but if anybody is happy that's enough. And though it is puttin' the wagon considerable ways before the horse, I may as well tell a conversation I overheard between Professor Todd and Blandina later in the day. Molly and Josiah was interested in lookin' at a display a little ways off, and I'd sot down for a spell restin' my tired head on my hand, and closed my eyes, for they too was so weary I felt I should almost be ashamed to face them 2 gray orbs in the looking-glass, for I knowed I had worked too hard, and no knowin' when they would get any rest, for it seemed as though the more we see the more there was to see. And I sat there lost in wistful retrospection of the view from our back door where there was but one object in front of me, and that was a plain barn with no cupolas or minarets, or towers or domes on it. No, just a plain barn with a sliding door enriched and bejeweled when open only by the form of my beloved partner. And the only vista visible the grassy path that led round the hen house to the ash barrel, and the only ornamental water, the watering trough embellished only by the green moss on its sides. I felt I'd seen too many ornaments. I most knowed I should never hanker agin for a minaret or a mosque, or a steeple or a crescent, or a wavin' banner, or gildin'. I felt that my heart would never more long and pine for water to squirt up in the air or drizzle down 300 or 400 feet, nor for statues or peaks or pillars. No, I almost felt I should have Dave Yurden saw off the top of the whatnot because it riz up in a sort of ornamental fashion, and I almost despised the thought of the M.E. steeple in Jonesville. To such wicked and reckless lengths will overweariness lead one. But just as I was rebuking myself to myself, I heard just on the other side on me the voices of Blandina and Professor Aspire Todd. He was evidently continuing a conversation begun some time before. Oh, that lost companion of mine! Oh, that boisterous female, so humilitous in her sweet humility, so superconscious of man's superior attainments, she seemingly only existed to minister to my corporeal necessities. Well she might, Professor, well she might, says Blandina. Any woman of right feelin' would feel only too blessed and honored to do the same. I experienced from the first moment my eyes rested on you, says the professor in solemn accents, a sensation, or a feeling, as you may say, that you was my affinity, that your soul was congenial, and every transitory period of time that has progressively advanced since then has but intensified the impression. Though I couldn't see her, I could feel Blandina simper. But at that minute Josiah interrupted the dialogue by a skin where Samantha was, and I come forward and Jeaned M. Blandina looked radiantly happy, and I motioned to Molly and Josiah to come on. I knowed they would rather have our room than our company. For I remembered I was unmarried myself once, and though my spirit was never incarnated in the personality of a Blandina, yet I had a vivid remembrance of the time when love first laid hold on me, and I well remembered the feelings I felt at the ardent attentions of a Josiah. Professor Todd might not be an object of admiration to me, indeed he was not, far from it. But one of the last things we learn in life is not to judge other folks' attachments and desires by our own liking, and not to condemn other people for having far different ideals than our own. I had found out that Professor Todd was likely and respectable and well off, and if Blandina had got to get along through life without knowing much, she had better get along with a protector and under comfortable circumstances. So I stood ready to give away the bride at any time, for to tell the truth I had worried about her future, not knowing but I had her on my hands for life. But true to my principles I felt that I would make no matches nor break none, but would only smooth the path for true love to trundle along in. Josiah was blind as a bat to what I see, and wanted to know what Blandina was poking round with that fool for. Truly men can't see through a stun wall, or a matrimonial movement with anything like the clearness of a woman. As I wended my way onwards I felt just as sure in my mind how it would end as I did 2 months afterwards when I see M at the altar. But to resume backwards. Josiah, Molly and I wended our way off to another department of the immense building, going from one display to another, and could have stayed a week and seen something new every minute. I took sights of comfort at the Indian schools, seeing on one side the old poor uncivilized way of living, habits and customs, and then to see what education and culture had done and was doing for 'em, what swift strides they was making along the road that leads upwards. And to see 'em working away right before us at all the industrial trades, to see intelligence in the eyes that had held savagery, to hear the intelligent conversation in place of guttural accents, I was highly tickled. And I says to Josiah and Molly, I hope Uncle Sam will do well by all the folks he's guarding over, the Indians, Negroes, Filipinos and all. I believe he means well by the whole on 'em, but he has so much on his hands he don't know which way to turn, and I suppose it will be some time before he gets round to do what he wants to for all on 'em, and, says I, they had better in the meantime try to get along and do all they can for themselves. It will be best for 'em anyway. I was walking along with my Josiah in a quiet part of the grounds, if any of 'em can be called so. Tenrate there was many round when I heard some workmen passing along say, There is the President. And looking round eagerly and anxiously I see a good-looking man with eyeglasses set in on a bench reading a paper. And I knowed to once that it was our Teddy, so dear to the heart of them that set store by manliness, fearlessness, bravery, bright badges from heaven's mint churneen on the breast of a man faithful to wife, children and country. He didn't look exactly like his pictures, but I knowed pictures didn't always favor their originals, especially in newspapers. I was highly tickled to see him, for I had some errands for him, and wanted to advise him for his good, and I advanced with outstretched hand and says, Mr. President, I am delighted to see you. He shook hands and said polite, You have the advantage of me, Mom. Yes, says I. Folks see your face in the papers. I mentioned my name and then went right on to say, I wanted to tell you the first thing, I hadn't nothing to do with that sightin' piece about you probable read in the Jonesville Augur. The nation knew I had writ for it, and for the gimlet, and I was awful afraid you'd think it was me, and be mad at me, but I'm as innocent as a infant babe. Keturah Snyder writ it, and she's been through with trials enough to make her bitter but bein' so mad she says things she can't prove. Now she thinks you could keep her from being turned out of the Jonesville post office, and you could keep the price of meat down. No use arguin' with her, she says you had it in your power to squelch some of the trusts, and didn't do nothin' but talk. And that post office scandal, she said she s'posed you was goin' to make public samples of them stealers, but it all squizzled out, nothin' done about it, only jest talk. And you remember she said in her piece she was turned out of the post office for borrowing 5 cents from the government, and being backward with another 5, 10 cents in all, and them post office clerks in Washington stealing hundreds of thousands and nothing done. Here Theodore tried to say something, and knowing he was such a fluent talker I was bound to get my explanation in before he begun, for I wouldn't interrupted him for the world after he got to going. Says I wanted you to know just what reason she had for being so mad and writing it, for I knowed you wouldn't feel so mortified about it. The way on't was, she was in the office, and hadn't baked that week owin' to the cat tippin' over her yeast. She's so particular she won't use boughten, and a whole load of company drive up unexpected at 11:45. The baker come and not havin' a cent of change by her, and he refusin' to trust her just out of meanness, she knowin' she was to have some money paid her in the mornin'. Just borrowed 5 cents from Uncle Sam. I don't say it was right, she'd better made biscuit, but I say she was punished pretty hash for that and 2 other small things. For being half distracted by her cares, she forgot to cancel 3 letters, the first mistake she'd made in the 3 years she'd been in office. One was a drop letter, so Uncle Sam was only out 5 cents. Well, you know, Theodore, that when trials come, they come as Shakespeare said, not as single spiders but whole battles on 'em. Or words to that effect. Right on top of that baker come the inspector. He discovered the deficit of 10 cents, and also that other incident, where I got mixed up in the Jonesville P.O. scandal. Keturah had to have help in the office once in a while, and 2 men wanted to work for her, Nate Yurden and Sam Pendergrast. She didn't like Nate, and she did like Sam, and I don't suppose it made much difference in her feelings. But Sam kept sheep and did gin her yarn for a pair of stockings, and just out of pure kindness I colored it for her in my indigo dye tub. I never thought of committing any sin, let alone one with such a big name, misprision of treason and maladministration of justice, I believe he called it. Why, for a spell I thought I should have to be shot up. Josiah was scared to death, and told him he never heard of such crimes, and says he, I'll bet you can't find 'em in the velocipeter. He meant the encyclopedia, but poor man he was most crazy. I emptied out my blue dye and don't know as I shall ever set up another. And Keturah revelled out her stockings and gin back the yarn. I got off with the awfulest talkin' to I ever had, and warnin's never to trifle in such a heedless and wicked way with public matters and the sacred rights of the people. But Keturah, poor thing, was just turned right out of office root and branch. She knowed what high influence does in politics, and she got Thomas Jefferson to argue with the inspector and tell him just how it was. But he said the dignity of a great nation was at stake and out she must go. Keturah wept and cried, and reminded him the yarn was gin back and how small the sum was. And he said, a straw showed which way the wind blowed, and the nation must trust its public servants implicitly, or where would be the safety of the people? Then Keturah sassed him and said if a straw showed the direction of the wind in Jonesville, how was it with the dead loads and stacks of straw in Washington? Says she, they're so heavy with rottenness and corruption they can't blow. You'll remember that powerful figure of speech in the article. I told her it would make you mad as a hen, and I suppose it did. And I felt it my duty to mollify you and tell you that a honester creature never lived than Keturah, and it was only these extraordinary circumstances that made her borrow the 10 cents. And working out by the day and eating codfish as she does, makes her more morbid, kinder salts her blood I believe, and she lays it to you unjustly, for meat being so high that she can't buy any. I've told her time and agin it was your fault. But she says you might hold in the trust some if you was a minter. She says you had 'em in your power once and could made a sample on 'em but didn't, and so, says she, I've got to live on codfish, and the flour trust is bringing up flour so I dunno but I'll have to eat sawdust bread. You remember them powerful metaphors in the augur. I wanted to explain all this, and I also had some errands of my own. He made another effort to speak, but knowing his remarkable eloquence, and that I wouldn't try to get a word in after he begun, I should enjoy his talk, so I kept on. I want to be open and above board, Theodore, just as you are naturally. And that other piece you remember that come out about the same time in the Jonesville Gimlet, I'll tell you plain that I approved on it, though I didn't write it. You remember it begun with this quotation. They enslave their children's children who make compromise with sin. And it went on to talk about our great dignified nation being a partner in saloons, ruinin' men, breaking women's hearts, starving children, committing theft, murder, adultery, arson, helping on fights, death and ruin, just going in snucks, as you may say, with all this for the money got out of it. It said that though there was many great evils to face and overthrow, there was none that brutalized the race and agonized the hearts of the people like this. And though all sin left its mark, no other sin changed a man so into the loathsome body and soul wrecks that drunkenness did, and all for a little money. It was a powerful piece, and as full of facts as a brick is of sand. It told just how much money Uncle Sam got out of every drunkard he made. My memory hain't what it was, Theodore, and I can't tell exactly just how much money it would be in Uncle Sam's pocket to make your 4 bright good boys drunkards, and finish up the job and land 'em in the drunkard's grave, via the saloon and gutter. But if you stood by and see it going on before your face as so many thousands of proud and lovin' fathers have to, you would think $1 million of such blood money was too cheap. Yes, indeed. That tells the whole story, Theodore. I could throw statistics at you till you was black and blue, about our country spendin' for what is useless and ruinous to soul, body and estate, $1,400,000,000 a year, and about the 100,000 drunkards that stumble along into the staggerin' slobberin' ranks every year, and drop into the drunkard's grave. I could episode eloquent to you about all this, but what's the use? You're real smart, and you know all about it. You've seen on every side on you the beast drivin' out the angel in man. You've seen the staggerin' army march by you to ruin. You've seen the saloons spring up by the thousands on every side, for the purpose of making drunkards. You've seen wives murdered by them that promised to protect him. You've seen children drive to starvation and the streets by it. You've seen poverty drive prosperity out everywhere the curse fell. And you've seen nothing good come from it, nothing at all, only the money that Uncle Sam takes with one hand, and pays out with the other for law's machinery to punish the criminals he makes, and prisons, jails, reformatories, poorhouses, orphans' homes, cheap coffins, etc. No use my telling you all this, for you know it, but you love your boys, and I want you to promise me to do by other boys as you'd want me to do by yourn if I see the saloon tryin' its best to entice 'em, and see their bright innocent eyes beginning to enjoy the deathly glitter on't. You'd want me to slam that door to and keep 'em out. Put my shoulder blade egg in it, prop it up with all the strength I could get holt on in law and gospel, so they couldn't get in. And that's what I want you to do, Theodore. I want you to help keep out other children just as dear to their fathers and mothers as your children are to you. And you know that you and their mother would ruther see 'em lay dead at your feet, than to see 'em enter that door with the doom of the place on 'em. It's a heavy door, Theodore, loaded down with greed and lowest passions. You can't shed it alone, nor I can't, but I would feel guilty as a dog if I didn't try my very best. Public opinion backed by law is what has got to slam that door to and lock it. But you and I can help, and you can do more than I can, and I want you to promise me to do all you can. Again I see he was struggling for speech, and I hurried to get my last words in. I believe you want to do right, and I will encourage you by telling you that Josiah is going to vote for you, though we hain't got nothin' agin Mr. Parker. He's close-mouthed, which is a good quality, though it can be carried too fur. A neighbor of ourn had warned her girl to not be too familiar with the hired man. A good Christian he was too. And once when her ma was gone he asked her where the milk pail was, and she wanting to be on the safe side wouldn't say a word. That was being too cautious, and a good many think he's been a little too mute about some things. He didn't tell just where his politics was. But then the tongue is a honorly member, and has to be curbed in, and I guess he means well. And Mr. Davis, too, of course he's gettin' along in years. But just think of Methuselah. Mr. Methuselah's folks would call Mr. Davis nothin' but a child. Here he blurted right out. I hain't Theodore, though I've been took for him before. I'm president of a gas company. I was mortified for most a minute, but come to think it over I knowed such seeds of truth as I'd been a scatterin' couldn't help but do good even if the sile wasn't so rich as I'd s'posed. Chapter 16. Well, the next week we had a busy time. Josiah and Molly and I went mostly together. Blandina most always meetin' Professor Aspire Todd somewhere nigh the entrance. I guess it was planned, but 'ten'rate I was willin', plan or no plan. And we visited every interesting spot from Morocco to the Model City and from Physical Culture Hall to Nevada. There was a meeting that scientific folks held there, and its main aim seemed to be to make light of the religion of Christ. It mad Josiah dreadfully, and he says, "I feel it my duty as a deacon to go and give in my testimony and break up such wicked doin's." Says I, "Josiah, you let 'em alone. You couldn't break it up, nothin' but the power of the God they deny could do it. But we'll punish 'em by not going near 'em. That will mortify 'em and maybe make 'em see where they stand, denying the power that gives 'em the breath they spend in such folly." So when Sunday come agin, we went to the same meetin' house and hearn a splendid sermon on what the Christian religion had done for the world. And we visited Lincoln's cabin, and I had probable 50 emotions a minute all the time I was there thinking of that wise, child-hearted man and what he did for humanity. And I had about the same emotions in Grant's log cabin. Noble creeturs, both on 'em. They was cramped for room in these humble homes, and was probable put to it for comforts. But they have room enough now, the great world claims 'em, and they will walk down the ages together crowned with the love and reverence of the people. And Josiah wanted to see the Boer War, and though a war was nothin' I wanted to see, I felt I mustn't cross him. And all the while I sat there seein' them contendin' armies contend, I was thinkin' of poor Paul, and his brave fight for liberty, and at last losin' all and dyin' broken-hearted in a strange land. But unbeknown to myself these words come to me. The mills of the gods grind slowly, but they grind exceedingly small. I can't look ahead and see just what they're grindin' out for this brave people and them that conquered 'em, nor Josiah can't. And I took solid comfort in the Hall of Lady Managers seein' how well they managed. In this exposition there is no separate place fenced off for women's exhibit. They carry the idea here that good work is equally valuable when done by man or woman. They claim that works of art, invention, manufacture, etc., are as sexless as religion, and you know our Lord said plain of men and women, "Ye are one in Christ." I was glad enough to see it. It seems to bring us nigher to the day of justice and true liberty for all. That glorious day hain't dawned yet. Them men are still classed in law with idiots, criminals, and lunatics. But by standin' on tiptoe I can catch a faint glow in the east showin' that the day is goin' to break in rosy splendor by. I can't begin to tell just where we went or what we see, enough 'ten rate I felt to last me through life, but time hurried on just as usual and brought the last days of our stay here. I told Josiah that I never would go home without seein' President Francis and thankin' him for the treat he'd gin us. Josiah didn't want to go, but I says, "David will expect it of me, it's only showin' him common politeness. You know I'd brought the children up to always thank the folks that entertained 'em. And such a entertainment as this. Do you s'pose I am goin' to slight and mortify him by not noticin' it and thankin' him? No, indeed." Josiah argued and said that he guessed if everybody follered David up and thanked him he would have his hands full. "But," I says, "other folks can do as they're a mind to. I shall do my duty." So I went up to his office follered by unwillin' Josiah, and advanced towards him where he sat alone at his desk. He's a dreadful handsome man. Sometimes smart men are humbly, and it is a treat to find one that combines beauty, smartness, and faculty, for it took more than smartness alone to plan this show, it took faculty and tack, sights and sights of tack. For as I told him, after I'd introduced myself and shook hands cordially with him, says I couldn't leave without thanking you for the great treat you've gin us, and to tell you how I appreciate what you've done for us. Says I'm a housekeeper and know what it is to fix up for company and how much work it is to get 2 or 3 rooms and the front steps and dooryard all right for half a dozen folks for just one afternoon, and then to clear up and ornament as you have more'n 1,200 acres, and have so many visitors come right on to you and settle down for a 6 months. Stay, I don't see how you stand it. Why, last winter I had 6 of the relation on my side and on his'n, snowbound to our house for a week, and I thought I should go distracted tryin' to keep the house clean, and suit 'em all in vittles, and some on 'em jealous thinkin' I gin the others a better bed, and the other relation comin' in to see 'em and kinder disputin' and twittin' 'em as relation will, and kinder jealous of me because they was visitin' me instead of them. And my folks callin' me extravagant in vittles. I had a dreadful time. And what was it compared to what you're going through with 15,000 visitors settling right down on you for a 6 months visit, some on 'em smart and high-headed, some not knowin' putty, some good-natured and easy to please, some quarrelsome, some awful particular and fussy about their victuals, some that will eat dogs, some too dressy, some that will go most naked, and hundreds of millions comin' and goin' all the time, and more than 30 millions of your own folks complainin' and sassin' you as your own folks will. Payin' out 50 millions and maybe called extravagant for it. Why, what a time you're havin'! And I wanted to tell you how I appreciated what you're going through, and thank you from the bottom of my heart for givin' me and Josiah such a great treat, and also Blandina. And if you ever come to Jonesville, I want you to feel free to come right to our house and stay as long as you can. Though of course I can't do for you what you've done for me, but I'll kill a hen and make a bag puddin', and do the best I can. He thanked me real polite and said, if he was ever in Jonesville he should certainly come and see me. And I says, how I do wish it was so you could come this fall. We're going to have a big harvest entertainment for the benefit of the Grange, and you do have such a talent for gettin' up somethin' interestin'. Your advice would be invaluable about ornamentin' the hall and givin' 'em all a equal show. Of course every mother wants her children to speak the opening piece, and every man wants the best place to show off his squashes and rutabagas. Pomona wants the hall trimmed one way, and Sirius t'other way, whilst Flora and Hygeia are set in on the fence. I dunno how it will turn out and whether or not it will lead to bloodshed. If we only had your faculty and your tact to fall back on, what a boon it would be, for you must have gone through with as much agin with everybody one in the best place. But I know it is too much to ask of you with all this doin's on your hands, millions of visitors comin' and goin' and thousands of help to look after, and I shan't say a word to you about it, only wishin' you could be there to enjoy it with us when it is ready. And now thanking you agin for all you've done for us, I will bid you adieu. And I shook hands with him almost warmly. He seemed glad and relieved about somethin' as we took leave. I guess it was because I thought so high on him. And bein' wunkit by me, Josiah Allen advanced and held out his hand and said, how do, and goodbye, at the same time, and I says to Kinder smooth it over. In this world, Mr. Francis, it is hail and farewell time and agin. And then we bowed ourselves out. I told Josiah to be sure and not turn his back. And we got along first rate, only unfortunate tell why just as we got to the door we backed into the Chinese minister and his party who was just comin' in. But then, as I told Josiah as we went down the steps when he was blamin' me for this contrary temps, as men always will blame their partners for most everything, I says, China is used to bein' backed into by foreigners, I guess they'll overlook it. I didn't bandy words with Josiah, I knowed I'd done my duty and that kept me serene. When you're follerin' a star you don't mind the bite of a gnat. The last week of our stay in St. Louis, Aunt Tryphony on leavin' the fairground one day was struck by the 20-mule team that perambulates the ground, was knocked down, and carried to an emergency hospital on the fairground. The head doctor there was Miss Huff's nephew, and she got a little room for her till she could be moved with safety. The day before we went home Josiah went down into the city to do a few errands for the brethren. Blandina had gone with the Squire Todd to visit a sister of his'n, they was engaged, and I had been to work gettin' ready to leave the next mornin', and Molly and I was goin' in the afternoon to take a last look at the fair. And she come into my room as I was gettin' my bonnet on with her hands full of the most beautiful flowers she could get, and proposed that we should go and see Aunt Feeny and cheer her up a little. Sweet creetur, I hadn't thought on't. The hospital was quite a distance off from where we had laid out to go, and I knowed I would be tired as a dog anyway. But not wantin' to be behindhand in good works, I said I would go with her, and I selected some of the nicest of the fruit I had bought to take home to the grandchildren, and put in my silk bag for her, and put on my mantle, and told her I was ready. And then that dear child proposed we should take Dorothy with us, knowin' Aunt Tryphony would ruther see her than any emperor or czar, and I gin my consent to that, and we sot off, Dotty happy as a queen at goin' with us. Well, Aunt Feeny was glad enough to see us, specially Dorothy. But we found her blissful in mind anyway, for she told us the first thing her Prince Arthur had been there to see her, and had been gone only a few minutes, and she showed us a couple of gold pieces he had gin her, big enough to bear witness to his goodness of heart as well as his wealth. She said with her linement all aglow, she never liked her, that his mother had died 2 months ago leaving him a free man. He had stayed with her and devoted himself to her because he thought it was his duty, and since her death he had been on a long journey, it seemed, she said, as if he was hunting for something or other, though what she didn't know. And he had promised her that some time in the future she should come and live with him, and says she, with her characteristic irreligion, "If I had my choice to live with him, or in heaven, I wouldn't look at heaven the day." We give her the fruit and flowers and asked her if she had everything for her comfort, and she said, "Yes, indeed, 'tain't much here like the ironfirmary I was sent to in Chicago. I was just as white as you are, Miss Molly, when I went there, and them ignorant doctors just turned my skin black as tar. I was so mortified when I come to my senses and found what they'd done and I was a nigger, I just leaped out o' bed and rushed right out into the street. I was so mortified. But 'twasn't no use, I was a nigger, and so I've been ever since." And all the time she was tellin' this, Dotty's little white arms was round her neck, and she was pattin' the black cheeks. And as she finished she said lovingly, "Feeny is nice. Feeny is pretty. Feeny has got white teeth." And indeed they did glisten like ivory in the blackness of her face, as she held the baby close to her heart with broad smiles. Well, we made quite a long call and cheered her up considerable by listenin' to some more of her most eloquent and unlikely fabrications, and then bid her good-bye. A man's gray kid glove lay on the table and a little book, and she said Prince Arthur had forgot them. Well, just as we passed out of the long corridor, Dotty, who was looking back, cried out, "There is Feeny's Prince Arthur!" and refused to stir another step till she went back to see him. She said Aunt Feeny had showed her his picture, and that was the prince that could do anything. Aunt Feeny, I suppose, had filled her mind full of stories of his perfections. She said he'd gone back to get his glove and book, and she would wait and see him. I was in a hurry and was for going on, but Molly, sweet-natured thing, said we might sit down on the bench for a few minutes, and then Dotty would be willing to go. So we sat down, and Dotty begun to state with much excitement her reasons for wanting to stay. Says she, "Billy has been boasting to me that he see a prince to the fair, a real live meat prince. He was boasting about it, and said Aunt Feeny didn't have no prince, but I see his picture my own self, and I'll let Billy know that Aunt Feeny did have a nice live meat prince, and I see him. And there he comes now," says she. She was a little in advance of us, and could see further. And sure enough we hearn a quick light step coming down the corridor. It come nigher and nigher. A handsome, elegant-looking young man turned the corner right by us. Molly looked up, and had the desire of her heart. He left his friend's house and Molly, thinking his duty kept him by his mother, and he had decided it was wrong to ask a young happy girl to enter the shadow of selfish invalidism with him. He didn't say just that, but I noted from what he didn't say as well as from what he did. The minute he was free he had flown to his friends where they had met. The house was closed, the family in Europe, he didn't know where. He had tried in vain to find her, and was just on the eve of departing for Europe that afternoon to try to find his friends, hoping to get a clue of her. Had she not gone to the hospital that day, had she come a little earlier or a little later, had she not humored Dorothy by waiting, they would not have met. That's what worldlings might say, but I didn't say it even to myself. She was safe, she could not have been either too early or too late. She had, like a little child, asking its pa for a gift, asked her Lord for the desire of her heart, and just as he promised, he brought it to pass, using that bare corridor just as he might the valley of the Nile, or the Rocky Mountains if necessary. The whole world is but a tiny doorstep leading up to the Shernine Pavilion of Divine Love. They was led towards each other, she couldn't miss her way, he couldn't. The broad ocean rolled between 'em and mountain and valley, but they was both led by the hand like two little children out mayflowering with their ma. They had to meet. Well, Josiah met us, according to promise, in front of Festival Hall, and we stayed to the illumination, Dotty having gone home with Miss Huff before dark. Molly and Arthur stood on the high terrace with light fallin' all round 'em and before 'em. Their faces needed no light, so bright was they with heart's sunshine. Josiah and I sat a little in the shadder, but where we could see plain. And one by one, like brilliant jewels dropped from an endless storehouse of glory, Lights sprung out along the front of the stately white palaces, adown the broad avenues they shone in gleaming lines and clusters, and starred with brilliance all the long glorious vistas. Broad beams of crimson, gold and azure changing every minute fell on the cascades, the flowers gleamed out from the emerald grass like jewels of every color. Music riz softly from the lagoon, the great organ pealed out in triumphant notes, and my heart buoyed up on waves of beauty and melody followed the strains heavenward as if it didn't ever want to come back again to earth and Jonesville. But as my eye fell on Josiah's face, I knowed that where the star of love went it was my duty and joy to follow it. He was gettin' worrisome and wanted to go, and so I says, "Beautiful! Beautiful! Ivory City, farewell!"